The Naga by the Mekong. I grew up in a small village along the Mekong River in the northeastern part of Thailand, near Nong Khai. Everyone here knows the stories about the Naga, the serpent deity that's supposed to live in the river. I always thought that it was just folklore, something elders told you to keep the kids from playing in the water at night. But then I had an experience that changed how I see those stories. It was late October, during the end of Buddhist Lent, and the locals were celebrating the Naga Fireball Festival. People gather to watch glowing orbs rise from the river, which some say are the Naga's breath. That night, I was fishing a little downstream from the festival area. The noise of the crowd was far enough away that I could only hear the occasional cheer, and the river was calm, with just the sound of water lapping against my boat. I was sitting there, minding my fishing lines, when I noticed the water rippling unnaturally near the center of the river. At first, I thought it was just a large fish, or maybe a boat farther upstream causing a disturbance. But the ripples started to form a pattern, circular, deliberate, and expanding outward like something big was moving just beneath the surface. I watched closely, gripping my paddle, feeling uneasy but not yet scared. The ripples grew larger, and then I saw it, a massive dark shape gliding just under the water. It looked too big to be any fish I knew, and it moved with a smoothness that gave me chills. My instincts told me to row back to shore, but curiosity kept me there. Suddenly, the water lit up. A faint glow emerged from beneath the surface, pulsating like it was alive. The glow grew brighter, revealing the outline of a long, sinuous body. It was then that I saw the head. It broke through the surface briefly, a serpent-like face with what looked like antlers or ridges rising from its head. Its eyes glowed faintly red, and its scales shimmered like wet jewels in the moonlight. I froze. Every story I had ever heard about the Naga came flooding back. My grandmother always said the Naga only shows itself to those it favors, or those that it's warning. I didn't know which category I fell into. The creature lingered there, half submerged, staring in my direction. It wasn't threatening, but it felt like it was studying me, deciding something. I couldn't bring myself to move. My paddle stayed resting against the side of the boat, and my fishing lines hung limp in the water. I whispered a quick prayer to the river spirits, hoping that whatever I was seeing would leave me unharmed. As suddenly as it had appeared, the Naga dipped back into the water. The glow followed it, trailing downriver until it disappeared completely. The river went still again, and I sat there for what felt like hours, though it was probably only minutes, trying to process what I had just witnessed. When I finally made it back to the village, I didn't tell anyone right away. The festival was still going on, and people were laughing and eating, sharing stories about the fireballs. I didn't want to be the crazy one, claiming that I'd seen the Naga itself. But a few days later, I told my grandmother. She listened without interrupting, her face calm but serious. She told me that seeing the Naga is a rare blessing, but it's also a reminder to live respectfully and honor the spirits of the river. I don't know if that's what it was, a blessing, a warning, or just an incredibly rare natural phenomenon, but I've never fished alone at night since, and every year during the festival, I pay my respects, just in case. The train that never came. I was backpacking through Thailand on a shoestring budget, which meant taking public transportation wherever I could. After a week in Chiang Mai, my next stop was Ayutthaya. I decided to take the train because, honestly, it's cheap, and I'd heard that the scenery was gorgeous. What I didn't expect was for my trip to Ayutthaya to be one of the weirdest, most unsettling experiences of my life. The day started like any other. I arrived at the station with plenty of time to spare. I grabbed a coffee from a vendor, and I found a spot to sit while I waited. The station was quiet, which was a little unusual, but I figured it was just an off-peak time. There were a few locals milling around, some tourists like me, and the faint sound of announcements over the loudspeakers, though they were all in Thai, so I didn't understand a word. I kept glancing at my phone to check the time. The train was supposed to arrive at 2:15 p.m., and it was already 2:20. Not a big deal. In my experience, the trains in Southeast Asia hadn't exactly been known for punctuality. But as the minutes ticked by, I noticed something strange. The people around me weren't moving, like, at all. A man sitting a few benches over was holding a newspaper, but he wasn't flipping the pages or turning his head. A woman standing by the platform seemed frozen mid-step. Even the vendor who'd sold me the coffee was behind his cart, motionless. At first I thought maybe I was imagining things. Maybe they were just really still, or maybe I was overtired from the heat. But that's when I realized something else. It was quiet. Like, too quiet. The background hum of the station, the murmur of voices, the shuffle of footsteps, was gone. All I could hear was the faint buzz of the fluorescent lights overhead. I stood up, looking around, trying to make sense of it. "Hello?" I called out. My voice sounded weirdly loud, almost like it was echoing back at me. Nobody responded. The man with the newspaper didn't even glance up. My stomach started to twist into knots. Something wasn't right. I walked over to the vendor's cart, waving a hand in front of his face, but nothing. His eyes were open, staring straight ahead, but he didn't blink or move. It was like he wasn't even there. The coffee in his cup, though, was steaming, like it had just been poured. I backed away, my pulse racing. "Okay," I muttered to myself. "You're just tired, maybe dehydrated." I took a sip of my coffee, hoping that the caffeine would help me snap out of whatever this was. But the taste was off, bitter and metallic, like it had been sitting too long. I spat it out and set the cup down on the bench. That's when I noticed the train. It had arrived silently, with no announcement, no screech of brakes, no rumble on the tracks. One moment, the platform was empty, and the next, there it was, an old faded locomotive with chipped paint and cracked windows. It looked like something out of another era, with a design that felt more 1930s than modern day. The strangest part? The train was empty. I could see all the way through the carriages, and there wasn't a single passenger inside. The doors slid open with a mechanical hiss, and a faint, cool air wafted out, carrying a scent of damp metal and something sweet, like overripe fruit. I didn't want to get on. Every instinct in my body told me to stay put, to wait for the next train, to run if I had to. But a part of me, maybe the part that had come all the way to Thailand for adventure, wanted to see what was inside, and against my better judgment, I stepped forward. The moment I crossed the threshold, the air changed. It felt heavier, like the atmosphere was just pressing down on me. The interior of the train was dimly lit, with flickering lights overhead casting long shadows across the seats. The upholstery was torn in places, and there were faint stains on the floor that I really didn't want to think too hard about. I walked slowly down the aisle, my footsteps echoing. Every so often, I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting someone to appear behind me, but the train stayed empty. At least that's what I thought at first. About halfway through the second carriage, I saw something move out of the corner of my eye. It was just a flicker, a shadow darting across the window, but it was enough to make me stop. "Hello?" I called out, my voice shaky. No response. I kept walking, my nerves on edge. The farther I went, the darker it got. The lights in the last carriage were almost completely out, and the air was so cold it was biting at my skin like frost. And that's when I saw her. She was sitting in the very last row, her back to me. Her hair was long and dark, hanging down past her shoulders, and she was wearing a traditional Thai dress, a chut Thai. She didn't move, didn't turn to look at me, just sat there, perfectly still. "Excuse me," I said, taking a hesitant step closer. "Do you know where this train is going?" She didn't respond. I took another step, and then another, until I was close enough to see the details of her dress. The fabric was old, fraying at the edges, and stained with what looked like mud, or maybe something darker. My mouth went dry. "Are you okay?" I asked. My voice cracked. Finally, she moved. Slowly, almost unnaturally, she turned her head to the side, just enough for me to see her profile. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, and her eyes were dark hollows. She opened her mouth, but no words came out. Just a low, guttural sound that made my stomach churn. I stumbled backwards, nearly tripping over my own feet. I'm sorry," I stammered, though I didn't really know why I was apologizing. She didn't move to follow me, but her head stayed tilted, those hollow eyes fixed in my direction. I bolted. I ran down the aisle, back through the carriages, and leapt off the train onto the platform. My legs felt like jelly, but I didn't stop. I sprinted out of the station, and I didn't look back until I was halfway down the street. When I finally turned around, the station was dark. The train was gone, and so were the people. It was like the whole place had vanished. The only thing left was the faint smell of damp metal and that sickly sweet scent hanging in the air. The Woman with No Feet. I used to work at a night market in Chiang Mai. If you've ever been to one, you know they're alive with energy. Rows of food stalls, handmade crafts, sometimes knockoff designer goods, and tourists mixing with the locals. I ran a small booth selling Thai silk scarves. It wasn't much, but it paid the bills, and I loved the nightly routine. The market had a rhythm. The laughter, the haggling, and the smell of grilled meat and fried bananas filling the air. It started like any other night. The market was buzzing, with lanterns casting a warm glow over the crowds. I was folding scarves when I noticed her for the first time. She was striking, not in a flashy way, but in a quiet, graceful kind of way. Her long black hair shone under the lights, and she wore a simple white dress that flowed with her every step. She moved through the crowd with an ease that seemed out of place among the bustling market-goers. She stopped at my booth and began to browse. I greeted her with a polite smile, and asked if she needed any help. She didn't answer right away, just ran her fingers over the scarves, her touch delicate and deliberate. Finally, she asked, "How much is this one?" Her voice was soft but clear, and there was something almost melodic about it. I told her the price, and I waited for her to decide. She didn't haggle, which was unusual. Most people at the market loved to bargain, even if it was just for sport. She just nodded and handed me the exact amount. Her hands were cold when she placed the money in mine. Colder than they should have been on a warm Chiang Mai evening. I didn't think much of it at the time, though. She took the scarf, draped it over her shoulders, and smiled at me. "Thank you," she said, before turning and walking away. I watched her go, partly because she was so elegant, and partly because something about her unsettled me. I couldn't put my finger on it. The night went on, and I got busy with other customers. I had nearly forgotten about her when I saw her again. This time, she was standing at a food stall a few rows down, holding what looked like a skewer of grilled pork. She wasn't eating it, she was just standing there, staring into the distance. It was strange because in a market as lively as ours, people were always moving, always doing something. But she just stood there, still and quiet, like she didn't belong in the scene at all. I shook off the feeling and went back to work. But as the night wore on, I kept seeing her. She didn't seem to be buying anything else, just wandering through the market, her white dress flowing behind her. At one point, I saw her standing in the shadows near the edge of the market, away from the lights and the crowd. She was staring directly at me. When our eyes met, she turned and disappeared into the darkness. I tried to focus on closing up for the night, but the uneasiness stayed with me. As I packed my scarves, I mentioned her to my friend Ploy, not her real name, more of a loving nickname, who ran the stall next to mine. Ploy was a bit of a gossip and always eager to hear something strange. When I described the woman, Ploy's face grew serious. "You saw her?" she asked, her voice dropping to a whisper. "The woman in white?" "Yeah," I said, confused. "Do you know her?" Ploy shook her head. "Well, not exactly, but I've heard about her. Some of the other vendors say they've seen her before. She always shows up late at night, buys something small, and then disappears. They say she's not normal." "What do you mean, not normal?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted the answer. Ploy hesitated, glancing around to make sure nobody else was listening. "They say she's a ghost. A pea, you know. Some people think that she's a pea tai hung. You know, one of those spirits of someone who died suddenly or violently. The market used to be a lot smaller, and they say there was an accident here years ago, before it grew into what it is now." I laughed nervously, trying to brush it off. "Oh, come on, Ploy. It's probably just some rich tourist who likes to dress fancy." But her words stuck with me as I finished packing up and started to head home. The market was nearly empty by then, with only a few vendors lingering as they cleaned up. The alleyways were quieter, the air cooler. As I walked toward the main road to catch a tuk-tuk, I heard footsteps behind me. I turned, expecting to see another vendor or a late-night shopper, but there was no one there. The alley was empty, the market stalls dim and shadowed. I shook my head and kept walking, chalking it up to my imagination. Then I saw her. She was standing at the end of the alley, her white dress glowing faintly in the dim light. Her back was to me, but I knew it was her. My heart started pounding, and a cold sweat broke out on my neck. I called out, "Hey, do you need help?" She didn't move. She just stood there like she was waiting for something. I took a hesitant step forward and then stopped. Something wasn't right. The air felt heavy, and the faint hum of the market seemed to fade into silence. Then she turned around. It wasn't her face that scared me. It was her feet, or rather, the lack of them. She was floating, her dress swaying gently as if caught by an invisible breeze. Her eyes locked onto mine, and for a moment I couldn't breathe. It wasn't anger or malice in her gaze, but a deep, sorrowful emptiness that chilled me to the core. I don't remember running, but I must have, because the next thing I knew, I was on the main road again, flagging down a tuk-tuk with trembling hands. I didn't look back. I couldn't. The next day I told Chloe what happened. She listened quietly, her face pale. When I finished, she nodded and said, "You're lucky. They say if you see her feet, or that she doesn't have any, it means she's showing you her true form. But if she follows you home, that's when you should really worry." I didn't go back to the market for a week. When I finally did, I couldn't stop looking over my shoulder. I never saw her again, but every now and then, I'd hear other vendors whispering about a woman in white who came late at night, buying something small and then vanishing into the shadows. Even now, years later, I can't step into a night market without scanning the crowd for her. I still don't know what she wanted or why she showed herself to me, but I've learned one thing. Some stories, no matter how unbelievable, are probably better left untested. Dreams of the Unseen World by Throwaway87. It started about a month ago. These dreams that slip into my sleep like uninvited guests, turning my nights into a parade of unexplainable experiences. Every night as I drift off, I find myself transported to a place that doesn't obey the rules of any world I know of. This place is vast, bigger than any landscape I've ever seen, with skies that shift colors more often than the sun rises and sets here on Earth. There's no ground, or at least none that I can see. It's like floating in an ocean without water, suspended in a void that somehow feels full. The beings there, well, describing them is a challenge. They aren't human. They're not even animals as we understand them. They're forms, constantly changing, made of lights and shadows and sometimes whispers of what might be fabric or flesh. They communicate, not with words but with emotions, transmitting feelings directly into my mind. It's overwhelming, a cacophony of joy, sorrow, curiosity, and something else. A deeper emotion I can't quite grasp. In these dreams, I'm not scared. Not exactly. It's more like being perpetually on the edge of understanding something monumental. These beings, they show me things. Visions of stars being born, galaxies twirling in the dance of the cosmos, and the quiet, haunting spaces where nothing seems to live. And yet, in these visions, there's a sense of profound companionship, as if I'm being shown the inner workings of the universe itself. Each morning I wake up with a start, the images fading but the emotions lingering. I've tried journaling the experiences, sketching the beings and the bizarre, beautiful vistas of their realm, but nothing I've put on paper quite captures it. It's frustrating and fascinating in equal measure. I mean, what does it all mean? Are these just dreams? My subconscious knitting together bits of half-remembered science shows, books, and late-night existential conversations, or is it something more? because it feels like more. It feels like a glimpse into something beyond, a place where the mind can go but the body can't follow. I've thought about seeking out a dream interpreter or maybe a psychologist, someone who could maybe make sense of all of this. But part of me hesitates. Part of me likes the mystery. After all, each night promises another journey, and I'm not really sure that I'm ready to let go of the wonder. Not just yet. The Night the Sky Fell in My Backyard by Jacob P. Last night was surreal. I mean, we're talking about a regular, uneventful Tuesday turning into a scene straight out of a sci-fi flick. It started with the dog barking furiously at something outside, which isn't uncommon. Raccoons love our trash, but the urgency of his barks was different this time. I stepped out onto the deck, the cool night air biting at my skin, and that's when I saw these bright lights zipping across the sky. They weren't like any aircraft lights that I know of. They were more erratic, darting back and forth as if playing tag. I stood there, my hand on the railing, my breath forming little clouds in the air, just staring up in awe. The light show lasted for what felt like an eternity, but probably was just a few minutes. After the lights finally disappeared over the horizon, everything was silent, eerily silent. Even the dog had stopped barking and was now staring into the darkness, looking both curious and afraid. This morning, fueled by a mix of excitement and a decent dose of caffeine, I ventured out into the backyard. And there it was, among the dew-soaked grass and my bewildered-looking garden gnomes, a scattering of metallic debris. The pieces were odd, nothing like airplane parts or anything that I could identify. They were lightweight, but incredibly tough, with an unnatural, iridescent sheen that seemed to change colors depending on the angle. I've poked around on the internet, trying to figure out if anyone else saw the lights or found similar debris, but so far, I've come up empty. Part of me wants to pack it up and send it off to some university lab to get analyzed, but another part, the part that's probably been watching too many conspiracy theory documentaries, thinks it might be safer to just leave it alone. For now, the debris is sitting in a box in my shed. Every now and then, I catch myself staring out the window at the shed, half expecting government SUVs to start rolling up my driveway or something. But life goes on. I go to work, I come home, I watch TV. All the usual mundane stuff, but I can't shake the feeling that something big might happen. That uncertainty is almost as unsettling as the debris itself. The Day the Sky Played Tricks on Me by Sarah L. So there I was, just a regular afternoon, with me sprawled on a picnic blanket at the park, trying to make the most of a lazy Sunday. The sun was setting, splashing the sky with oranges and purples, and I was just lost in the calming sound of the leaves overhead. That's when it caught my eye, a bright object in the sky, gleaming against the dusk. At first, I thought it was a plane or maybe a satellite. It was just a silvery speck, moving steadily across the sky. Nothing unusual, right? But then, without any warning, it stopped. Just like that, like it had slammed on the brakes. I sat up, squinting against the light, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. I wasn't the only one watching. A couple nearby paused their conversation, pointing up. A kid tossed his soccer ball aside and stared. It was one of those moments that made you wonder if you were part of some group hallucination. But here's where it gets really weird. That object, which had been as still as a portrait for a solid minute, suddenly zipped across the sky. It moved so fast, it was like a streak of light, more like a shooting star than anything man-made. And then, just as abruptly as it had taken off, it vanished, completely, like it had never been there at all. The air felt charged, electric almost. Whispers broke out around me. Everyone was asking each other if they'd really seen what they thought they'd seen. I grabbed my phone, thinking that I would check the news or social media, looking for some kind of explanation, but what was I really expecting? Local news, mysterious flying object plays peekaboo. Yeah, right. As the sky darkened and the stars began to appear, I laid back down, my mind racing faster than it ever really had before, trying to make sense of what I had seen. What was it? A secret aircraft? Something extraterrestrial? Interdimensional? Or just the world's best timed meteor? I still don't have the answers, and maybe I never will, but it makes me feel better that other people saw it too. Now, whenever I'm out under the open sky, I always find myself searching. It's like I expect to see a light show up again, or something else maybe, but nothing so far. Whatever that thing was, it took a piece of my skepticism with it. And maybe I'm okay with that. The doppelganger in the moonlight. I was walking up to meet my friend one night. I live in Connecticut, so I didn't think there was anything here that could be cryptic or unknown to us. It was around 11 p.m., and I was headed to chill with him for a little bit. I approached this house, specifically the garage, because I usually cut through the yard. As I got closer to the garage, I saw what I thought was my friend standing there. It was him, and I did our call, which was like a ch-ch sound. But this thing just looked at me with his face. But every detail about him was the same, and since it was a full moon, I could see him very clearly. I got even closer and called his name, but he, or it, didn't respond. I figured he was just being a freak and messing with me. So I continued on my way, snapping him a message, asking what the hell he was doing. He shortly sent me a Snapchat picture of himself at a bowling alley in a town 30 minutes away. All of this happened within 5 to 10 minutes of my sighting. I never saw anything like that again, but from then on, I wasn't much of a night person anymore. I still can't shake the eerie, dreadful feeling I had when I saw that thing. I don't really talk about it, because it genuinely scares me. I still can't figure out what it was, but it mimicked my friend's appearance to a T. This experience has seriously freaked me out, and I still refuse to walk alone at night. The figure in the woods. I was camping with some friends on a piece of privately owned land that bordered a national forest. We had our tents up at the back of the cleared area of the property, and the large mesh window of my tent was facing out toward the forest. I woke up in the middle of the night, feeling like someone was up and about. As I looked out the window, I saw a dark, human-shaped figure lean away from a tree, and then slowly move back behind it. It repeated this motion for a few minutes, almost like it was continuously peeking to check out our camp. I woke my boyfriend up, and I told him that I thought somebody was out in the forest behind us. He looked, but only saw a glimpse of a dark figure running deeper into the woods. Nobody from our camp had left their tents. There were no neighbors anywhere close, and the closest campgrounds and hiking trails were very far away. The last walk. Throughout my childhood, my father and I used to take late-night walks due to his insomnia from shift work. Our neighborhood was considered very safe and was, for the most part, an urban area, except for one road at the back of the neighborhood that was lined with thick forest for about 1.25 miles, forming a loop. These walks are very dear memories of mine, except for one, which turned out to be the last. Along the road with the tree line, there was a single streetlight that illuminated a small plot of land. The land was overgrown and poorly kept, but it was privately owned. It was common for us to walk this road to enjoy the sounds of the forest, the lack of illumination, and the ease of turning around and circling back. One ordinary night, as we were walking and talking, my father abruptly stopped, pulled me close, put a hand over my mouth, crouched down with me, and then pointed toward the illuminated plot, which was about 100 yards away. At first I didn't see anything, and I thought he was joking, but just as I began to protest his grasp, I saw a very small humanoid figure, about 3 feet tall, scrawny, with long limbs. It materialized out of the brush line of the plot and cautiously surveyed its surroundings before signaling toward the brush. After a few seconds, 2 other small humanoid figures emerged as well. After a brief moment that seemed like a discussion, all 3 figures dashed for the forest tree line. And at that moment, my father picked me up, threw me over his shoulder, and sprinted for home, which was about 1/2 mile away. My father is 6'5" and weighs 220 pounds, while I was around 120 pounds at the time, and he showed no signs of slowing down, pure fear and adrenaline. After that night, we never took late-night walks again. My father installed 4 bright motion detection lights around our acre of land and brought home a dog. The few times that I've tried to bring it up, he doesn't want to discuss it. He made it clear to never bring it up again, so I haven't. Those figures still give me chills, and the image of 3 huddled together is still vivid, even 15 years later. The light beneath the water. I've been night fishing for years. It's a quiet, solitary hobby that I enjoy when the lake is still and the stars are out. No rush, no distractions, just me, the water, and the hum of the boat's engine. That night, I was out on the lake doing what I always do. The air was crisp, and the only sounds were the soft splash of my lure hitting the water and the occasional croak of a distant frog. Then, I noticed something odd. A light. At first, I thought it was a reflection from a passing boat. But no, there were no other boats out, just me. And this light, glowing just beneath the surface of the water, seemed to be moving. I leaned forward, squinting at it. It wasn't the usual glint of a fish reflecting in the moonlight. This was different, brighter, more concentrated. I decided to follow it. I gently adjusted the throttle and turned the boat, hoping to get a better angle. As I did, the light beneath the water seemed to follow me. Every movement I made, it mirrored. Left, right, back, forward. It was like it was connected to the boat, responding to my every move. My curiosity piqued, I steered in circles, and sure enough, that light was right there, shifting under the water as if it was attached to the boat. My heart started to race. It wasn't a boat light, and it wasn't a fish. I knew what I was seeing wasn't natural. I slowed the boat down, staring at the glowing spot. The light didn't stop. It stayed right underneath me, pacing, like it was watching me. I couldn't explain it. I don't even believe in paranormal stuff, but damn, this just felt wrong. The closer I looked, the less it made sense. It wasn't like any fish I'd ever seen before. No school of fish swimming in unison. It wasn't like a submerged light either, something that could be from a wreck or a buoy. It was too fluid, like it was alive. I got the overwhelming urge to get out of there. I revved the engine and sped off. I didn't look back. I couldn't. For the rest of the night, I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever that light was, it was still down there, watching me. That glowing presence beneath the surface, keeping its distance, but not ever really going away. I haven't been night fishing since. I just can't stop thinking about it. How it followed me. How intelligent it seemed. How it moved with me. I don't really know what it was, but I don't think I want to find out. The Night We Chased the Lights by Anonymous. It was a clear night. You know, one of those perfect settings for stargazing, when a group of us decided to head out to the old lake just outside of town. We had our blankets, a couple of coolers, and the kind of high hopes that only come with the promise of a meteor shower. But what we saw wasn't on any astronomer's radar. As the night deepened and the stars took their places, we saw it. It was a formation of lights moving across the sky in perfect synchrony. They were like glowing orbs, precise and deliberate. Not random like shooting stars. They moved together, as if they were connected by invisible strings, forming geometric shapes that shifted. Triangles, straight lines, a perfect circle, then dissolving into new formations. Everyone was mesmerized. We threw out guesses. Drones maybe, some type of new aircraft. But the silence, the absolute lack of any sound, made each guess seem more unlikely than the last. These lights moved with a smoothness that felt almost like it came from somewhere else. Not Earth. A silent ballet performed just for us. We tried capturing it on our phones, but the cameras just couldn't do justice to what we were seeing. The lights were too distant. And it just turned our screens into patches of murky darkness, speckled with inadequate pinpricks of light. We got frustrated and gave up on photographing it and just watched. As the night wore on, we followed the lights from one end of the lake to the other, not speaking much, just pointing and hurrying to keep them in sight. Then, as suddenly as they had appeared, they began to ascend. They moved higher and higher until they were indistinguishable from the stars above. The walk back was quiet, everyone lost in their own thoughts. What had we just witnessed? Was there a rational explanation, or had we stumbled onto something truly inexplicable? We hit the internet hard that day, and the next, searching for anything that resembled our experience, but we really couldn't find anything that matched. It was like we'd shared a collective dream. To this day, we bring it up every now and then, especially when the night sky is clear and the stars are out. We half joke about going back to the lake, like we might somehow summon them back, but a part of me wonders if it's better to stay away and just let the mystery be. Still, I wonder what it was out there. the shape-shifting wolf. This is a story that one of the security guards at the university told me, and I completely believe him. One day, the security guard was at the dorm, just chatting with the RA, when a group of basketball players came rushing in, running straight toward their rooms. The RA and security immediately went over to make sure they were okay, because they didn't look like they were having fun, they looked like they were running from something. Apparently, when they were walking back from practice, they noticed a humanoid figure standing on top of one of the campus buildings. It was dark by this point, and the players stood there for a moment, trying to figure out what in the world they were looking at. While they were staring at the figure, it jumped down, probably about 2.5 stories, and landed on its feet as a massive wolf. It did not look like a wolf on the roof. The players immediately bolted back to the dorm as fast as they could. So the security guard and the RA decided to investigate. When they got to the doors of the building and looked out, they saw a man in a black trench coat pacing back and forth near the entrance of the football stadium, staring at the dorm. Both men saw him, so they walked over to check out what was going on with this guy. As they got closer, and both of them swear to this, the man took off running and turned into a black wolf and ran off. Later, it turned out that this guy had been caught on security cameras at a different dorm, stealing sage, of all things, from someone's car on another occasion. La Niña, the Missionary haunting. I never believed in ghosts until this happened. When I was a missionary in Chile some years ago, I lived in a small town called Machalí, in a little house with a few other sister missionaries. The house seemed like it had started small, maybe a one-room place in the 50s, and had been added to as the years went on, with a hall here and a bathroom with plumbing there. The weird thing about this house was that at around 3 a.m., every single night, the air would change. It felt like something was terribly wrong, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. The best way I can describe it is spiritual nausea, like severe motion sickness, but not in my body, more in my heart. Then we'd hear the sound of child's running footsteps and laughter in the hall. None of us dared to leave our rooms during those early hours, because once you opened the door to the hall, that nauseous feeling multiplied tenfold. I would have chalked it up to stress dreams, but everyone experienced the exact same things. We tried to ignore it, even decided not to tell the next group of missionaries about La Niña. But they asked about it anyway, after being woken up by her laughter. Other weird things happened at night, too. One missionary felt thin, disembodied hands touching her back. I had sleep paralysis one night and saw a tall, antlered figure staring at me in bed. Children's toys would appear in the hall when nobody had placed them there. Some of our neighbors told us that there was a nearby witch who didn't like us, and we occasionally found dead animals in the yard. Whether it was her doing, a carbon monoxide problem, or an actual haunting, I have no idea. But whatever it was distracting us from sleep enough to make us useless during the day. House blessings and prayers did nothing. Eventually, we were authorized to change apartments, and the strange events stopped. I don't think whatever it was meant any real harm, but I do think it desperately wanted to be noticed. A Toy Moving on Its Own by Alien Raccoons, posted to r/paranormal. It happened, I think, around 3 years ago. I don't believe in ghosts and crap, and it's the only paranormal experience in my life that I can think of. Some years ago, my mom's partner had got me a toy cat that he got from his friend. It was a very realistic toy with fur, and it ran on batteries. After turning it on, it would meow, purr, move its head and paws, stuff like that. After I grew up, I kind of forgot about it, and it ended up on the shelf in the attic. One day I went there, because there are lots of old books from my childhood, or earlier, and they're in the same room as the cat was. I spent a good amount of time reading them, at least an hour, and of course the cat was turned off the whole time. But then it turned on. It just started moving and meowing, after so much time of being turned off. I immediately freaked out, so this next part might have been my brain playing tricks on me, but I thought that after I heard that, I heard something like steps coming from the other room. I ran down the stairs and I told my grandfather. He said it was him who had turned the cat on. He didn't. It was off for at least an hour, and then it turned on spontaneously. I think he was just trying to make me feel better. For years, nothing happened in this regard. But lately, the cat disappeared. Nobody in my family knows what happened to it. It was sitting there, laying down on the shelf for years, and then one day, I heard them looking for it. But it's nowhere. That's something that can be explained. Maybe one of my family members forgot that they took it somewhere. But the first situation, I really can't explain. Cat in the Hat by M. Melancholic. Posted to r/paranormal. So I was about 6 or 7. My oldest sister and I slept in my parents' room, in a small bed that belonged to our younger brother. He was sleeping in the middle of my parents. I can't remember why we didn't sleep in our room that night, but I think we were afraid of the dark, like most kids. Our bedroom was about 2 feet from our parents', and it was directly across from their room. We lived in one of those apartments with the kitchen and a living room on the first floor, and the bedrooms and bathroom on the second. So my parents' bed is to the left of us, and there's a small gap in between both beds. I'm unfortunately on the outside of the bed, next to the gap. My sister wakes me up, and she keeps saying, "Look at the end of the beds, look." I've never been more scared in my life. It was one of those Cat in the Hat dolls with the pull bow tie. It was literally walking toward us. That thing radiated pure evil. Keep in mind, it was purely cotton, or whatever material it had stuffed inside, but it was definitely not a toy that could move on its own. At the time, I thought I was dreaming. But I'm laying super still when the doll walks past my parents' bed and to the end of our bed. It peeked its head around the corner and then started moving really fast toward me. We both screamed at the top of our lungs and jumped up onto our parents' bed. My parents both wake up. My dad is super pissed. My mom recalls to this day waking up to that creepy Cat in the Hat doll and seeing it standing and moving its head. She said that as soon as she looked at it, it fell limp to the floor. My dad never believed us, but my mom witnessed it. 3 people all witnessed the exact same thing. That's how I became a believer. Even as a child, I knew it was illogical for stuffed toys to be able to walk, let alone move at all. Do you have any stories like that? I'd love to hear them. Matchbox by Bekwa. Posted to r/paranormal in a comment. When I was little, I used to live in an old farmhouse from the late 1800s. One evening, we had our cousins and aunt and uncle over to visit. The adults were in the living room smoking and watching TV. My cousins and sister were playing at the bottom of the stairs. I was in another room downstairs doing I don't remember what. The upstairs hallway had no light. The only way to see anything was the window on top of the landing, which let in light from the full moon, and some light from downstairs could light up anyone or anything on the stairs or landing. I remember my cousins freaking out, so I ran over to see what was going on. A cousin and my sister ran to the adults. The other cousins pointed up the stairs and said, "Something's moving, something's moving." I turned my head and saw my little blue Matchbox pickup truck moving very slowly toward the edge of the landing. As I watched, it tumbled down the stairs. I ran up the stairs to grab my truck, which tumbled partway down the stairs. My remaining cousins ran yelling to the adults. I grabbed up my truck and ran to the landing on the stairs. I could barely see anything, but a vague figure crouching near the landing and window. I recognized this as my playmate, and I began chatting with it. My dad had to come upstairs and bring me down with the rest of the family. No one was upstairs but me. And of course, I wasn't upstairs when the truck first moved. My Aunt's Victorian Dolls by a now deleted user, posted to r/paranormal in a comment. I'm going to start this off by saying I hate dolls. They have always given me the creeps. I was that one little girl that was never into Cabbage Patch Kids, Barbie, American Girl, anything that looked particularly lifelike. I am nearly 50 years old, and that feeling has probably only grown stronger over the years, because it's been validated a few times. This is one of those times. My aunt went through a phase of collecting Victorian dolls with porcelain painted faces that looked eerily realistic, save for the big eyes and those weird stiff lashes. When we would visit, my sister and I never wanted to sleep in that room, because they were everywhere, and they were even unsettling to my sister, who was very much into dolls as a kid. But that's usually the room that we were assigned when we were visiting. I was in my early 20s at the time, and had come up to stay for the weekend. I was seated at the vanity in front of a large round mirror that reflected a lot of the dolls behind me. I had just finished putting on some makeup and was putting stuff back into my makeup case when I caught movement behind me. I turned around, and everything looked as normal as it gets when there are about 15 dolls staring at you. I turned back around. In the mirror, I saw that one of the dolls was turned around, facing the wall. I spun around to see if this was true because I know that this was not what I saw the first time I turned around. All the dolls were facing me. I looked back at the mirror, and that one doll was still turned around. I didn't look again. I just left the room. Screw that. I'm not a chicken, and I've had other experiences that didn't bother me like this. Bring dolls into the mix, though, and I'm out. Send in the Clowns by I Heart Bubble Tea, posted to r/paranormal in a comment. I was given a small porcelain doll with a painted face. It was the sad clown face, but the type from the theater, with a tear under one eye, rather than a circus type. It had a wind-up key in the back, and it would play Send in the Clowns while its head rolled around in a circle on its shoulders. Creepy, but the person who gave it to me had passed away, and it was the only thing they'd given me, so I kept it on the shelf, out of sentiment. I couldn't sleep one night, and around 3 a.m., I started getting a really creepy feeling out of nowhere. The creepy feeling grew and grew, until suddenly the clown started playing, and the head started rotating around by itself. I hadn't wound or played with that doll in years, and no one else did either, so there was no juice in it, so to speak, for it to suddenly start playing. I was out of bed and out of that bedroom like a shot. The next day, I got rid of it. Sentimentality be damned. I'll never have a clown doll again. She Was in the Wrong Place by Flight to Nowhere 26, posted to r/paranormal in a comment. Okay, this happened when I was a kid, and has never left my memory because I remember it too clearly for it to have been a dream. It scared me for a really long time, and I didn't tell anyone other than my parents when it happened until I was an adult, and even then I only told a few people that I trusted and wouldn't think I was nuts. When I was a preteen, I finally got my own bedroom after sharing one with my sister my whole life. I was very excited, and I spent a lot of time thinking about ways to decorate it. I had an absurdly large amount of dolls, and a lot of them were antiques, gifted to me by my grandma, who collected them. The antique dolls weren't the kind I played with often, because they were fragile, and their elaborate costumes were handmade and very delicate. They were meant for a display, and each had a display stand. 2 of them had belonged to my grandma when she was a little girl during the Great Depression. She grew up very poor and did not have many toys, so she took incredible care of them. My dad had the idea to build a shelf that ran around the perimeter of my room, about a foot from the ceiling, to display my dolls while keeping them organized and away from the destructive paws of my dog and sister. On to the incident. One night, I was startled awake, and while I was slowly emerging from my sleepy stupor, I had that feeling you get when you sense another person is close, but you don't see them or hear them. You just feel their presence. I looked around my dark bedroom and didn't see anyone. In the background, I could hear a countdown, like they do before a rocket launch. It was a mechanical-sounding female voice, and it didn't fade as I slowly woke up. I started to get this pinprick feeling of terror and the hot rush of panic. It was literally like 10, 9, 8, like that. I thought about turning on the light, but I was frozen in bed. I could still sense someone in the room, so as I lay there, motionless, I gazed around the room, searching for some kind of movement in the darkness, while the faint voice counting down grew louder. As I focused on the sound, I could make out another female voice whispering. As it grew louder, I heard the voice calling my name, like it was trying to get my attention. I tried to speak, but no words came out, but it responded to me, like it was answering the thoughts in my head. It very gently told me, "Don't let the clock get to 0. Everything will be okay." The countdown continued and grew louder with each number. The panic and fear continued to grow, and I felt this overwhelming sense of fear, of what will happen if the countdown gets to 0. 5. I bolted out of bed and flipped on the overhead light, and once my eyes adjusted, I scanned the room. That's when something caught my eye from the shelf above my bed. One of the antique dolls was in the wrong place. Instead of being on the shelf across the room, it was on the shelf above my bed. She had not been moved since my dad put the shelf up, because it took a ladder to reach the shelf, even for him. But there she was, securely in her display stand, on a shelf where she'd never been. I didn't know how to stop the countdown, so I just stood there, staring at the doll. 3, 2, 1. When the countdown reached 1, all the sound stopped, and the doll flew off the shelf and landed on my pillow, somehow breaking free from the stand that she was secured to. At that same moment, I finally got my voice back and screamed. My dad rushed in, and I told him what had happened. He came up with some logical reasons to explain the strangeness, but come on. I've always believed that it was not just a bad dream, or that the doll fell due to some settling of the house or unseen critter knocking it down. I mean, how'd she get to the other side of the room in the first place? I don't know exactly what it was, but I know that it happened. And I have slept with a nightlight on ever since, for over 40 years. Something Keeps Playing with Her Toys by BossBabe868, posted to r/paranormal. Something has been following us around since my toddler was born. I became first aware of it when I was taking a picture of her sleeping on my chest, and the face detection software detected 3 faces. I convinced myself that it was probably a glitch or a reflection of some kind. So I left it at that. Curiosity got the better of me, and I took the same picture and ran it through a makeup app to see if it would pick up whatever it was. And it did. It was a face with its mouth open. I showed the picture to a person that I know who's a spiritual person, who said that it was an imp, sent our way to destroy whatever peace we now had with the new baby. She helped us cleanse the house and gave us some protection wards. We said our prayers and hoped for the best. Fast forward to when she started moving around and had received battery-operated or voice toys. We have had to destroy many toys' voice boxes because they turn on and will not stop, even with the batteries taken out. It was her grandmother who heard it first. The baby's electronic swing would start on its own and play a lullaby. Subsequently, we would take the batteries out when it wasn't in use, but it continued, and then it started swaying. I opened the battery pack again to see if maybe there were demo batteries or something, but it was empty. On another occasion, her animal collection started making their sounds at inappropriate intervals. Her grandmother, too, was the first to report on this, and then I heard it myself. I thought that maybe it was the result of the batteries being old and triggering themselves, but there were no batteries in there. The toy dog started barking in my hands. Its voice box was promptly discarded in a small fire, as were the other voice boxes. She was given a generational dinosaur toy, which had stopped working at least 15 years ago, but was saved because the outside was new, and it's that beloved, not the mama, baby in the dinosaur TV show. Imagine sleeping peacefully, and then hearing, "Not the mama, not the mama," from a toy that hadn't worked in over 15 years with no batteries in it. This continued with many toys, and it stopped for about a year. It happened sparsely after that. It's following us around now. We spent the night at a relative's. Last night, her rocket toy lit up on its own, voicing, "Ha ha ha, let's play." It scared the life out of me. And yet, it too had no batteries in it. The Clown Doll by A.R. Rod 2, posted to r/paranormal in a comment. I had this strange-looking clown with a kind of cute but creepy smile. It had a key in the back that you twisted, and it would move its head side to side and music would play. I didn't have it long, and I can't remember where I got it from, but I was probably in the 5th grade. You really had to turn it to make it move or play. It took quite a bit of effort. One night, my older cousin and I were asleep in my bed when I woke up to some kind of low chatter going on. I had a few stuffed animals on my dresser, along with a clown. It was directly at the end of my bed, facing me. I swear on everything that I love, my stuffed animals and this clown were talking. When I felt my blood turn to ice, it stopped. And then I heard and saw the clown start moving and playing. My cousin heard it too, but didn't see what I had seen. This never happened before I had the clown. So I got rid of it, and the person who took it from me ended up throwing it into a fire pit, but wouldn't say why. Somehow, I think I know. I know that I wasn't dreaming, and this is just one of the reasons I hate clowns. The Floating Dog Toy by A Swoon Song, posted to r/paranormal. I fell asleep on the couch pretty early last night, about 10:30. Usually my significant other wakes me up and tells me to go to bed. However, we had gotten into an argument earlier in the evening, and I think he was just like, I'm leaving her out here. Fair enough. Well, a bit after midnight, I heard 3 loud stomps. This scared the crap out of me, so I woke up immediately. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw one of my dog's toys floating about 4 feet above the floor. It was a small lamb chop plushie with all the stuffing ripped out. It was rotating a tiny bit, and then was entirely still for a second. Then it started to slowly lower itself onto the floor. As soon as it was on the floor, I looked over at my dog, and he looked at me, and we both ran to the bedroom. I got into bed, my significant other was awake, and I said, "There's something in the living room." He looked at me and pretty much brushed me off, and told me to just go to bed. It took me forever to calm down enough to fall asleep, and then I repeatedly woke up throughout the night. I kept thinking about someone holding that dog toy, realizing that I was looking at them, and then slowly putting it down. I was uneasy all night. I told my significant other about it in the morning before work, but he just said something along the lines of, "That's so weird," and then proceeded to take our dog outside to do his business. I didn't push the subject because I was so freaked out, and also exhausted because I had hardly slept. Fast forward to around 10:30 this morning. I texted my significant other and was like, "Did you get what I was saying about the creepy thing?" He responded, "Yes. Actually, the bed was shaking before you came in." I said, "You're lying." He swore to God that it was true. I also texted my siblings in our group chat, and they gave the usual, "Oh my God, so creepy" responses. But one of my sisters said, 3 loud stomps could be mocking the Holy Trinity." I wasn't sure what she meant because I'm not religious at all, but I Googled it, and I guess 3 loud stomps or knocks or thumps represents demonic presence in Christianity. I got chills all over as I read that. This entire time, I felt like the 3 loud stomps were from downstairs. I live above a bar, so that part of the experience didn't really scare me, other than startling me awake. Also, I was thinking that maybe I was hallucinating, since I was only awake for just a bit before I saw what I saw. It was the floating dog toy that scared the crap out of me. For a while, I felt like everything that I experienced was purposeful, and maybe evil. My significant other and I thought that maybe we had somehow invited evil into the apartment, because we'd been watching and listening to nothing but horror stuff due to it being October. But we also think that our argument may have caused a lot of negative energy that might have allowed what was already present to manifest itself the way that it did. At this point, though, I really want to think that I was just hallucinating because I woke up so suddenly. And maybe the bed was just shaking due to movement downstairs. I don't know. I never really did that before, though. I don't believe in ghosts or demons or even the afterlife, but I feel like life would be more meaningful if I did. I don't know. I just don't know. The Toys in the Closet by Lady Glasses, posted to r/paranormal in a comment. We lived in an old mansion in one of the city's historic districts. It wasn't fancy. It had been divided into apartments ages ago. Ours had weirdly shaped rooms. The bathroom was under the grand staircase in the blocked-off foyer. It was like a hallway with everything along one wall, and a slanted ceiling on the other side. There were 2 bedrooms, but you had to walk through ours to go into our daughter's. The room was the size of a closet, because it had a walk-in closet in it, which was nearly the same size. That closet was just to the left as you entered her room. We lined it with shelves for toys, and it was just another part of her room. No door on it. Multiple nights, the toys in that closet would turn on. Mostly it was one particular lamp, a kind of spinning disco lamp. But there were always others randomly. I started turning all the toys off, and that slowed it down a little bit, but that dang disco light would still come on, even when it was flipped off. I could see through her bedroom door from my spot in the bed, and we left that door open at night. I woke up one night pretty late, because I heard a sound in the closet again. While I was watching her doorway, I saw a small human shadow lean out of the closet, turn right toward me, and then lean back into the darkness. I remember being really angry about it while I was half asleep. I told him he could be there, but he was not allowed to scare my daughter. I could also see my daughter sleeping in her bed from my vantage point, so I know it wasn't her. I don't know the history of that house, but I dreamed about someone committing suicide in that room several times. There were weird marks on the wall that seemed to match the dreams. It's one of the most active homes I've ever lived in. I've had this happen in a house when I was really small too, like 6 or 7. It's really unsettling. Toys Moving by Themselves by Weary Leadership 6006, posted to r/paranormal. Something unexplainable happened to me when I was 6 years old. I was going downstairs to the basement to get a Guitar Hero cereal box toy from my mom's bedroom. It was one of those cheap toys where you press a button and it would make a sound, like a guitar or drum or something. As I'm approaching the bedroom, I hear the toy activate. Then, as I get closer, it falls to the ground in the middle of the room. It fell 1 foot away from the foot of the bed, in an empty room. Completely unexplainable. How did this toy play a sound and then land in the middle of the room? I would like to add that my sister and upstairs neighbors would swear that their dolls would move by themselves, only when nobody was around to see. Like they'd come back and they'd be in a different position. This got me angry as a kid, so I threw my sister's baby doll out the window, and we agreed to have no more creepy toys in the house. There are 2 other stories that happened in this house that are unrelated, not as creepy but still unexplainable. Has anyone else reported their toys moving by themselves? the night the whispers came. I've always loved camping. There's something about being out in nature, away from the noise and chaos of city life that just speaks to my soul. But after what happened last weekend, I don't think I'll ever be able to look at the woods the same way again. I'm still trying to process everything, and I thought maybe writing it all down would help. So here goes. The story of the most terrifying night of my life. It was supposed to be a fun weekend getaway with my best friends, Alex and Sarah. We'd been planning this camping trip for months, eager to escape our busy lives and reconnect with each other and nature. We chose a remote spot in the national forest, about a 4-hour drive from the city. The plan was to hike in, set up camp, and spend 2 nights under the stars. The hike to our campsite was uneventful but beautiful, filled with laughter and catching up. We arrived in the late afternoon and quickly set about making camp. Alex and I put up the tents, while Sarah gathered firewood. As the sun began to set, we had a cozy little site set up. 3 small tents arranged in a semicircle around a fire pit. We got the fire going just as darkness fell. Its warm glow was a welcome barrier against the encroaching night. The forest around us came alive with the usual nighttime sounds. Crickets, chirping, the occasional hoot of an owl, the rustle of a small animal in the underbrush. We roasted hot dogs and marshmallows, sharing stories and jokes as we enjoyed our dinner. As the night wore on, we naturally fell into telling scary stories. It was cheesy, I know, but it felt right. 3 friends around a campfire, trying to creep each other out. Alex had just finished a particularly gruesome tale about a hitchhiker with a hook for a hand, when Sarah suddenly sat up, her eyes wide. "Did you guys hear that?" she whispered, her voice tense. Alex and I exchanged glances. "Hear what?" I asked, straining my ears. Sarah hushed us, her eyes darting around the darkness beyond our little circle of firelight. We all fell silent, listening intently. For a moment, all I could hear was the crackling of the fire and the usual forest sounds. But then, a twig snapped somewhere in the darkness, unnaturally loud in the sudden silence. It sounded close, too close for comfort. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. "It's probably just an animal," Alex said, but his voice lacked conviction. We all stared into the darkness, our eyes straining to see beyond the firelight. The woods seemed much darker. The shadows seemed deeper. I tried to shake off the feeling of unease, telling myself that it was just the power of suggestion. We'd just been telling scary stories, so of course we were all on edge. "Maybe we should call it a night," Sarah suggested, her voice still barely above a whisper. I was about to agree, when the fire, which had been burning steadily all evening, suddenly went out. Not gradually, like a fire running out of fuel, but all at once, like someone had dumped a bucket of water on it. One moment we were bathed in warm, flickering light, and the next, we were plunged into absolute darkness. The sudden absence of light was disorienting. I blinked rapidly, trying to force my eyes to adjust to anything in the darkness. But this was more than just the absence of our campfire. It was like all the light had been sucked out of the world. I couldn't see the stars or the moon. I couldn't make out the shapes of trees. I couldn't even see my own hand in front of my face. It was like the darkness was a thing. "What the hell?" Alex's voice came from somewhere to my left, panic evident in his tone. "Guys?" Sarah's voice trembled. I fumbled for my flashlight, my heart pounding out of my chest. I found it, wrapped my fingers around it, and nearly sobbed with relief. Until I clicked it on, and nothing happened. I clicked it again and again, but the flashlight just remained dark. At this point, fear gripped me. Primal, cold fear, as I realized that whatever had extinguished our fire had also been able to render our flashlights useless. And then the whispers came. At first, it was so faint I thought I was imagining it. A soft sound like the rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze, but there was no breeze. The air was completely still, heavy with that unnatural silence that seemed to press in on us from all sides. The whispers grew louder, coming from all around us. I couldn't make out words, just a constant, insistent murmuring that seemed to be everywhere. It was like the trees themselves were speaking. "Do you hear that?" Sarah's voice was high-pitched with fear. "What is it?" Alex asked, his usual bravado completely gone. I opened my mouth to respond, but no words came out. The whispers were growing louder, more insistent, their sourceless voices drawing closer. And then, cutting through all of the whispers, a single word, clear as day, spoken directly into my ear. "Run." I jerked back and screamed. "Did you hear that?" I gasped. "Hear what?" Alex's voice was strained. Before I could answer, Sarah screamed. "Something touched me," she cried. "Something cold, it grabbed my arm." Panic exploded in my chest, and without thinking, I lurched to my feet, my hands outstretched in the darkness like a zombie. I needed to find Sarah to make sure she was okay, but in the absolute darkness, I had no sense of direction. I stumbled forward, my feet tangling in something, a tent line, maybe a root, who knows, and I went down hard. The impact knocked the wind out of me. I laid there for a moment, gasping for breath, the cold earth pressed against my face. The whispers surrounded me louder than ever. They seemed to be right next to me now, a cacophony of unintelligible voices all trying to speak at once. I pushed myself up, spitting out dirt and leaves. "Alex? Sarah?" I called out. No response. "Guys?" I tried again, louder this time. "Where are you?" Nothing but the whispers answered me. Fear clawed at my throat. Had they run? Were they looking for me? Had something taken them? I got to my feet, my legs shaking. I stood still, trying to orient myself. We had been sitting around the fire pit. The tents were behind us. If I could find a tent, maybe I could find my friends. I took a tentative step forward, my arms outstretched again. The whispers pressed in around me still, seeming to guide my movements. I tried to block them out, to focus on finding my friends, but they were insistent, almost deafening now. My fingers brushed against fabric. One of the tents. Relief flooded through me. "Alex? Sarah?" I called out again, feeling my way around the tent. "Are you in there?" As my hand moved across the tent, I felt something wet and sticky. I paused, my heart racing. Slowly, hesitantly, I brought my hand to my nose and sniffed. The metallic scent of blood filled my nostrils. I recoiled, a scream building in my throat. What was happening? Where were my friends? What was this nightmare we had stumbled into? The whispers crescendoed, becoming a roar that filled my head. I clamped my hands over my ears, but it did nothing to block out the sound. It was like it was inside me now, 1,000 voices all clamoring for attention. And then again, cutting through the chaos, that same clear voice. "Run, now." This time, I didn't hesitate. I booked it. I had no idea what direction I was going in. I couldn't see anything in the darkness. I just ran, my arms outstretched to protect me from colliding into a tree or something. Branches whipped at my face and arms, Roots and uneven ground threatened to trip me with every step, but still I ran. The whispers pursued me, always just behind me, chasing me. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like lead. I ran until I thought I couldn't take another step. And then, ahead of me, I saw a glimmer of light. Hope surged through me, giving me a fresh burst of energy. I pushed myself harder, sprinting toward that promise of salvation. The light grew brighter, resolving into the familiar shape of a campfire. But not just any campfire. As I burst into the clearing, gasping for breath, ready to collapse with relief, I realized that I had found myself right back where I started. Our campsite looked exactly like it had earlier in the evening. The fire burned merrily in its pit. Our tents stood in their neat semicircle. Even our camping chairs were arranged around the fire, like they were waiting for us to return and resume our storytelling. But Alex and Sarah were nowhere to be seen. I stood there, panting, my mind reeling. How was this even possible? I had run for so long, and as far as I could tell, it was in a straight line. How could I have ended up back here? Who started the fire? The whispers, which had quieted during my mad dash through the forest, began to rise again, like they had caught me. They seemed to be laughing now, a soft, insidious chuckle that made my skin crawl. I spun around, searching the darkness beyond the firelight. "What do you want?" I screamed. "Where are my friends?" The whispers only grew louder in response. I could almost make out words now, but they were in a language I didn't understand. Ancient and guttural, like the voice of the forest itself. Movement caught my eye. Something was emerging from the darkness beyond the fire's glow. I squinted, trying to make out what it was. A figure stepped into the light. It was Alex. But as he moved closer, I realized something was terribly wrong. His movements were jerky, unnatural, and his eyes. His eyes were completely black, reflecting the firelight like polished obsidian. "Alex?" I whispered, taking a step back. He smiled, but it wasn't Alex's smile. It was too wide, showing too many teeth. When he spoke, it wasn't Alex's voice that came out, but a chorus of whispers. "Welcome home," the thing that wasn't Alex said. I turned to run again, but another figure blocked my path. Sarah stood there, her head tilted at a strange angle. The same black eyes, the same too wide smile. "You're back," Sarah's voice said, merging with the whispers. I was trapped. My friends, or the things wearing their faces, stood on either side of me. Behind me, the fire burned, an impassable barrier of heat. And in front of me, the darkness of the forest waited, filled with more horrors than I could imagine. The whispers rose to a fever pitch, surrounding me, filling me. I could feel them trying to seep into my mind, to take control, maybe like they had with Alex and Sarah. I clenched my fists, squeezing my eyes shut, and used every ounce of willpower I had to resist. "No," I growled through my gritted teeth. "This isn't real. This can't be real." I opened my eyes, ready to fight, to run, to do whatever it took to escape the nightmare. And found myself lying in my tent, early morning sunlight filtering through the fabric. For a long moment, I just lay there, my heart pounding, trying to make sense of what had happened. Had it all been a dream? A horrifically vivid nightmare brought on by too many scary stories and an overactive imagination? I sat up slowly, every muscle in my body aching, like I really had spent the night running through the forest. I unzipped the tent flap, my hand shaking, and peeked outside. The campsite looked normal. The remains of our fire sat cold in the pit. The morning was calm and peaceful. Birds chirping in the trees around us. Everything looked exactly as it should. "Hey, you're finally up." I nearly jumped out of my skin at the sound of Alex's voice. He was sitting by the fire pit, a mug of coffee in his hand, getting ready to start the fire, looking as normal as ever. "Man, you were out like a light," he said, grinning. "Sarah and I tried to wake you earlier, but you were dead to the world." I stared at him, my mind whirling. Where is Sarah?" I managed to ask. "Oh, she went to fill up our water bottles at the stream," Alex said, gesturing vaguely toward the woods. "She should be back soon. You okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." I opened my mouth to respond, to tell him about the nightmare, the whispers, the darkness, the terror, but at that moment, my eyes fell on something that made the words die in my throat. There, on the ground next to my tent, was a small pile of leaves and twigs, and drawn in the dirt, barely visible but unmistakable, was a symbol, a circle with strange angular lines radiating from it, a symbol I had seen somewhere before but couldn't quite place. As I stared at it, a whisper of wind rustled through the campsite, and for just a moment, I could have sworn I heard a voice, the same clear, insistent voice from my experience, whisper a single word. "So." I've been home for 3 days now. I haven't told Alex or Sarah about what happened. How could I? They don't remember anything unusual happening at all. To them, it was a perfectly normal camping trip. But I can't shake the feeling that something is terribly wrong. I see shadows moving in the corners of my vision. I hear whispers on the edge of hearing. And sometimes, when I close my eyes, I see those black, reflective eyes staring back at me. I don't know what happened out there in the woods. I don't know if it was real or a nightmare. But I do know one thing for certain. I'm never going camping again. Dominican Republic Haunted Beach House by Old Complaint 7308. Posted to r/paranormal. This story has been the most realistic experience that I've ever had with the paranormal. So much so that I still get goosebumps every time I talk about it. When I was 13 or 14 years old, I'm 25 now, my parents and 2 cousins stayed at a beach house in Juan Dolio, Dominican Republic. The place was owned by one of my parents' friends. We didn't know the history of it, and to be honest, I still don't. But I've asked my mom to ask her friend if she knows the story behind the place. But I digress. We went to this beach house to stay for a few days. The place was oldish, but had hints of modern features. The first floor really isn't important, since nothing happened there that I know of. But the second floor, that's where the weird things started happening. I remember going up to the second floor and seeing about 8 old twin beds. They all had bed sheets on them and looked like they were ready to be used, which was really odd. So imagine all the beds lined up. If you continued walking forward, there was the master bedroom. But if you went where the bed started, that's where the room my cousins and I slept in was. Now this room had a small yet powerful wall AC and a plastic white chair. There was also a closet with drawers, a queen bed, and a twin bed. The twin and queen beds were together. My cousins slept in the queen, and I slept in the twin. One of my cousins and I started hearing that the chair would move at night. Initially, we thought it was the powerful small AC that was moving it. We even did a little experiment and found that yes, the air from the air conditioner could actually push the chair. But the problem was, specifically at night, the chair would move even when it was nowhere near the AC. Before I thought this wasn't possible, I didn't believe in ghosts, so I was still skeptical and thought it was just the air conditioner. My cousins and I went to the beach, and when we came back, the room was completely different from how we left it. The sheets were undone, the closet doors and drawers were open, the light was on, the door was open, and the chair was moved. I told my parents, but they didn't believe me. They just said it was probably one of my cousins pranking me, since one of them, E, was known to be mischievous. So J is the one who's not mischievous, and E is the one who is. So one night, when we went to bed, J and E slept on the queen, and I slept on the twin. The beds were put together so it looked like a big bed. J was closer to me, and E was on the other side of the queen. So J, in some sense, slept in the middle. This is important because the third occurrence is the one that impacted me the most. This is the definition of inexplicable. I'm a night owl, so I usually fall asleep the latest. I want to say it was around 1 to 2 in the morning when I decided to go to sleep. I put my phone down, pulled the covers close to my chin since the room was cold, and closed my eyes. I wasn't quite asleep yet, just lying there. 2 or 3 minutes later, it happened. Out of nowhere, the covers were pulled all the way down to my knees. I'm 6 foot tall, so you can imagine how far the covers traveled. When this happened, I shot up so fast. I looked around and thought it was my cousins pranking me, but Jay wouldn't do such a thing, and E was on the other side of the room, so it was impossible that this happened. I got up and started trying to wake up my cousins. I lightly smacked their faces, not hard, and shook them, but they wouldn't wake up. I literally opened their eyes physically with my fingers, and they were still passed out. I was terrified out of my mind. My next thought was to go to my parents' room to tell them what happened, but having to get up and walk past the creepy beds to get to their room made me stay put in the room and literally stay up to watch the sunrise. I was too scared. This experience is the most surreal thing that I've ever had in my life. There was no logical explanation. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I had left the room. My curiosity still makes me wonder about this. Let me know what you think it could have been. Haunted Beach House by the Wind Forest, posted to r/paranormal. A few years ago, my family and I went to stay at a beach house in Clearwater, Florida. The house is rented indefinitely by my husband's wealthy uncle. It's 3 stories, with 2 master bedrooms on the middle floor and 2 bedrooms on the top floor. My husband's parents stayed in one of the masters on the middle floor, and my husband and I stayed upstairs next to our 4-year-old daughter. The morning after our first night there, my mother-in-law asked, "Did you guys hear someone banging on the door at 3 a.m.? We hadn't. She described it as being very loud and continuing for some time. I thought it was strange that she heard that and just stayed in bed, without waking anyone else up or checking. You have to walk up a large wooden staircase to get to the front door. Why would someone be at our door at 3 a.m.? What if they needed help? Personally, it would have scared me, but she's from a different generation, so whatever, I guess. I didn't think about this conversation again for a long time, until one day it occurred to me that it was relevant to something I had experienced. At some point during our trip, my husband and mother-in-law decided to rent bikes and go for a ride, while my father-in-law took my daughter outside to play on the beach. I had the house to myself. My plan was to sit on the couch in the living room and read a book. It was a beautiful room, with floor-to-ceiling windows to view the ocean. However, the wall to my left was a wall of doors, a closet, a laundry room, and a bathroom. I hadn't been reading long when I heard a thud, thud, thud from the direction of the doors. You know the sound it makes when you hit a hollow door? It's different from hitting something solid, and doors tend to have some wiggle room in the frame, so you can hear them shake a bit. I didn't think too much of it. Houses make noises sometimes. Maybe it was the dryer. No big deal. It happened again. Still, no big deal. I returned to my book. But it kept happening. The thuds became frantic, with no pattern or measurable distance of time between them. Finally, I got up. I was scared. I started toward the doors. Eventually, I was so scared that I moved to the sliding door that led to the balcony and beach access. I didn't know what to think. What could possibly be hitting the door that much? At this point, it wasn't just a fluke, and it wasn't just the dryer. What if someone was inside? I called my father-in-law and told him I was scared and needed him to come back. He packed up my daughter and came back to find me on the balcony, too afraid to go inside. I explained what was happening. He went inside to check things out, and of course the banging had stopped as soon as he arrived, so he didn't experience it. He checked all 3 rooms and found nothing that could have caused the noise, so there was no explanation. The rest of the trip went smoothly and nobody reported any strange noises. I didn't spend any more time alone in the house after that. I don't know what those noises were. I'm very interested in the paranormal, but I don't really believe in it. I have to experience it myself, and even then it has to be undeniable. This wasn't undeniable for me. Part of me still thinks there must be some explanation. It's the only weird, unexplained story that I have. I know it's not that scary, but it's real life and it happened to me. Singing at the Beach by Tame Oranges, posted to r/paranormal. My sister Kate and her ex-boyfriend Jake were smoking at the beach when they heard singing behind them. We grew up by a lake with a beach. The only way to get down to the beach was a small path off the cliff. They were sitting on a log around midnight when they heard someone singing from behind and above them on the cliff. Kate described it as haunting, giving her shivers up her spine. At the same time, it was the most beautiful thing she'd ever heard. She shrugged it off as paranoia because of the substances. However, when she turned to Jake, he looked terrified. She whispered, "Did you hear that?" He nodded. The singing grew louder, and suddenly it was right behind them. The cliff was 30 feet high, and there was no way to get down without taking the long path to the left. They ran to the other side of the beach, but the singing followed them, this time coming from their only exit, the path. They sat on a log for hours, terrified. At about 3 a.m, they heard the singing again, but this time from across the beach. Something started running toward them, the sound of sand and rocks being disturbed with every step. While they didn't see anything, they said that they felt this thing stop about 5 feet in front of them. They ran to the path and never looked back. This happened about 9 years ago. Has anyone else heard of something like this happening at a beach? Both of them have told me the same story, even though they don't speak to each other anymore. The Beach House by Unusual Rip 706, posted to r/paranormal. This happened almost 20 years ago, in my late teens, over a span of about 3 or maybe 4 years, at a friend's house in a beach resort town. The house itself is 5 or 6 blocks from the sea. I don't remember the exact dates, but I'd guess that it all happened during summer school holidays, December and January in my country. I know it's cliché, but I'm a skeptic. I've always enjoyed supernatural stuff for entertainment. Horror movies and ghost video channels on YouTube are my guilty pleasures. But I don't get spooked easily. I'm a 36-year-old male, and I've never experienced anything in my life that could be even remotely associated with supernatural causes, except for the events that I'm sharing here. That said, let's begin. The first occurrence. It was my first time at my friend's house, just the two of us, spending a week out of town, far from our parents, with access to booze and chicks in the neighboring houses. Needless to say, we were very excited for the upcoming days. My friend was going to stay at his parents' room, the master suite, and I got a bedroom for myself. Not even 15 minutes after we arrived at the house, I was unpacking my stuff when my friend entered the bedroom with a very spooked expression on his face. He asked me if I had been to his parents' room. I said no, of course I hadn't. He then told me that as he was brushing his teeth in the suite's bathroom, he saw someone through the mirror passing by the door to the master bedroom behind him. It wasn't a shadow, it was a person, clear as day, and according to him, it looked like his older brother, who wasn't there. We brushed it off and went on partying that night like nothing had happened. The second occurrence. Same trip a couple of days later. We were watching TV in the living room, which was the first room you entered when you entered the house. The house was in the middle of a small property, with tall walls around it. The door of the living room was open, but the main gate to the street was closed. As I was looking at the TV, I saw a small, light brown shadow pass by the door, as if a stray dog were wandering in the garden inside of the property. Don't ask me why, but something felt really off about that shadow. But I decided to brush it off and keep watching TV. But my buddy, who was sitting on the same sofa at the same angle relative to the door, instantly stood up and went outside to take a look around the property. I asked him what was going on, and he said that he had seen something like a stray dog pass by the door. Only then did I tell him that I had seen it too. Of course, no dog was found on the property. These first two occurrences became the subject of conversation between us. My friend eventually told his parents, who in turn told him that they had also had strange experiences in the house, but didn't want to get into details. Some of his relatives suspected that the house could have been built on top of a native burial ground, as there are several sites like that in the town. Third occurrence. Another trip, maybe a year or two after the first one. We were going to a party downtown, and my friend's older brother, the same one who looked like the apparition from the first occurrence, was going to drive us there. The brother/driver was inside the house grabbing some stuff, and we, 3 or 4 guys, were already sitting waiting in the car, which was parked right in front of the gate to enter the property. I saw his brother coming out of the house, walking straight through the garden, but instead of leaving the property through the gate, he turned right and disappeared behind the tall walls surrounding the property. I clearly remember thinking, what is this dumbass doing? We're late to the party. Did he see something on the inner side of the wall, maybe? A couple of minutes later, his actual brother left the house and came straight through the gate to the car. As he entered, I asked him what he'd been doing just a couple of minutes before, on the right side of the garden. The answer was that he'd been looking for his wallet in his bedroom for several minutes and had not left the house until just then when I had seen him. So who was it before? Of course, no one else had been there, and it made me start to wonder if he had a doppelganger. The fourth occurrence. By far the most frightening and unexplained thing I've ever experienced. Again, it was another trip. This time, we were with 7 or 8 guys, and one girl who was dating one of my friends. We were all hanging out and drinking in the kitchen. Naturally, the conversation turned to all the odd stuff that we had seen in that house before. After some minutes talking about it, with some guys believing and others not, we heard a loud bang at the kitchen door that led to the backyard of the house. We actually felt the door vibrating, as we were all only 7 or 8 feet away at most. We were terrified. After some minutes of gathering courage, we went outside to the backyard, and all the clothes on the clothesline were on the ground. We were freaked out again, obviously, but we were also 8 young, badass guys drinking and having fun, and we had a girl with us. Showing fear wasn't an option. So we brushed it off as the wind, even though we didn't feel a single breeze, and kept chilling and drinking in the kitchen. But this presence wanted to be acknowledged. Just 10 or 15 minutes after the first bang, while we were already laughing about it, another 3 loud bangs came from the door to the master suite, which led to the kitchen and living area. Not from outside, but from inside the house. And we knew the windows in the master suite had been closed, so there was no wind possibility. For the 3rd time, we were terrified. That's when we couldn't come up with any logical explanation and decided to leave the house and continue drinking at one of the other houses in the same neighborhood. We came back to my friend's place much later, totally intoxicated, and went to sleep quickly, hoping to avoid witnessing anything else weird. After that, I stopped going to that house for a while, probably because I started traveling somewhere else for holidays or began a relationship. I don't remember exactly. But I asked my friend some months later how things were. He told me that his mom had taken a priest to the house and everything had stopped, and that was the end of it. His family still owns the house and he goes there with his kids now. I'm glad that nothing else has happened. The Figure in the Ocean by TLG20. I saw something bizarre in the water at night. I live right on the beach in southwest Florida, just a few buildings down from a friend's house. I went to my friend's house around 5 for dinner, and I left at about 8:30. This happens often, and I usually walk back on the beach to my place at night. But tonight, I saw something that scared the hell out of me. I was about 3/4 of the way back, and almost in front of my building, when I looked out into the water. It was a bit past twilight, so the ocean was pretty dark, with a few bluish-pink clouds on the horizon. About 20 yards out, I saw a figure in the water, just standing there. You could see the water breaking around it. I could only make out a silhouette, but it was tall. I see dolphins, manatees, things like that all the time. But this thing was just standing there. And it was large, a bit wider than the average human. I looked away and looked back, and it was still there. You could barely make it out because of the lighting, but it was definitely there. I looked around the beach. There was no one in sight. No towels, no sandals or flip-flops, and I was instantly freaked out. No one goes swimming this late, especially right in front of my building. I was on the phone at the time, describing what I was seeing, and I just backed up, staring at it until I got to my building. After I got inside, I went up to the 5th floor where I live and stared out at the ocean where I saw it first. But I couldn't see anything at this point. It was getting pretty dark. I don't know what the hell this thing was, but it definitely wasn't a person, and it scared the crap out of me. Mind you, I swim in the ocean every day, and up until this point, I've had zero fear of the ocean. I wasn't intoxicated at all. Has anyone seen any weird phenomena in the ocean at night like this? The silent helicopter and the hunched figure. I was at a park with my then girlfriend, a place where a neighborhood bordered one side and a few miles of dense forest stretched across the other. We were stargazing, sitting in a small clearing near the neighborhood, when I heard a rustling in a patch of shrubbery nearby. It sounded like a person stomping around, and I immediately got up to investigate. This area was known for some sketchy activity, drug deals and things like that, so I was on high alert. What I saw, though, didn't make any sense. Even now, sometimes I feel like I imagined it. I saw what appeared to be a person, hunched over, with a white cloth draped over them. They walked out of the bushes and stood on the path that goes around the entire park. I turned to my girlfriend, and I asked her what it looked like to her. Without telling her what I had seen, she described exactly what I did, in the exact same way. At that point, we decided to leave. We quickly headed to my car, and I, still curious about what we had seen, turned on the high beams, hoping that whatever it was would follow us. But it didn't. Now here's where the story gets even stranger. Please hear me out, as I've never shared this with anyone except my girlfriend, and we never spoke of it again after that night. We decided to continue stargazing, so we drove a few miles to another park, one that's essentially a large open field. We found a bench, sat down, and tried to forget about what had just happened. About 10 or 15 minutes later, we suddenly saw something that wasn't just odd. It was silent. We saw a black helicopter fly over us, making no noise, heading in the direction of the first park. It was totally silent, no sound at all. I've never been able to find a single picture online that matches what we saw, but if you're familiar with the game Halo Reach, it looked like a falcon. The thing maneuvered like nothing I've ever seen. It dipped over the tree line at such a steep angle that we honestly thought it was going to crash. The strangest part? There was an old woman walking her dog in the park, and she didn't react to the helicopter at all. No acknowledgement, no surprise, nothing. It was by far the strangest night of my life. My girlfriend and I agreed that maybe we'd had some bad food and a shared hallucination or something, so we decided to just go home and go to bed. I haven't returned to either of those parks, and I don't plan to. There's some really strange stuff going on out there. The silent, screaming ghost. I'm not sure if I saw something or not, but here's the story. To back up just a little bit, my mother, who's fairly non-religious and definitely not spiritual, claims to have been haunted for decades. She says there's a ghost of an old man who stands next to her bed and silently screams. Like he just stands there, with an open mouth like he's screaming but no sound comes out. Sometimes he disappears for months. Other times, he shows up 3 or 4 times a week. She says that he was around when I was a kid, but she never mentioned him to me or my sister until we were grown and moved out, probably so we wouldn't be scared. He even followed us on a 300-mile move to another state, though it took him about a year and a half to get there. Kind of like a dog, I guess, who gets lost at an interstate rest stop. My non-practicing Catholic stepdad used to laugh whenever she would mention the ghost. About 10 years ago, he switched to saying that actually, he had seen him too now. My mom finds the ghost annoying. She often complains that she wishes, quote, "the damn ghost would just let me sleep." Frank, my stepdad, confirms that sometimes he wakes up to find the old man leaning over the bed, silently screaming. I have a distinct memory of going home from college, hanging out with old friends, drinking, and waking up in the middle of the night needing to use the bathroom. For a split second, as I swung out of bed, I remember seeing a scrawny old man with a dark brown hairstyle, his mouth wide open, but I didn't hear anything. I sprang out of bed right where he was standing, moving before my eyes were even opened. You know how you kind of stumble out of bed in the middle of the night. He was gone, and I wrote it off as the result of beer, the devil's lettuce, and the power of suggestion. I haven't spent many nights at my parents' house since, and I've never seen anything else. But sometimes I wonder if that ghost finally decided, after 19 years, that I was old enough to haunt, only to get freaked out when I startled him as I got out of bed. The Silent Woods. I live near the eastern Sierra Nevada mountains, and I hike there pretty much from May to October. A few years ago, I decided to hike a pretty strenuous trail that leads to a huge rock slide. I parked and noticed that I was the only person there. I had my 2 dogs with me, so I got them out and started up the trail. About a mile in, I came to a clearing that had a huge teepee-like structure in it. The trees were all woven together. I put down my walking stick and stopped to take pictures. It seemed weird, but it also seemed kind of cool. After taking the pictures, I moved up the trail. As soon as I passed the tree structure, I immediately felt like I was being watched, and the woods went silent. It was so strange. No bugs, no birds, no small animal noises, just dead silent. I hike by myself all the time, and I don't usually get creeped out or scared. I've seen bears, and I'm pretty sure that there are cougars in the area, but I kept going. The feeling of being watched only got more intense. My dogs, who are experienced trail dogs, started acting weird. They stayed super close to me, not making much noise, which was unusual for them. I realized that I had left my walking stick down by the tree structure. I didn't want to go back down and get it, and then have to hike back up, so I just kept going. I was about a quarter mile past the tree structure when the feeling of being watched became unbearable. I tried to rationalize it, thinking that it might be a big cat. So I decided to head back down. The rational part of my brain told me to slow down, but my flight response kicked in. I sprinted full speed down the 30 to 40 degree slope. When I got back to the tree structure and meadow, I looked down, and my walking stick was gone. It was nowhere to be seen. It was pretty distinct, too, because it was made from aspen, and I'd picked it up somewhere else, and there are no aspens in this part of the forest. I was absolutely terrified. I kept running, feeling like I was being chased, but I never saw anything. I never heard anything either. Yes, it could have been a big cat, but why would it only start after I passed the tree structure? And how did my walking stick disappear? Last time I checked, big cats don't need those. I didn't stop running until I was nearly back to the parking lot, and that's when the feeling of being watched and chased finally left me. I will never, ever go back there. Just thinking about it still gives me the creeps. We Don't Talk About What Happened at Cloudland Canyon by Jennifer M. I'm writing this because my husband thinks that I'm losing it, and maybe putting it down will help me figure out what actually happened. Or, at the very least, maybe there's somebody else that has experienced something similar and can tell me I'm not crazy. Last October, we went camping at Cloudland Canyon State Park in the northwest corner of Georgia, right on the edge of Lookout Mountain. It was supposed to be a quick weekend trip. We'd been talking about getting away from Atlanta for months, and my coworker had recommended this place. She said the fall colors were incredible and the trails were challenging but manageable. We got there on a Friday afternoon, I think maybe somewhere around 1. The park has developed camping areas with bathrooms and water hookups, but we were looking for something a little bit more remote. There's a backcountry camping area about 3 miles or so from the main campground, accessible only by hiking trail. You need a permit, and they do limit it to a few sites, but we had reserved one, and we were site number 4. The hike in was absolutely gorgeous. The trail follows the canyon rim, and you get these views of the valley below, where you can see the layers of rock going down hundreds of feet. It was late afternoon when we started, and the light was hitting the trees at that perfect angle where everything looks golden. We got to the backcountry area around 6. There are 5 sites total, each one separated by enough distance that you can't really see the other campers, unless you're walking between sites. We passed Site 1 and 2 on the way in. Both of them were empty. Site 3 looked occupied, but I didn't see anybody around and figured they were out on a hike or something. Site 4 was perfect. There was a flat clearing, a fire ring, bare cables for hanging your food. We set up the tent and got a fire going before it got dark. We made dinner and had some whiskey, and we were just talking about nothing important. It was exactly what we needed. Around 10, we heard someone screaming. It was a really weird scream, though. It wasn't like a startled scream like somebody had been scared, but it wasn't like somebody was hurt either. It sounded like somebody was standing in the woods, just beyond our firelight, doing a high-pitched shriek that went on for maybe 5 seconds, stopped, and then started again. It literally sounded like there was somebody in the woods just standing in place, screaming, waiting a beat, and then doing it again, almost like they were practicing for a role or something. My husband Dave grabbed the flashlight and pointed it toward where the sound was coming from, but there was nothing there other than the trees. The screaming stopped. We waited. There were about 2 minutes of complete silence. And then it happened again. But this time it was coming from a completely different direction, behind us, and it seemed like from deeper in the woods. Dave called out and asked if anybody needed help, but we didn't get a response. Just that shriek starting up again from yet another spot, this time to our left. I grew up in rural Tennessee, and I know what foxes sound like. I know bobcats and owls and coyotes and every other animal that makes weird noises at night. And this wasn't any of those. It was definitely coming from something with lungs. You could hear the breath behind it, and it was moving. Each time it started up again, it came from somewhere new, like whatever was making the sound was circling our campsite. We let the fire die down and went into the tent. Dave wanted to pack up and hike out, but I talked him out of it. 3 miles on an unfamiliar trail in complete darkness seemed a lot more dangerous than waiting until morning. We didn't sleep, though. We just laid there, listening, looking at each other. Around midnight, the screaming stopped, and we heard footsteps. Something was walking around our tent. They were not trying to be quiet about it either. They were just walking in circles, maybe 10 feet away. The rhythm of the steps was off. It was like when you try to walk normally after you sprained your ankle, but you can't quite get the pattern right. Like step, step, drag, step, step, drag, over and over. And then it stopped at the entrance of our tent. I am not exaggerating when I say that we could hear breathing on the other side of the fabric. It was this wet, heavy, moist breath like someone had just sprinted a mile. Dave had his hunting knife out. I had my hand on the bear spray. Neither of us moved. The breathing continued for, I don't know, maybe 3 minutes, and then whatever it was walked away. We heard the footsteps getting more distant, that same off-rhythm pattern, until finally we couldn't hear them anymore. We stayed in the tent until first light. We never said a word to each other. When the sun came up, we packed everything as fast as we could and started our hike out. We didn't even stop at the ranger station. We didn't report anything. We just got in the car and drove home. But here's the part that made me want to write this down. 2 days later, I got a call from an unknown number. Not an unknown number like it said unknown, but just I didn't recognize the number. I almost didn't answer, but something made me pick it up. It was a woman. She said her name was Angela, and she said she was calling because she had been camping at Cloudland Canyon over the weekend. She said she was in Site 3. I asked how she got my number. She said that she had asked the rangers who had been camping at Site 4, and they'd given her my contact information from the permit. I still kind of find that hard to believe, but I don't really have another explanation. One way or another, though, she got my number. Then she asked if we had heard anything strange on Friday night. I told her that we'd heard screaming and about the footsteps and everything. I was expecting her to say she had heard the same thing. Instead, she got really quiet. And then she asked me what time we'd heard the footsteps. I said, around midnight, I think. She told me that at midnight, on Friday, she'd been walking back to her campsite from the bathroom area. She said that she had seen somebody standing at the edge of Site 4, just standing there in the darkness, facing our tent. She said she called out asking if everything was okay, and the figure had turned to look at her but didn't say anything. It just stared at her for a few seconds and then walked into the woods. I asked her what the person looked like. She said that's why she was calling, because it hadn't looked like a person exactly. The proportions were wrong. The arms were super long. And when it walked away, the movement was really weird, like it was having trouble coordinating its legs. She said she'd gone back to her tent and packed up immediately. She hiked out with a headlamp at 1 a.m. because she didn't want to stay there. I asked if she had reported it to the rangers, and she said that she had. They told her it was probably just another camper, but she knew what she had seen and it was not a person. We talked for maybe 20 minutes. She wanted to know if I thought we should report it together, make more noise about it. I told her I didn't really know what we'd even report, that we saw something that didn't look quite human, that we heard screaming and footsteps. She seemed disappointed, but she understood. We agreed to stay in touch if either of us heard anything else about the area. I didn't hear from her again, until last week. She sent me an email with a link to a news article. A hiker had gone missing at Cloudland Canyon in December. A guy in his 30s who'd gone out for a day hike and never come back. They'd found his car at the trailhead, but no sign of him. The search had been called off after 2 weeks or so. The article mentioned that other hikers had reported hearing strange screaming sounds in the backcountry area during the same time period. Angela's email just said, "Same area. Thought you should know." I looked up Cloudland Canyon after that, started going through the forums and hiking sites. I found a few mentions of weird sounds. One person said they heard what they thought was a woman crying near the backcountry sites, but when they investigated, nobody was there. Another person said that they saw something walking on the trail at dusk that looked human from a distance, but when they got closer, it ran off into the woods in a way that seemed unnatural. But there was one comment in particular that stuck with me. Someone had posted asking if anyone knew the Native American history of the area. Someone else responded saying the Cherokee had stories about the canyon, about things that lived in the deep places that could mimic human voices and appearance. They said the word they used translated roughly to skinwalker, but it wasn't exactly the same as the Navajo concept. I don't know if I believe that, but then again, I don't know what I believe. What I know is that something was at our campsite that night. Something that could scream and walk and breathe. Something that stood outside our tent and then stood at the edge of our camp staring at another hiker. I know that Angela saw the same thing I heard. I know that both of us left our trips earlier than we meant to, because we felt unsafe in a way that went well beyond normal camping concerns. And I know that a man disappeared from that same area a couple of months later. Dave absolutely refuses to talk about it. He says we heard a fox or a coyote, that Angela probably saw another camper, and that we're connecting unrelated events because our brains want to make patterns. Maybe he's right. Maybe I am losing it. But I keep thinking about those footsteps, that weird pattern. It was like someone was trying to walk like a human but didn't really know how or something. I don't really know how to describe it, but I'm not going back there. I don't care how beautiful the fall colors are. If anyone reading this has experienced anything similar in the area or knows more about the history, I'd really like to hear about it. I need to know if what we encountered was an isolated incident or if this kind of thing has been happening for a long time. Because right now, I don't really know what's worse. The idea that there's something in those woods that shouldn't exist, or the idea that it's been there all along, and we just happened to notice it. My students drew the same thing after the lights over Roswell, by Patricia H. I taught 3rd grade at Mesa Elementary in Roswell, New Mexico for 16 years before retiring last spring. Yes, that Roswell. You get used to the alien tourism, the UFO museum, all that stuff. It's background noise. Most of us who live here don't think that much about it. What happened in my classroom in November of 2023 changed how I feel about that. I'm retired now, so I don't have to worry about sounding unprofessional or having parents question my judgment. So I'm just going to tell you what I saw. Obviously, I have changed the name of the school and some details to protect privacy. It started on a Tuesday night. There were lights over the northern part of the city. Lots of people saw them. Bright white lights moved in formation, completely silent, according to reports. They were visible for about 21 minutes before disappearing. The local news covered it. Kirtland Air Force Base out of Albuquerque put out a statement saying they had no aircraft in the area. The usual explanations got thrown around. Drones, satellites, and atmospheric phenomena. I didn't see the lights myself. I was home grading papers, and I didn't hear about it until the next morning when it was all over social media. I figured it would be a distraction in class, and I was right. Half my students were talking about it when they came in. Several said they had seen the lights from their houses. Wednesday went normally, otherwise. We did our regular lessons. The kids were excited, but not unusually so. Roswell kids grow up with UFO stuff everywhere. They're pretty desensitized to it. Thursday morning was when things got strange. I always start the day with free drawing time, while I take attendance and handle morning administrative stuff. The kids can draw whatever they want. It's usually a mix of things like cartoon characters, their pets, their families, random designs. Usually they can sit in different places too in the room, so it's not like they all sit next to each other. That Thursday, every single student in my class drew the same thing. I'm not exaggerating. All 22 of them. They drew tall, thin figures with large heads and big dark eyes. The classic gray alien shape. Some drawings were more detailed than others, depending on the kid's skill, but they were all fundamentally the same. Same proportions, same basic features. I noticed it as I walked around the room. At first, I thought a few of them had influenced each other, that maybe one kid started drawing an alien and other people copied it. They were all very focused on their own papers. Nobody was looking at anyone else's work. They were drawing independently and producing identical images. I stopped the drawing time early and asked what they were making. Almost all of them said the same thing. They looked as shocked as I was, by the way, that they had all drawn the same figures. They had dreamed about these figures the night before, they said. They described dreams where they were in their bedrooms, with these beings standing near their beds watching them. The beings didn't do anything threatening, they just stood there. The kids said that they couldn't move in the dreams or call out. They could only watch the figures watching them. 11 of the 22 students reported essentially the same dream. The other 11 had drawn the figures, but said they just felt like drawing them and didn't know why. I collected all the drawings. I still have them. I told the kids we would talk more about it later and moved on with the day's lessons. During lunch, I went to the teacher's lounge and mentioned it to a few other teachers. One of them, call her Sandra, taught 4th grade. She got a weird look on her face and pulled out her phone. She showed me photos that she had taken of her students' morning drawings. Same thing. Thin figures with large heads and very dark eyes. She'd had 14 students draw variations of the same image, and most of them reported dreams very similar to what my students had said. Sandra and I went to the principal during our planning period. We showed him the drawings and explained what the students had been saying. Perhaps I could have written this all off if it was just in my classroom. Maybe they did happen to see each other's papers or something when I wasn't looking. But 2 independent classrooms full of kids drawing the same thing? He looked uncomfortable. He said that he had heard from several parents that morning, across grades, who were concerned because their children had been talking about nightmares. He hadn't connected it to anything specific until we showed him the pattern. He made some calls. By the end of the day, we learned that teachers at 2 other completely different elementary schools in the district had reported similar situations. Large numbers of students were drawing the same figures and reporting the same types of dreams. This was now happening across multiple schools, with kids who had no contact with one another. The principal sent out a letter to parents that afternoon, very carefully worded, as you can imagine. It acknowledged that some students had experienced unsettling dreams following recent reports of unusual lights in the area. It suggested that media coverage and community discussion of the lights might have influenced susceptible children. It is recommended to limit exposure to news and social media about the incident. That kind of crap. That was the official explanation. Mass suggestion, heightened anxiety after seeing something unusual in the sky. Kids influence each other at school or through social media. Totally reasonable explanation. Except that my students drew those figures before school started on Thursday morning, before they'd had a chance to really talk to each other about their dreams, before they'd seen each other's drawings. And most didn't even have access to social media. Several of the younger ones didn't even know the lights had been in the news. I talked to a few parents individually over the following days, off-the-record conversations. One mother told me her daughter had woken up at around 3 a.m. on Wednesday, crying. She'd gone to the girls' room and found her sitting up in bed, staring at the corner. The girl said that there were people there. The mother couldn't see anything. She calmed her daughter down and stayed with her until she fell back asleep. Another parent said that his son had asked at breakfast Thursday morning whether the tall man with the big eyes was real or just a dream. The father had no idea what he was talking about. The dreams stopped after that weekend. The kids went back to normal. By the following week, most had completely forgotten about it. When I asked a few about the drawings casually, they looked at the pictures like they barely remembered making them. I taught until the end of the school year, and then I retired as planned. I didn't leave because of this incident. I had already made that decision, but it definitely reinforced my feeling that I was ready to be done. I don't know what to make of what happened. The rational explanations don't quite fit. The timing was too precise. The consistency was too exact. 22 children who spent the night in different houses across the city all dreamed about the same beings, and then independently drew them before they could have really influenced each other? And then multiple classrooms, multiple schools? I've lived in Roswell my whole life. I've rolled my eyes at the alien conspiracy theories more times than I can count. But I saw those drawings and I talked to those kids and parents. Something happened to them that week. I don't know what it was. I just know that the official explanation doesn't cover it. The Wrong Side of the Trace by Caleb R. I stopped going to the land between the lakes about 6 years ago. Most people around here just call it LBL. If you aren't local, you might know it from the ghost hunting shows talking about the beast of LBL, which is supposed to be some kind of werewolf. I don't buy into the wolf stuff. What I ran into wasn't a dog. It was something boring that turned terrifying. I grew up in Cadiz, so the recreation area was basically my backyard. It's a massive peninsula between Kentucky Lake and Lake Barkley. The vibe there is weird, because the government forced everyone out in the 60s to build it. They flooded towns, they moved bodies. They left the foundations of the houses and the old roadbeds deep in the woods. You can be walking through thick brush and suddenly step onto a paved driveway that leads to nowhere. It was late November. The leaves were mostly down, which means visibility should have been good. I wasn't hunting. I was just looking to clear my head. I took my truck down the trace, which is the main road running north to south through the park. I pulled off onto one of the gravel forestry roads near the Tennessee border side. I wanted to check out a spot on the map where an old cemetery was supposed to be. Not one of the maintained ones, one of the forgotten ones. I parked the truck at a trailhead that didn't look like it'd seen tires in months. I grabbed my day pack and a walking stick. The air was cold. I hiked in about 2 miles. The topography in LBL is deceptive. It looks flat from the road, but it's full of ravines and limestone ridges. I found the area where the cemetery was supposed to be. There were no headstones, just sunken depressions in the earth arranged in rows. It's a grim sight. It reminds you that people lived here and died here before the government turned it into a campground. I sat on a downed log to drink some water, and that's when the silence hit. Usually, the woods are noisy. There's squirrels rustling and birds and the wind and the few remaining leaves. But this was dead air. I think people call it the Oz effect. It felt like walking into a room where two people had just stopped fighting. I checked my watch. It was only 2:30 p.m., so plenty of light. I started walking back toward the truck, but I decided to cut across a ridge to save time. This was a mistake. I stepped over a rotting log and I heard a snap behind me. I stopped. The snap echoed. I waited for a little bit, but nothing else happened. I took another step. The sound came from behind me again. This was not an echo. An echo is instantaneous. This was delayed by maybe half a second. It sounded exactly like my boot hitting the dry leaves. The weight was the same and the cadence was too. I stood still for a solid minute. My heart started doing that heavy thumping thing in my throat. I told myself it was just a deer stalking me. Deer are curious. They'll follow you sometimes. I took 3 quick steps. The sound behind me matched it perfectly, but the delay was gone. It was synchronized now. I spun around. The woods were gray and brown, vertical lines of tree trunks. Nothing moved. I scanned the gaps between the oaks. I looked for the horizontal shape of an animal, but I didn't see anything. "Hello?" I called out. "Hello?" a voice said back. It wasn't an echo. It was my voice, like a recording. It had the same exact pitch and hesitation and upward inflection at the end. But it didn't come from the woods behind me. This time, it came from directly above me. I looked up. There was nothing in the canopy. My stomach dropped, and I got that prickly feeling on the back of my neck. The kind that signals immediate danger. I started walking fast. I knew that if I ran, whatever this was would chase me. I kept my eyes forward, navigating the uneven ground. The footsteps were right on my heels now. They sounded heavier than me, and it didn't sound like boots anymore. It sounded like bare feet slapping against hard dirt. I reached a small creek bed. I had to slide down the embankment. My boots skidded on the mud. Behind me, I heard another skid, but it sounded wet and sloppy, like something large dragging itself through the slush. I scrambled up the other side of the ravine. I was breathing hard. I risked a glance over my shoulder. At the top of the ridge I had just ascended, there was a tree. A white oak. It looked normal for a second, but then I realized the proportions were wrong. The trunk split about 7 feet up, but the split wasn't wood. It was legs. It was standing perfectly still, blending in with the bark. It was way taller than I thought, maybe 8 or 9 feet. The legs were gray and thin, and they looked just like the surrounding timber. The upper body was indistinct, just a mass of gray that looked like a burl on the wood, but it had a face. It was just a flat, pale surface. There wasn't a nose or a mouth, but there were 2 dark spots where eyes should be. It was looking at the sky. And then it opened its mouth. "Hello?" it said. It was my voice again. but this time it was distorted, like somebody was playing it through a blown-out speaker. I didn't care about anything anymore. I ran. I tore through the briars. The thorns ripped my jeans and cut my hands, but I couldn't even feel it at the time. I just pumped my arms and legs, focusing on the flash of white gravel that would signal the road. I could hear it crashing through the woods behind me. It wasn't mimicking me anymore. It was moving with a terrifying, chaotic rhythm. It sounded like branches breaking and heavy thuds. This thing was fast. I saw the gravel road. I burst out of the tree line and sprinted toward my truck. I fumbled for my keys and dropped them. And then I screamed. I actually screamed. I scrambled for the keys and snatched them up and jammed the fob into the door lock. I threw myself into the cab and locked the doors. I looked out the driver's side window. The tree line was empty. The crashing had stopped, and the silence was back. I started the engine and threw it into reverse. I backed out of that spot so fast, I almost put the truck in a ditch. I hammered the gas and didn't let up until I hit the paved surface of the trace. I drove all the way to Golden Pond, the visitor center, before I slowed down. I sat in the parking lot for an hour, just watching the other cars. Normal people, families on vacation. I watched a guy checking the air pressure on his camper tires. It felt weird to see normal life happening when I had just been hunted by a tree that spoke with my voice. I drove home. I didn't tell my wife. I didn't tell my buddies. I thought that was the end of it. But 2 days later, I was in my garage. I was organizing my tool bench. I had the garage door open, and it was maybe 9 p.m. at night. I live in a subdivision, so we have neighbors and streetlights. It's not the middle of the woods or anything. I dropped a wrench. It hit the concrete with a loud clang. From the backyard, from the darkness beyond the fence, I heard the exact same sound, with the same resonance, but delayed. I hit the button to close the garage door and stood there watching the gap at the bottom close. Just before the seal hit the concrete, I heard one more thing. Hello? It wasn't my voice this time. It sounded like a child, a little girl, and then it giggled. I don't go into the woods anymore. I don't even go into my own backyard after dark. I put floodlights on every corner of my house and told my wife it was just for security, and she seemed to accept that. My electric bill is through the roof, but ask me if I care. I think it followed me home. Or maybe it was already here, who knows. I tried to convince myself that last one was just a neighbor kid messing around. But the sound came from the drainage ditch behind my lock. There are no kids that play back there. It's full of kudzu and snakes. Sometimes when I'm in the shower, I hear the water turn off before I actually turn the handle. Just for a split second. The sound cuts out, and then the water stops, like it's anticipating me. I checked the maps again yesterday. The place where I parked in LBL, that old road bed, well, I looked up the history. There was a homestead there back in the 1920s. It burned down. The records say that the family was never found. I don't know what that thing is. I don't think it's a ghost. Ghosts are dead people, right? But this thing felt like it was a part of the biology of the woods. Like a species we just haven't classified yet, because it knows how to hide too well. I'm moving next month. We're moving out to Arizona, somewhere with no trees, somewhere flat. If I hear an echo in the desert, well, at least I'll be able to see what's making it. If you do go to LVL, stay on the pavement. If you hear your own footsteps when you stop walking, don't look back. Just leave. Christmas lights over US 95. A few years back, I was driving through Nevada on Christmas Eve because I'm bad at planning and thought it would be smart to move states in the middle of the holidays. I was on US 95, headed toward Tonopah, which, if you haven't driven it, it's basically a long, empty strip where nothing happens except your brain getting weird from all the darkness. It was late, around 10 or so, and traffic was non-existent. I'd left Fallon later than I should have, and by the time I hit the open stretch, the radio wasn't picking up anything but garbage. I shut it off and figured I would just focus on driving. At first, it was kind of peaceful. The heater was humming, the desert was cold outside, Christmas vibes in the loosest possible sense. And then I noticed a light in the sky ahead of me. I thought it was a plane at first. Just one bright white light, not moving much. Totally normal for out there. That part of Nevada has military stuff all over the place, so the sky gets weird sometimes. But after a few minutes, I realized it wasn't behaving like anything I'd ever seen before. It wasn't drifting or blinking. It just kind of hung out there above the highway like it was waiting for something. I figured I was overtired and just ignored it. Then the radio turned itself back on. It was full static, louder than I'd ever had it. Scared the hell out of me. I turned it off again, but I had a real jumpy feeling after that, like something was paying attention to the car. A few seconds later, the light blinked out. Just poof, gone. I stared at the sky waiting for it to come back, and sure enough it did. Only now it showed up way lower and to the left, almost level with the hills. That was the moment when my stomach dropped a little bit. It started moving in ways that didn't really look like normal aircraft movement. Instead of the slow arc of a plane or the steady climb of a helicopter, it slid sideways, and then up, then down. The motions were sharp and controlled, almost mechanical, but not in any way that made sense, like whoever was driving it was bored and dragging it around. I was still trying to explain it away when my dashboard lights went out. Not the headlights, thankfully, those stayed on, but everything inside went black at the exact same second. The gauges, the backlight, even the USB charger quit. The engine was still there, but the car suddenly felt like it was floating through the dark instead of driving. The radio, which I had turned off, clicked on again by itself, blasting static. Under the static, I heard something else, some kind of pulsing sound. It wasn't a voice, I didn't really hear words. It was just this steady wave of noise that didn't really match anything mechanical. The light in the sky stopped moving and held position. It stayed at the same distance from me no matter how much I slowed down. I had the weird sense that it was pacing me. This went on long enough that I started counting mile markers just to make sure I wasn't losing time. I've read enough weird desert stories to know that missing time is never a good sign. I saw a gas station sign up ahead right when I needed it. It was so sudden it almost felt like it appeared out of nowhere. I mean, it didn't literally pop into existence or anything, but I should have seen the glow way earlier than I did. Instead, it was just suddenly there in the dark. The second that sign came into view, the light shot straight up, like a perfect vertical line, way too fast for anything I know about. It got smaller and smaller, and then disappeared. My dashboard lights came back instantly. The radio shut off and stayed off, thankfully. The air in the car went back to normal, and my shoulders unclenched. I didn't even know I had clenched them. I pulled into the gas station, mostly to get my head together. It was one of those old, run-down places with 2 pumps and a flickering neon open sign. I don't think I saw another car there, but I remembered a beat-up pickup on the far side of the lot, which might be a false memory, but I don't know. Inside, the clerk didn't act like anything was strange, didn't comment on me looking freaked out. He just rang me up, while some old Christmas movie played on a tiny TV behind him. Right as I turned to leave, he looked at the windows and said, almost to himself, "Quiet out there tonight." No idea what he meant by that. When I got back in the car, I checked my phone. It said a little after midnight, which didn't really line up cleanly with how long that stretch should have taken. But hey, maybe I misjudged the distance. Hard to say. My brain was a little scrambled. I drove to Tonopah with the radio off and the lights on high beams. No more weird sky stuff, thankfully, and my car electronics acted normally. Just desert and silence once again. But here's a part of it that really bugs me. So I tried to find that gas station on Google Maps the next day, and I couldn't. There are stations along that road, sure, but nothing exactly where I swear this one was. And the one closest to where this one was way more modern looking, not the old half-dead one like the one that I pulled into. I'm not saying I slipped into another dimension or anything. I'm not even saying it was aliens, but whatever was in the sky that night was not a plane or a helicopter, and the way my car reacted wasn't normal. Oh, and if you're gonna say it was drones, this was a while ago, so not everybody had drones like they do now, and it was too big to be one. Also, when's the last time your drone turned your internal car mechanics off? Yeah, I don't think it was that either. All I know is I don't drive that road at night anymore. Daytime is fine. Beautiful even. But Christmas Eve on US 95? Yeah, absolutely not doing that again. Something Followed Us Back to Camp by Daniel H. I grew up in the Southwest and spent enough time around Navajo friends to know the stories. Skinwalkers are not a joke out there. People don't like talking about them, and when they do, it's usually short and careful. I am not Navajo myself, so I'm not claiming any authority here. I just know where you're not supposed to whistle, what you're not supposed to joke about, and which parts of the land people avoid without needing a reason. This happened in northern New Mexico. Winter, high elevation. Pinyon and juniper country, with patches of ponderosa. Snow on the ground, but not deep enough to stop hiking. Cold enough that sound carries. 2 friends and I were camping on public land, not far from the edge of Navajo Nation. We were careful about where we went. We didn't cross onto tribal land. We weren't sightseeing or ghost hunting, just a winter overnight to get out of town. We set camp before dark. Small fire, tents close together, and food hung properly. Nothing fancy. By the time the sun went down, the woods went dead quiet. It was just thick winter stillness, with no wind or animals at all. Around maybe 10 p.m., we started hearing footsteps. Not crunching snow, exactly. More like packed ground being stepped on carefully. Slow, too heavy for a deer, and too controlled to be an elk. It circled the camp once, just outside of the firelight. We all heard it, but nobody said anything at first. We just looked at each other. Eventually, one of my friends whispered, "You hear that?" The footsteps stopped. That's when the smell hit. Wet fur with rotting meat underneath, like something that hadn't been cleaned properly. It drifted through the camp in waves. We added wood to the fire, and it stayed just bright enough to keep the trees lit at the edge. Whatever it was didn't come closer. It stayed just past where the light reached. And then it spoke. It sounded exactly like my friend Aaron's voice. The same tone and pacing. It said my name the way he always does, dragging out the first syllable slightly. It came from the trees to my left, not from where Aaron was sitting. Aaron went pale immediately. He shook his head without saying a word. The voice tried again, closer this time. Same casual delivery. It said something that only Aaron and I would normally joke about, something dumb from years ago, and not something you would overhear. I felt this heavy pressure on my chest, like my body wanted to stand up and answer, even though my brain was screaming not to. None of us responded. The footsteps started again, moving faster now, circling tighter, still just outside of the firelight. The smell got worse, strong enough to make my eyes water. And then the voice changed. It dropped whatever attempt it was making to sound right. It started repeating my name, but the timing was wrong, like it was testing how the word fit in its mouth. I don't know how long this went on. Time felt stretched. The fire popped. Snow shifted in the trees. The thing kept moving. At some point, it laughed, but it didn't sound like a person. It sounded like air being forced through a shape that didn't quite know how to use it. It cut off suddenly, like someone turning off a radio. The footsteps stopped again, and everything went quiet. We stayed awake the entire night. The fire burned low, but we didn't dare let it go out. None of us slept, and none of us talked much either. Every once in a while we'd hear something from far off in the trees, but it never came into the light. At first light, we packed up, fast. We didn't bother with breakfast or coffee, we just wanted to leave. We saw the tracks on the way out. They circled the camp in the snow, clear impressions, barefoot with long toes, heels too narrow. They didn't match any animal that I know of. The stride was wrong, too. The tracks led away from camp for a short distance, and then stopped, just ended in the middle of an open patch of snow. There were no return tracks, or continuation. As we were hiking out, maybe a mile from camp, we heard Aaron's voice again, behind us. He was walking right next to me. None of us turned around. It called out again, louder this time, like it was annoyed. The sound came from farther back than before, like it was keeping its distance for some reason. We didn't run, and we certainly didn't answer. We just kept walking until we hit the truck and drove straight home. I didn't tell this story for a long time. I don't even like writing it out. I know what people will say. Stress, cold, animals, group paranoia. All I know is this. I've camped in winter before. I've heard coyotes and owls and elk and people messing around in the woods. Nothing else has ever used my friend's voice to try to get me to step into the dark. The Adobe on the Mesa by Marcus L. I moved into a rental on the outskirts of Santa Fe last year. It was an old adobe house. It had thick mud walls and heavy viga ceiling beams. It sat on a high ridge overlooking a dry arroyo. The rent was suspiciously low for the area, but I figured it was just because the place was dated and lacked central air. I'm a freelance graphic designer. I work from home. I spend a lot of time alone, so I'm used to the normal creaks and groans of an old building settling. This place was different. Adobe usually feels warm and grounding. This house felt hollow. It didn't matter how high I turned the heat. The air stayed thin and sharp. The issues started in the hallway bathroom. It had one of those heavy, hammered tin mirrors that are very popular in New Mexican decor. About a week after I moved in, I was brushing my teeth before bed. I looked up and noticed a dark smudge on the glass. I wiped it away, but it wasn't on the surface. It was behind the silvering. Over the next few days, that smudge started to take shape. It wasn't a face or a figure. It looked like a handprint, but with too many knuckles. I stopped using that bathroom. I'm not a confrontational person, even with inanimate objects. I just moved my toothbrush to the kitchen sink. A few nights later, I was working late on a project for a client in California. My desk faces a corner of the main living area. At about 2 a.m., the temperature in the room dropped so fast I could see my breath. I heard a sound coming from the basement. This house should not have a basement. Most Adobe homes are built on a slab or maybe a shallow crawl space at best, but I had found a heavy wooden trap door in the pantry a few days earlier. I had assumed at the time that it was a root cellar. The sound was a steady, rhythmic thumping. It sounded like someone was taking a heavy mallet and hitting the underside of the floorboards. Thump, thump, thump. It moved from the pantry across the kitchen and stopped right behind my chair. I didn't turn around. I sat there, staring at my monitor, watching the cursor blink. The air behind my neck felt like dry ice. Then I heard a whisper. It wasn't a voice that I recognized. It sounded like two pieces of sandpaper being rubbed together. It said my name, but it butchered the vowels. Instead of Marcus, it sounded like Mercs. I grabbed my laptop and ran to my bedroom. I pushed the heavy chest of drawers in front of the door. I stayed awake until the sun hit the peaks of the Sangre de Cristo Mountains. The next morning, I decided to check the pantry. I pulled back the rug and lifted the trap door. The air that came out of the hole did not smell like dirt or old wood. It smelled metallic. I shone my flashlight down the ladder. The basement was bigger than the house itself. It was a cavernous space with smooth, whitewashed walls that looked like bone. In the center of the room, there was a single chair. It was a modern office chair, the exact same model I was using at my desk upstairs. It was facing the corner, exactly how my desk was positioned. I didn't go down there. I slammed the door and put a heavy crate of bottled water on top of it. Things escalated. My reflection in the windows started lagging. I'd walk past a glass door and my reflection would keep walking for a split second after I stopped. I started to find small piles of red sand in the corners of my bedroom, even though I kept the windows shut and the house was sealed against the desert wind. The worst part of all of it, though, was the visitor in the hallway. Every evening at sunset, a shadow would appear at the far end of the corridor leading to the bedrooms. It wasn't a shadow cast by any furniture. It was a three-dimensional patch of darkness that was blacker than the surrounding air. It would just stand there. If I walked toward it, it would retreat into the guest room. If I turned my back, I could hear it shuffling closer. The sound was like someone walking in heavy corduroy pants. I tried to call the landlord. The number was disconnected. I looked up the property records at the county office. The house had been owned by a series of holding companies for the last 30 years. Nobody stayed longer than 6 months. Last night was the breaking point. I was asleep when I felt something heavy sit on the edge of my bed. I thought it was a dream until I felt the mattress dip. I didn't open my eyes. I kept them squeezed shut. And then I felt a finger, long, dry, and cold, trace a line from my forehead down to my chin. It felt like a piece of old parchment. The voice from the living room came back, but this time it was right in my ear. It didn't whisper my name. It started reciting my bank password of all things. It was a string of random numbers and letters that I've never told anyone and only means something to me. It spoke in a flat, monotone drone, clicking between every digit. I waited until it finished. As soon as the weight left the bed, I bolted. I didn't grab clothes or work gear or anything, except, of course, for my keys and wallet. I drove to a Motel 6 in town, and I've been here for 2 days. I went back this afternoon with a friend to get my computer. The house was wide open. The front door was swinging in the breeze. The pantry rug had been shredded into neat, equal-sized strips. The trap door was gone. Not just open, but completely removed from the hinges and gone. When I got to my desk, my monitor was on. There was a single Word document open. It was thousands of pages long. It was just my name, over and over, written in a font I didn't have installed on my system. The letters looked like they were made of thorns. My friend, who doesn't even believe in paranormal stuff, wouldn't go into the hallway. He said the air felt crowded. We grabbed the CPU and the monitors and left. As I was backing out of the driveway, I looked up at the living room window. I was standing there. I mean, something that looked exactly like me was standing in the window. It was wearing the same hoodie I had on. It was waving at me. But it wasn't waving like a person. Its wrist was rotating in a full circle, around and around, while its arm stayed perfectly still. I'm currently staying at an Airbnb in Albuquerque. I looked at my bank account an hour ago. My password has been changed. I did not change it. I tried to call the fraud department, but the phone line just made that sandpaper scratching sound until I hung up. I'm sitting in a brightly lit coffee shop right now because I don't want to be alone in the dark. I keep seeing movement in the reflection of my laptop screen, just at the edge of my shoulder. The Night Shift at the VLA, Julian V. I spent 3 years working as a maintenance tech at the Very Large Array, or VLA, out on the plains of San Agustin. If you've never been, it's a massive radio astronomy observatory with 27 giant dish antennas. It's about 50 miles west of Socorro, and it's the definition of isolated. There's no cell service, no radio, ironically, just a massive flat basin surrounded by mountains. I was on the graveyard shift, which usually meant driving a service truck out to whichever dish was acting up. The antennas move on railroad tracks to change their configuration. When they move at night, they look like giant white ghosts crawling across the desert floor. You get used to the scale of it, but you never quite get used to the silence. Radio telescopes need radio quiet, so you can't even have a microwave running in the break room when they're observing. About 6 months ago, I got a call for a drive motor failure on antenna 24. It was positioned way out on the north arm, miles from the main control building. I drove out there in the company truck, the headlights cutting a lonely path through the sagebrush. The wind was kicking up, whistling through the lattice work of the dishes. I climbed the ladder to the pedestal deck, about 30 feet up. I had my headlamp on and my tool belt jingling. I was elbows deep in the motor housing when I heard a metallic ping. It sounded like someone had stuck one of the structural struts with a ball-peen hammer. I stopped and listened. I figured it was just the metal contracting in the desert cold. Then I heard it again, but this time it was a rhythmic tapping. It was like tap, 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 tap. It was coming from the top of the dish, the sub-reflector assembly that hangs over the center of the big bowl. I panned my headlamp up. The beam hit the white surface of the dish. Standing on the very edge of the rim, 40 feet above me, was a figure. It looked like a man wearing a vintage high-altitude flight suit, the kind that they used in the 50s during the early jet tests. It was olive drab with a heavy glass visor, but the way he was standing just wasn't right. He was leaning out over the edge, at an impossible angle for a human, gravity not seeming to apply. He was looking down at me, or at least his visor was pointed my way. I yelled up, thinking maybe it was one of the researchers pulling a prank. There's a lot of dark humor among people who live in the middle of nowhere. He did not answer. He just started walking. He walked straight down the interior curve of the parabolic dish. He wasn't sliding or bracing himself or anything. He was stepping as if the vertical surface was flat ground. I didn't stay on that pedestal. I scrambled down the ladder so fast I ripped my work pants. I got to the truck and grabbed the long-range radio to call the operator at the center. Hey, is there anyone else out here on the North Arm? I asked. I could tell my voice was shaking. The operator, a guy named Pete who'd been there since the 80s, stayed quiet for a second. And then he said, Julian, get in the truck, turn off your lights, and you wait for that dish to start slewing. We're moving 24 to the barn. I did what he said. I sat in the dark cab. Through the windshield, I saw the giant dish start to tilt as they remotely operated it. As the dish moved, the figure in the flight suit didn't fall. It just stayed fixed to the same spot on the white metal, eventually disappearing as the dish angled toward the horizon. I drove back to the main site. Pete was waiting for me with a thermos of coffee. He didn't ask me what I saw. He just told me to sign the logbook and take the rest of the night off. I pushed him for an answer. I asked him who the guy in the suit was. Pete looked out the window toward the dark plains and told me about the Project Excelsior days. He talked about the high-altitude balloon jumps they used to do over the desert back in the day. He said that sometimes the radio dishes pick up more than just signals from stars. They act like giant ears for things that have been recorded into the atmosphere. He called them loops. Residual echoes of people who died in the air or out on the flats, caught in the electromagnetic field of the array. He said Antenna 24 was notorious for it because it was built near the site of an old crash that never made the official records. I went back to work the next week, but I never went out to the North Arm alone again. I started noticing other things, too. Sometimes the monitoring screens in the control room would show interference that looked a little bit like a human EKG heart rate, even when the antennas were pointed at deep space. Last month, I was cleaning the grease traps under the main tracks. I found a small circular patch of scorched earth. In the center of it was a brass uniform button, the kind used by the Air Force in, say, the late 1940s. It was ice cold, even though it had been sitting in the New Mexico sun all day. When I picked it up, my radio let out a burst of static that sounded like a man's voice saying, "Altitude check." I still work at the VLA, but I stay in the machine shop as much as possible. Pete retired last week, and the new guy thinks I'm just being superstitious when I refuse to service the North Arm after midnight. He'll find out eventually. The dishes are always listening, and sometimes they attract things that want to be heard. The Tall Man in the Corner by Elena R. I took a job as a night shift archivist for a small historical society in Old Town Albuquerque. It's an old 3-story building made of Tirone, which is basically just thick sawed bricks. The place is packed with uncatalogued documents from the 1800s. I'm usually the only one in the building from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. I've always been a night owl and an introvert, and I like the quiet, so I didn't think twice about the isolation. The 3rd floor is the attic. It's a cramped space with low, sloping ceilings and exposed cedar beams. That's where they keep the overflow. Mostly boxes of ledgers and old photographs that haven't been touched in decades. The air up there is different. It's dry, but it feels heavy, like you're walking through invisible cobwebs. The first time I saw one of them was about 3 weeks into the job. I was sitting at my scanning station near the back window. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a silhouette standing by the stairs. It was tall, maybe 6.5 feet, and it was perfectly flat. It looked like a hole cut out of the world. It didn't have any features, no clothes, no face. It was just a void in the shape of a man. I turned my head to look at it directly, and it vanished. I told myself it was just eye strain. When you spend 8 hours a night looking at high-contrast black and white documents, your retinas do weird things. I drank some coffee and went back to work. A few nights later, I was up in the attic, looking for a specific box of land deeds. The lighting up there is terrible, just a few bare bulbs hanging from the rafters. I was reaching for a box on a high shelf when I felt a sudden drop in temperature. It wasn't just a chill. It felt like the heat was being sucked out of my skin. I looked toward the corner of the room. There were 3 of them. They weren't just standing there either. They were leaning at these weird tilted angles, like they were peering around invisible corners. They were darker than the shadows in the room. Even with the light bulbs on, these things stayed blacker than black. One of them started to move. It glided across the floorboards without making a sound. It moved with a jittery frame-by-frame motion, a little bit like stop-motion animation. It stopped about 5 feet away from me. I could see the edges of its form flickering, like a flame in a vacuum. I wanted to scream, but I didn't. My throat felt like it had been filled with cold sand. I just backed away toward the ladder. As I moved, the other 2 shadows started to uncurl from the corners. I don't know how else to put it. They were long and spindly. Their arms reached way down past where their knees should be. I made it to the 2nd floor and locked the attic hatch. I sat in the break room with all the lights on until the sun came up. I didn't tell my boss. She's a no-nonsense academic who already thinks I'm too imaginative just because I like sci-fi novels. The next night, I brought a high-lumen tactical flashlight. I figured if they were made of shadow, enough light would disperse them. I was wrong. This time, I was in the basement, filing some oversized maps. I heard a sound like dry leaves skittering across the floor. I whipped my light around. One of the shadow figures was pressed against the wall. When the beam hit it, though, it didn't disappear. The shadow, or whatever it was, cast its own shadow. I mean, just think about that for a second. A shadow casting a shadow. It looked like a three-dimensional object made of solidified smoke. It raised a hand and pointed at the floor. And then it did something that still keeps me up at night. It stepped off the wall. It became a physical presence in the room. I could hear its feet hitting the concrete, like a soft, wet thud. It started walking toward me. As it moved, the lights in the basement began to dim. It wasn't like a power surge, but more like the darkness itself was spreading out from the entity and swallowing the light. I backed up into a row of metal shelving. The thing stopped a few inches from my face. I couldn't see eyes, but I still felt it staring at me. It smelled like dry rot and old stagnant air. It leaned in, and I heard a sound like 1,000 whispers happening at once. It wasn't words, more like a vibration that I felt in my teeth. I swung my heavy flashlight at it. The light passed right through it, but I felt a resistance, like swinging a stick through thick molasses. The figure shivered and retreated back into the wall, flattening itself out until it was just a smudge on the stone. I quit the next morning. I didn't even go back for my personal stuff. I asked them to mail it to me. I'm working at a library now in the Northeast Heights. It's a modern building with huge windows and lots of natural light. But I've noticed something. Even in the middle of a sunny afternoon, the shadows in the corners of my vision seem to be leaning. Last night, I was at home in my apartment. I was brushing my teeth and I looked at the shadow I cast on the shower curtain. My shadow didn't move when I did. It stayed perfectly still for 3 seconds after I brushed my hair back, and then it slowly raised its hand and pointed toward the front door. I've started sleeping with the lights on, but it doesn't help. The shadows just get sharper. I think once you notice them, they notice you back. You know, like that old saying, I can't remember who said it, but when you look into the void looks back at you. Maybe it's abyss. I don't know. You probably know the one. Anyway, it's like a door opens in your brain, and you can't shut it. I saw an old man sitting on a bench today in Nob Hill, and his shadow was a head taller than he was, and it had 6 fingers. He didn't seem to notice. I'm thinking about moving to Arizona, somewhere with even more sun, but I have a feeling the desert is just full of these things. They've been here longer than the buildings, longer than the bricks, maybe longer than the mountains. They're just part of the architecture of the place. And maybe if you never notice them, you never notice them. Maybe you can just blissfully go about your business. But something tells me I don't have that luxury anymore. The Thing in the High Desert by Elias B. I moved to Gallup, New Mexico about 6 months ago for a civil engineering gig. If you're not familiar with the area, it's right on the edge of the Navajo Nation. The landscape is absolutely incredible. Massive red mesas, high desert plateaus, and skies that feel too big for the earth. But there's also a specific energy out here that you just don't find in the suburbs of Chicago. People keep to themselves about certain things. You learn very quickly that there are topics you just don't bring up over a beer, especially when it comes to the local folklore. Last Thursday, I was driving back from a site inspection near Tahachi. It was late, maybe 11:30 p.m. US 491 is a long, straight stretch of asphalt that cuts through some of the most desolate terrain you can imagine. There are no streetlights. It's just your high beams and the reflective eyes of the occasional jackrabbit. I was about 20 miles north of town when I saw something in the road. I figured it was a dead elk or maybe a collapsed bale of hay that fell off a truck. I slowed my Tacoma down as I got closer. My headlights hit it, and I realized it was a coyote. But it was the biggest coyote I have ever seen in my life. I mean, it had to be about the size of a timber wolf, but the fur was patchy, like it had a really bad case of mange. The animal was hunched over something in the middle of the lane. As I pulled up, it didn't run. It didn't even flinch. I honked my horn thinking it would scatter, but instead, it slowly stood up. It didn't stand up like a dog on its hind legs either. It stood up like a man. Its spine elongated with a series of wet, popping sounds that I could hear even over the idle of my engine. The front legs, or arms, I guess, dangled down, and the hands were not paws. They were long, spindly fingers with thick yellow nails. The thing turned its head to look at me. The face was the worst part. It looked like a coyote mask had been stretched over a human skull that was too wide. The eyes caught the light, but they were not green or yellow like a normal animal. They were a flat, dull orange. It didn't have a snout. It had a flattened face with a mouthful of jagged, mismatched teeth. I didn't wait to see what it was eating. I swung the truck into the opposite lane and floored it. I looked in my side mirror as I passed, and the thing was already moving. It wasn't running behind the truck either. It was keeping pace alongside my driver's side door. I was doing 60, and then 70. This thing was loping through the sagebrush and sand, matching my speed with a terrifying rhythmic bounce. Every single time its feet hit the ground, I could feel a slight vibration in the steering wheel. It looked like it was laughing. Its mouth was hanging open, and its tongue was lolling out, but it wasn't even panting. It was making a sound, like a person trying to whistle through a mouthful of pebbles. I reached 85 miles per hour. The Tacoma was shaking. The thing finally started to pull ahead of me. It didn't try to ram the truck. It just veered back onto the asphalt about 50 yards in front of me and stopped dead. I slammed on the brakes, fishtailing slightly. The smell hit the cabin through the vents. It smelled like wet dog, copper, and old grease. The creature stood there in the middle of the road, silhouetted by my high beams. It reached up with one of those long-fingered hands and started scratching at its own chest. It was tearing strips of its own skin off, revealing dark, corded muscle underneath. And then it spoke. It didn't howl or growl. It used my own voice. It sounded exactly like the voice memo I'd recorded for my boss earlier that afternoon. "The drainage pipe on the north side is cracked," it said. The tone was perfect. The cadence was identical to mine. I didn't stay to hear anything else. I threw the truck into reverse, swung a chaotic U-turn, and headed back toward Tahachi. I wasn't going to drive through that thing. I drove 30 miles out of my way to take the long route back to Gallup, white-knuckling the wheel the entire time. I didn't sleep that night. I mean, who could have? Every time the wind brushed a branch against my bedroom window, I jumped. The next morning, I went out to check the truck. I half expected to see scratches or blood. Instead, I found something else. Stuck to the driver's side door handle was a small tuft of gray hair, tied together with a piece of dried animal gut. There were also 4 dusty handprints on the tailgate. They weren't human, but they weren't exactly animal either. They had 5 fingers, but the thumb was located where a pinky should be on a human. I went into work and I tried to act normal, but I was a wreck. My supervisor, a guy named Mike who grew up in the area, looked at me, paused for a second, and then said, "Do you see a stray dog on the 491? I told him what happened. He didn't laugh. He didn't tell me I was crazy. He just reached into his desk and pulled out a small pouch of white ash and told me to rub it on my tires and the door frames of my house. He told me that once they have your voice, they don't stop. They like the chase. He said the fact that it left the hair on my handle meant that it was marking me for later. That was 3 days ago, and since then, things have been weird. I'll be sitting in my living room and hear my front door unlock. I'll go and check it, and it's still bolted. I've started hearing my mom's voice, calling my name from the backyard. Mom lives in Florida. Well, she did. She's been dead for 3 years. Last night, I woke up because I heard a scratching sound on the roof. It wasn't a branch. It was a rhythmic scraping, like someone was dragging a heavy bag of salt across the shingles. I stayed under the covers with my 9mm on the nightstand until the sun came up. I'm looking for a transfer back east. I don't even care if it's a pay cut. There's something in these hills that does not like outsiders, and I think I've given it a reason to follow me home. I went to a local car wash today to get the dust off the truck, and the guy working the bays absolutely refused to touch the driver's side door. He just pointed at the handle and walked away. I looked closer, and there was a faint, oily stain in the shape of a human ear right where I grabbed the handle. It won't come off with soap. The 2-Hour Seconds by Derek V. I was driving out toward the White Sands National Park near Alamogordo for a photography project. It is absolutely surreal out there. It's just miles of blindingly white gypsum and sand dunes. It already feels like you're on another planet, but what happened on the access road didn't have anything to do with the landscape. It was, by all accounts, a total breakdown of how time is supposed to work. It was a Tuesday, middle of the afternoon. The sun was high and the heat was doing that shimmering thing on the asphalt, where the road looks like a lake. I was driving my old Honda Civic, cruise control set at 60. There wasn't another car in sight. I was listening to a podcast about the history of the Manhattan Project, which felt appropriate given I was driving past missile ranges. I reached for my water bottle in the passenger seat. I looked down for maybe 1 second to grab it, but when I looked back up, the road was gone. I don't mean that I veered off the road, I mean the asphalt had been completely replaced by a dirt track that looked like it hadn't been maintained since the 50s. The mountains on the horizon, the San Andres, had shifted. They weren't to my west anymore. They were directly in front of me. I slammed on the brakes, and the car skidded on the loose gravel and stalled. I sat there with my hands shaking on the wheel, trying to figure out how the hell I'd moved 20 miles in the blink of an eye. I checked my phone for the GPS. The screen was just a mess of static. It didn't even have the no signal screen. It was actual gray and white dancing pixels like an old TV. I looked at my watch. When I looked down for the water, it was 2:14 p.m. I saw the clock on the way down. But now the hands on my analog watch were spinning. They weren't just moving fast, they were whirring like a fan blade. I could hear the mechanical ticking sound, like a hornet's nest. I got out of the car. The air didn't feel like New Mexico anymore. It was bone-chilling cold, that dry cold that you get in a high-altitude winter, even though the visual light still looked like a summer afternoon. There was no wind. I couldn't hear birds. There wasn't even the sound of the engine cooling. It was like I was in a sensory deprivation tank. I walked to the front of the car. About 10 feet ahead of my bumper, the dirt road just ended. It was a clean vertical cut, like a piece of map hadn't loaded in. Beyond that line was nothing. It wasn't blackness or space or anything, but it was just a void of flat neutral gray. I picked up a rock and tossed it over the edge. It didn't fall or float. The moment it crossed the line where the road ended, the rock simply ceased to exist. It didn't even vanish in a flash or anything. It was just not there, like I had deleted a file. I started backing away toward the car door. As I did, I heard a sound from behind me. It was the podcast that I'd been listening to, but it was playing backward at triple speed. It was coming from the car speakers, but the car was turned off and the keys were in my hand. I looked back at the San Andres Mountains. They were flickering. 1 second they were there, and then the next they were replaced by a flat green grid. And then they were back to rock. It looked exactly like a video game struggling to render a distant object. I think I stopped thinking. I just jumped back into the driver's seat. I didn't even try to turn the key. I just gripped the steering wheel and closed my eyes as tightly as I could, and started counting. I got to 10, and I felt a massive stomach-churning jolt, like the car had been dropped from a height of 10 feet or so. I opened my eyes. I was back on the asphalt of US 70. My cruise control was still engaged. The podcast was playing normally, right at the same sentence that I'd been hearing before I reached for the water. I pulled over immediately. My heart was going about 100 miles a minute. I checked my watch and it said 2:14 p.m. I checked my phone. The GPS was fine. It showed me exactly where I should be. But there was one thing that was wrong. I looked at the passenger seat. The water bottle I had reached for was gone. In its place was a rock. The same jagged limestone rock I'd thrown into the gray void on the dirt road. It was sitting right on the upholstery, and it was covered in a layer of fine white frost. I didn't go to White Sands. I turned around and drove straight back to my apartment in Las Cruces. I spent the rest of the evening checking the news to see if there'd been some kind of experimental testing at the White Sands missile range, but there was nothing. Well, nothing reported anyway. The rock is still sitting on my balcony. I don't want it in the house. It hasn't weathered or changed in 3 days, even in the direct sun. It stays cold to the touch. Sometimes when the apartment is super quiet, I can hear a faint, high-pitched hum coming from it, like the sound of a power line. I checked my dash cam footage later that night. The file for that afternoon is there, but there's a gap. The footage shows me driving along the highway, and then the screen goes white for 2 hours. Then it cuts back to me pulling over to the side of the road. According to the timestamp on the video, no time passed during that whiteout. But according to the file size, there are 4 gigs of data in that empty gap. Now, I'm not a religious guy. I don't go in for conspiracy theories, but I have not been able to shake the feeling that I stepped behind the curtain. I keep thinking about that gray void. If the rock came back, I wonder what stayed behind. I've noticed that when I look in the mirror lately, my eyes look a slightly different shade of brown than they used to. My girlfriend says I'm just tired, but I know what I saw. Something Stayed in the Hallway by Mark L. I worked night audit at a small hotel in Canada for about 2 years. This was in a mid-sized city, not remote wilderness or anything like that, but not a tourist hotspot either. Think business travelers, hockey parents, people passing through. I won't name the hotel or the city, but it was off a highway and backed up to a strip of trees and a retention pond. Night audit is boring most of the time. You check in the late arrivals, run reports, make coffee that nobody drinks, and watch the cameras. Easy. Between about 1 and 4 in the morning, nothing usually happens. This happened around 2:30 in the morning on a Tuesday. I was behind the desk doing paperwork when the motion alert for the 3rd floor hallway popped up on the monitor. That wasn't unusual by itself. People wander for ice or vending machines all the time. I pulled the camera feed up without thinking much of it. The hallway was empty. The motion alert kept triggering anyway, every few seconds from the same camera. I watched for a bit, expecting someone to step into frame, but nobody ever did. None of the doors opened, and there weren't shadows of people. It was just the carpet and the exit sign at the far end. I figured that it was a glitch. Cameras can do that. Then the phone rang. It was a guest on the 3rd floor. She sounded very annoyed, but also a little bit confused. She said somebody had been standing outside her door for a very long time. They weren't knocking or anything. They were just standing there. She noticed them out the peephole before she left to go get something. But when she saw somebody just standing there, she figured maybe they had the wrong room and they would pass and then she could go. But she kept checking, and the person was just standing there, which obviously made her uncomfortable, so she didn't end up going anywhere. That's when she called us. I asked her what the person looked like, and she said she couldn't really see. It was just a dark blob that was taking up half of her peephole. I told her that I would come check it out and she should stay in the room. I grabbed the master key and took the elevator up. While I was writing, I pulled up the camera feed on the app on my phone. The hallway still looked empty. When I stepped off the elevator, the air felt really cold. Or I guess stale is a better term. Like a room that hadn't been opened in a long time. I walked down the hall toward her room. Halfway there, I noticed the sound. It was very faint. Kind of like breathing, but slow and very uneven. I stopped and listened. I checked the door that she had called about. I didn't see anything there. Certainly no reason the motion sensor should have been going off, and there was nothing blocking her peephole. I knocked and told her everything looked clear. She opened the door just enough to look past me into the hallway. "Where'd he go?" she asked. I told her there was no one there. She did not like that answer. "I watched that peephole the whole time, and it never walked away. So what are you saying? It just disappeared?" I tried to tell her that I wasn't saying anything other than I couldn't see it and it wasn't there when I got there. I walked the rest of the floor, checked the stairwells, checked the ice machine room. Nothing. The breathing sound was gone too. When I went back downstairs, the motion alerts stopped. I sat at the desk trying to convince myself that it was just bad sensors and an anxious guest. That almost worked until I checked the logs. The motion alerts had not been random. They were triggering at regular intervals, like something was shifting its weight back and forth. About an hour later, another alert popped up. Same hallway. This time, the camera did pick something up. It wasn't a person, though. It wasn't solid enough for that. It looked like a dark shape, pressed close to the camera lens, but the camera was mounted on the ceiling. so there was no way for something to be that close, unless it was taller than the door frames. The shape moved slowly down the hall, staying just out of clear view, like it knew exactly where the camera's blind spots were. I did not go back upstairs. The rest of the night passed without incident, but the guest checked out early and asked for a different hotel recommendation. She didn't want a refund, she just wanted to leave. I quit that job a few months later for unrelated reasons. Whatever was in that hallway didn't feel like a ghost, but it didn't feel like it belonged either. The basement in that Ypsilanti house had something living in the walls. By Keith W. I do HVAC work in the Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti area in Michigan. I've been doing it for about 12 years now, mostly residential service calls and installations. You go into a lot of houses in this line of work, and you see how a lot of different people live. You see the weird stuff they keep in their basements and crawl spaces, and after a while, nothing really surprises you. What happened in that house on North Huron Street still bothers me, though. That was back in March of last year. I've done maybe 300 basement jobs since I started, and I've never walked off a site before. But I walked off that one. The service call came in on a Thursday. Furnace wasn't working, house was getting cold, standard emergency call. The dispatcher gave me the address, and I headed over around 2 in the afternoon. It was one of those old Ypsilanti houses, probably built in the 1920s. 2-story, needed paint, small yard, standard fare really. The woman who answered the door looked exhausted. She said that they had just moved in 2 months ago, and the furnace had been acting strange the whole time, but now it had quit completely. She led me to the basement door. It was one of those old wooden doors with the original hardware, really heavy. She opened it, and I could immediately tell the air coming up from down there was wrong. It was way too cold. Basements are usually cooler than the rest of the house, but this was like opening a walk-in freezer. She noticed me hesitate and said, "Yeah, it's been like that since we moved in." I asked her if the previous owners had said anything about the heating system. She said the house had been empty for almost a year before they bought it, some kind of estate sale situation. The inspection had flagged a few issues, but nothing major with the furnace. I grabbed my tools and headed down. The stairs were steep and narrow, wooden treads that creaked. The basement was unfinished. Concrete floor, stone foundation walls, exposed joists overhead. There was a single bulb hanging in the middle of the space. It was one of those pull chain fixtures. I pulled it, and the light came on, but it was pretty weak. 40 watts, maybe. The furnace was against the far wall. I could see it was old, probably original to the house. I walked over and started my inspection. And that's when I noticed the scratching sounds, very faint, coming from inside the foundation walls. They were rhythmic, kind of like something was moving around. Now, old houses get mice. Sometimes they get rats, and I've dealt with that before. But this did not sound like rodents. The pattern was too wrong. Usually mice sound frantic. They kind of skitter and then stop, and then skitter and stop. This was slower. I tried to ignore it and focus on the furnace. I checked the pilot light first. It was out. I checked the gas line, the thermocouple, the usual suspects. Everything looked fine mechanically. I tried to relight the pilot, and it wouldn't catch. I tried 3 different times. Each time the flame would start and then go out immediately like something was blowing it out. The scratching got louder while I was working, and it had moved. Now it sounded like it was coming from the wall directly behind the furnace. I stood up and put my hand on the stone. It was like touching a block of ice. It was way colder than it should have been, even in an unheated basement in March. I went back upstairs and I told the woman I needed to check a few things and that I'd be back down in a minute. I wanted to see if there was any obvious source for a draft that might be affecting the pilot light. She said the basement had always given her a bad feeling and that her kids wouldn't go down there at all. Her husband thought she was being ridiculous, but she said she just couldn't get rid of that feeling. I went back down with a stronger flashlight. I wanted to inspect the foundation walls and look for cracks or gaps. I started at one corner and worked my way around. The scratching had stopped. The basement was completely silent, except for my footsteps on the concrete. I was about halfway around the perimeter when I found the section of wall that looked different. The stones there were darker, stained almost. There was something that looked like old mortar repair work, crude patches, like someone had sealed something up in a hurry. I moved my flashlight across the area, and that's when I saw the gap. There was a space between two of the stones, maybe an inch wide. I could feel cold air coming out of it. I crouched down to get a better look, and I could see that there was a hollow space behind the wall. Not just a gap in the foundation, like an actual void. I heard breathing coming from inside that space. Slow, wet breathing. I stood up fast and backed away from the wall. My logical mind was telling me that it had to be some kind of animal. Maybe a raccoon that had gotten into a crawl space somehow. But I've heard lots of different animals breathe, and this didn't sound like any of them. The scratching started again, right behind where I had been crouching. Aggressive scratching now. Faster, like whatever was in there knew I'd found it. I grabbed my tools and went upstairs. I told the woman I couldn't work on her furnace, that she needed to call a different company. She asked me what was wrong, and I said I just wasn't comfortable with the conditions in her basement. She started to ask more questions, but I was already halfway to the door. I sat in my truck for a few minutes before I left. I called my supervisor and told him I'd walked off the job and that he needed to send someone else. He wasn't happy about it, but he didn't push it. He knows I don't do that kind of thing without a good reason. Like I said, I never had before this. I drove past that house about a month later, and there was a for sale sign in the yard. I wasn't exactly surprised. I thought about calling the woman and asking if anything else had happened, but I decided against it. It wasn't really my business, and I didn't want to know. The House on the Edge of the Hawar by Tanvir M. I was working a short-term contract for an NGO back in 2022, based in the Sunamganj district. If you don't know the geography of northeastern Bangladesh, it's mostly hawars. These are massive seasonal wetlands that look like inland seas during the monsoon. We were staying in a concrete guest house built on a raised mound of earth that became an island every time the water rose. The house was isolated, as you can imagine. To get to the nearest town, you had to take a flat-bottomed wooden boat for about 40 minutes. There were 4 of us on the team, but for one weekend in August, the others went back to Sylhet to visit family. I stayed behind to finish some data entry on the nutrition surveys we'd been running. The locals in the village across the water were always warning us, about being out on the island after dark. They talked about the Nishi, the night spirit that calls your name in the voice of someone you know. I'm an engineer by trade. I don't believe in spirits or bad air. I just figured that they wanted us to hire more local guards for the night. Silly me. It was a Tuesday night, maybe 11:30 p.m. The monsoon rain had stopped, leaving the air incredibly heavy and thick. The only sound was the water lapping against the mud embankment and the distant hum of a small portable generator that we used for the laptops. I was sitting in the main room when I heard a splash. It wasn't a fish jumping. It sounded like something heavy, maybe the size of a person, stepping into the shallow water at the base of the mound. I looked out the window. The moon was out, but the shadows under the hijal trees were pitch black. I saw a figure standing at the edge of the water. From that distance, it looked like a woman wearing a white sari. She was just standing there, totally still, looking out toward the horizon. I figured it was somebody from the village whose boat had gotten stuck, or someone looking for a lost cow or something. I opened the door and walked out onto the veranda. I called out to her, asking if she needed help. But she didn't turn around. Instead, she just raised a hand and pointed toward the middle of the hawar. I stepped down from the porch. The grass was soaking wet. As I got closer, I realized something was wrong with the way she was standing. Her posture was way too rigid. It looked like she was being held up by a pole. I stopped about 20 feet away and shone my flashlight on her. The light hit her, but it didn't reflect off her clothes the way it should have. It was like the beam was being absorbed by a sponge. She wasn't wearing a sari. Her skin was just that white, a pale, translucent gray that looked like the belly of a dead fish. She was tall, maybe a head taller than me, and her arms were unusually long. She turned her head. Not her body, though, just the head, rotating at almost 180 degrees. Her face was a blur. Not like it was out of focus, but the features looked like they'd been rubbed away. Like if you went up to an oil painting that hadn't cured and just wiped the face off. There were shallow indentations where eyes should be, but nothing else. But then she spoke. But she didn't use just any voice. The sound actually came from the water behind her. It sounded like my mother's voice. My mother was in Dhaka, 300 kilometers away. "Tanvir, come see what I found in the water," the voice said. It was perfect. The inflection, the slight rasp she gets when she's tired, everything was identical. I froze. My brain was screaming that this was impossible, but my legs wanted to move toward the sound. It was like a physical pull, like I had a hook in my chest that was pulling me forward. I took one step. The woman thing stepped back into the deeper water. She didn't swim, she just walked backward, sinking only until her head was visible. The voice came again, louder this time, originating from the empty air right next to my ear. "It's cold, Tanvir. Help me out." I snapped out of it when my foot hit the mud at the waterline. I realized I was knee-deep in the hawar. I scrambled back up the bank, my heart hammering. I didn't look back until I was inside the house, with the heavy wooden bolt slid into place. I sat in the darkness because I didn't want to be a target near the window. About an hour later, something started tapping on the corrugated iron roof. Tink, tink, tink. It sounded like someone was dropping small pebbles. Then the scratching started. It wasn't on the walls. it was coming from under the floorboards. The house was on a raised concrete foundation, but there were crawl spaces for the pipes. I heard a wet, dragging sound moving directly beneath where I was sitting. Then the voice started again. This time, it wasn't my mother. It was my boss, the NGO director. "Tanvir, opened the door. I forgot my keys." I knew for a fact he was in Sylhet. I could hear his car's engine idling in the background of the voice, a specific rattling sound his old Jeep made. The mimicry was terrifyingly detailed. It wasn't just the voice, it was a whole soundscape associated with the person. I stayed in the center of the room, clutching a kitchen knife, not sure it would do me any good. I didn't answer. I remembered then what the villagers had said. The Nishi can take you only if you answer its call. If you stay quiet, it eventually loses interest. The director started pounding on the door. "Tanvir, it's raining, open up." It wasn't raining. The sky was clear through the window. The spirit, though, was projecting the sound of a downpour to make the lie more convincing. I could hear the rain hitting the porch, but when I looked out, the wood was dry. This went on for 3 hours. The voice changed 4 different times. It called me as my brother, the local boatman, and finally, as a crying child. When it was the child, the scratching under the floor became frantic, like something was trying to dig through the concrete. Just before dawn, the sounds stopped. The rain vanished, the invisible, non-existent rain I could only hear, and the scratching ceased. I waited until the sun was high enough to turn the water gold before I even thought about opening the door. When I finally went outside, I found something on the veranda. A pile of water hyacinths, the floating weeds that clog the haors. They were arranged in a perfect circle right in front of my door. In the center of the circle was a single large fish scale, about the size of a coin, but it was black and smelled like rot. I didn't even wait for my team to come back. I hiked it back to the village, hired a boat, and left my stuff at the guest house. I told my boss that I had a family emergency, and I quit the next day. I still live in Dhaka, but sometimes, when it rains really hard at night, and the city noise dies down, I hear a faint tapping on my window. It's always those 3 taps. Tink, tink, tink. I never look out, though. I always just turn up the volume on the TV and wait for it to go away. The NGO sent another guy to finish the survey. He told me later that they found the guest house door standing wide open a week after I left. Nothing was stolen, but all the laptops were submerged in the water storage tank. They never found the local guard who was supposed to take over my shift that Monday. The villagers say he went to India for work, but they won't look you in the eye when they say it. The House Still Has My Voice by Rachel G. My parents sold my childhood home last year after my dad retired and they moved to Florida. I didn't think much about it at the time. I'd been living in Boston for 8 years and I maybe visited once a year for holidays. To me, the house was just a house. Then my mom called me in November and asked if I had ever recorded myself as a kid, like audio recordings, home videos with sound, anything like that. I told her, yeah, probably. I mean, we had a camcorder in the 90s, but I don't remember what I would have done specifically. Why? She got quiet for a second. Then she said the new owners had contacted her. They wanted to know if we had left any electronic devices in the house, specifically anything that could play back recordings. I asked what was going on. She said the family had been hearing a child's voice in the house, a girl maybe 8 or 9 years old. Always the same phrases. "Mom, where are you?" And "I'm in my room." And "Can you come here?" The voice was coming from upstairs, from what used to be my bedroom. I told my mom it was probably their kid. I mean, they had kids, right? She said yes, but their daughter was 12 and their son was 15, and the voice didn't match either of them. Plus, it only happened when the kids were at school or otherwise out of the house. The new owners had searched the whole house multiple times. They checked the attic, the basement, every closet, looking for old baby monitors or voice recorders, anything electronic we may have accidentally left behind. They didn't find anything, but they kept hearing the voice. My mom wanted to know if I remembered ever recording myself saying those specific phrases, maybe for a school project or just playing around. I told her I didn't remember. I asked why she was taking this so seriously. She said that she had heard it too. She'd gone back to the house the previous week to pick up some mail that had been forwarded there by mistake. The new owners had let her in, and while she was standing in the kitchen, she heard it clear as day. My voice as a little girl, coming from upstairs, calling, "Mom, where are you?" She said it sounded exactly like me when I was 8. I drove up to Brattleboro the next weekend. I told my mom I was coming, but I didn't tell her why. I wanted to see the house. The new family's name was Peterson. I looked them up on Facebook and sent a message explaining who I was and asking if I could stop by. I said I'd left something there and wanted to check if it was still in the house. Obviously, I've changed their name for the sake of this story. Mrs. Peterson responded within an hour, said they'd love to meet me and I could come by any time. I got there on a Saturday morning. The house looked different. They'd painted the exterior a light blue instead of the yellow that it had been. There was a new mailbox and different shrubs in the front, but it was still recognizable. Mrs. Peterson answered the door. She seemed relieved to see me. She invited me in and immediately started explaining about the voice. She said it had started about 2 months after they moved in, just occasionally at first, once every few weeks, but it had gotten more frequent, and now it happened almost daily. It was always between 10 in the morning and 3 in the afternoon, always from upstairs, and always the same phrases in the same order. "Mom, where are you? I'm in my room. Can you come here?" She said they'd had an electrician check all the wiring. They had someone come look for carbon monoxide or anything else that might cause auditory hallucinations. The mom heard it the most, and Mrs. Peterson said she even got a brain scan to see if maybe she had a tumor or something, but everything checked out fine. Her husband thought she was imagining it, until finally he heard it himself. Tale as old as time, am I right? And then their son heard it. Their daughter refuses to go upstairs alone anymore. I asked if I could see my old room. We went upstairs. The room was completely different now. They'd painted it green and it was set up as a guest room. Nothing from my childhood remained. Not that I expected it to be there. We stood there for maybe 10 minutes. Mrs. Peterson kept apologizing, said the voice usually happened earlier in the day and maybe we missed it. And then finally I heard it. "Mom, where are you?" It came from right next to me, like somebody was standing at my shoulder. A child's voice. And Mrs. Peterson was right. My mom was right. It sounded like me. Not my voice now, but my voice when I was little. "I'm in my room." The same spot. Same volume, like the speaker hadn't moved. "Can you come here?" Then silence. Mrs. Peterson looked at me and asked if I had heard it. I said yes. She asked if that was my voice from when I was a kid. I didn't want to say yes. I wanted to tell her that it was some coincidence or a weird acoustic effect or something, but I couldn't lie. I told her it did sound like me when I was little. She asked if I remembered saying those things. I said, well, yeah, I'm sure I said those things at some point, but I don't know. But here's the part that's been bothering me for months. I do remember. Not clearly, but enough. So when I was 8, I used to play this game by myself. I'd go up to my room and pretend I was calling for my mom, just practicing different ways of getting her attention, seeing how my voice sounded when I projected it versus when I spoke normally. I was a weird kid, okay? I spent a lot of time alone. I specifically remembered practicing those exact phrases, standing in the middle of my room and saying them over and over. Mom, where are you? I'm in my room. Can you come here? I have no idea why I practiced those specific words. It seemed important at the time for reasons I can't remember now. I told Mrs. Peterson this. She asked when I used to do this. I said, oh, probably 1998, 1999. I would have been like 8 or 9. She went very pale and asked if I did it often. I said, yeah, maybe once or twice a week for a few months. It was just some weird thing I did. We stood there in that room, and I felt something I can't quite describe. Like I was standing next to my past self. Like some echo of those afternoons had gotten stuck in that space and was still playing out 25 years later. Mrs. Peterson asked if there was any way to make it stop. I told her I didn't know. I had no idea how any of this worked. I wasn't a physicist or a paranormal investigator or whatever kind of expert you would need for this situation. She asked if I wanted to stay and see if it happened again. I said no. I needed to leave. I haven't been back. Mrs. Peterson emails me occasionally with updates. The voice is still there and it still says the same things. And it's the same voice. She's asked me a few times if I would be willing to come back and to try talking to it. Like maybe if I acknowledged my past self, it would stop. I understand why she wants this. I keep telling her I'll think about it. But if I'm being honest, I won't. I just can't go back there and listen to child me calling for my mother in an empty room. I don't know what's happening in that house. I don't know if it's some kind of residual haunting, even though, to the best of my knowledge, I'm not dead. Or if something about how often I repeated it created some kind of an imprint that won't fade. I've heard if there's a lot of quartz in the area, sometimes things you do over and over again can get recorded. I don't really know how that works or if it's true, but I did ask her to check that out. Maybe it'll help. I don't really know. But there's a version of me that's still in that room, still practicing those phrases and waiting for someone to answer. I don't know how to make her stop. And honestly, I don't know if I even want to. I kind of just want to forget the whole thing and move on with my life. But it's really, really bugging me. I don't know why past me is still there, if that's what it is. I don't know if it's some glitch in the Matrix or what, but it just makes me feel really uneasy. The Ranger Station Nobody Uses Anymore by Tyler W. I worked for the Forest Service in Montana for 6 years before I quit last month. I am not going back. I don't care that I walked away from a pension and benefits and a career that I actually liked. What happened at the old Mackenzie Creek station was enough to make me rethink everything. Mackenzie Creek is in the Bob Marshall Wilderness, about 40 miles northeast of Missoula. It's serious backcountry. You can hike for 3 days and not see another human being. The Forest Service maintains a few ranger stations out there for personnel doing extended surveys or managing the trail system, stuff like that. The McKenzie Creek Station was built in the 1960s. Standard construction for that era. Single-room cabin with a wood stove, small kitchen area, 2 bunk beds, an outhouse about 20 yards away. There's a newer station about 8 miles west that most rangers use now. It's a way better location. It has solar panels and proper radio equipment. And the McKenzie station is technically still in rotation, but most people avoid it if they can. Now, I'd heard stories about the place, but I didn't put a whole lot of stock in them. Rangers talk, especially when you're out in the woods for weeks at a time with nothing but your own thoughts. Every old cabin has ghost stories, you know? Last September, I got assigned to a 2-week survey of the trail system in that sector. Routine maintenance check before winter. The newer station was already occupied, so my supervisor told me I'd be using McKenzie Creek. I hiked in on a Monday morning. Took me about 7 hours with all my gear. The station looked rough from the outside. The roof had some moss growing on it, and one of the windows had a crack running diagonally across the glass. But the door was solid, and the interior was dry. Good enough. I dropped my pack and started getting set up. The bunks had bare mattresses that smelled like mildew. There was a stack of firewood by the stove that looked like it had been there for years. A shelf with some old paperbacks and a few rusted cans of soup. A logbook on the small table where rangers were supposed to record their stays. I flipped through the logbook. The last entry was from April, 8 months earlier. Before that, nothing since October of the previous year. People really were avoiding this place. I made dinner on my camp stove and went through my survey maps. My plan was to spend the next 13 days hiking different sections, then hike back out on the Sunday. Standard work. That first night, I woke up at about 3 in the morning to the sound of the door opening. It wasn't like somebody was trying to be quiet about it either. The door just swung open, hinges creaking, and then it stayed open. I could see moonlight coming through the doorway. I got up and closed it. I checked the latch, which seemed fine, and went back to bed. 20 minutes later, it happened again. The door swung open and moonlight flooded in. I closed it again, and this time I dragged my pack over and I wedged it against the door. I went back to sleep. In the morning, the pack was still against the door, and the door was still closed. I figured maybe the latch was looser than I thought, and the wind had been catching it, even though I didn't remember feeling any wind. I spent that day hiking a 12-mile section of trail. I came back at about 6 in the evening. The door was open. I stood there looking at this for a while, trying to work out the physics. I had placed another heavy pack sort of in front of the door. It's just enough so I could get out. There was no way the door could swing outward, with the pack blocking it from the inside as far as it went. But it was open, like fully open, and the pack was exactly where I had left it. It literally would have had to have gone through the pack to do that. I went inside and checked everything. My gear was untouched, the food was secure in the bear box outside. Nothing had been disturbed. I ate dinner and wrote up my notes from the day's survey. Around 9 p.m., I started hearing footsteps on the roof. Clear, distinct footsteps. Boot heels on wooden shingles, walking from one end of the cabin to the other, and then back again. I went outside with my flashlight. There was nothing on the roof, no animals or branches or anything that could make that sound. I went back inside, and the footsteps started again immediately, pacing back and forth, right above where I was sitting. I tried to ignore it. I put in my earbuds and I listened to music until I was tired enough to sleep. The next morning, I checked the logbook again. I read through it more carefully this time. Most entries were pretty standard. Trail conditions, wildlife sightings, weather notes. But there were a few that stood out. An entry from 2018. Something keeps opening the door at night. Need to fix the latch. An entry from 2016. Heard walking on the roof both nights. Maybe a bear, but couldn't find any tracks. An entry from 2012. Can't sleep here. Moving to the Western Station tomorrow. Don't care what Henderson says about the damn schedule. That last one had been written by a ranger named Carl Morrison. I knew Carl. He had retired a few years back. Tough guy. Former Marine, not the type to spook easily at all. I decided to stick it out. I had a job to do, and I wasn't going to let an old cabin psych me out. The door kept opening. Every single night. Sometimes multiple times. I stopped wedging things against it and just let it happen. I figured I would get more sleep that way. The footsteps on the roof became routine. They would start at about 9 p.m. and continue until about midnight. Always the same pattern. End to end, back and forth. On the 5th night, I woke up to someone sitting on the edge of my bunk. I could feel the mattress compressed under their weight. I could feel the slight movement as they shifted position. I opened my eyes. There was nobody there that I could see, but the mattress was definitely compressed. I watched the indentation, the way the fabric curved down under invisible weight. I sat up slowly. The weight lifted. The mattress returned to normal. I got up and turned on my flashlight, swept it around the cabin, but there was nothing there. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. The next day, I hiked out to a spot where I could get cell service, and I called my supervisor. I told him I needed to move to the other station, that Mackenzie Creek had some structural issues that were making it hard to work. He told me the other station was still occupied and would be for another week. He asked if I could tough it out, and I said I would try. That night, I left the lantern on. I figured if something was going to happen, I wanted to see it. Around 10:30, I was reading one of the old paperbacks when I heard breathing. It was slow and steady, and coming from the direction of the other bunk. I looked over, but there was nobody there. The breathing continued, though. It was very calm and irregular. And then it spoke. A man's voice, quiet, almost a whisper. "You should leave." I asked who was there, but didn't get any response. Just that steady breathing. I sat there for maybe 5 minutes. The breathing continued the whole time. And then it stopped on a dime, like somebody had, hit an off switch or something. The cabin went dead silent. I packed up my gear that night. I left a note in the logbook saying I was moving my base of operations due to equipment failure. I hiked out by headlamp and got to the trailhead around 4 in the morning. I finished my survey working out of the other station once it freed up. I filed my report. I did not mention anything about Mackenzie Creek except that the cabin needed maintenance. Last week, I was having drinks with another ranger, and I brought up the Mackenzie station. I asked if he knew anything about the history. He told me a ranger had died there in 1987, some guy named William Mackenzie, which is who the creek was named after. He'd been doing a solo assignment and didn't radio in for his scheduled check. When they hiked out to investigate, they found him in the cabin. Heart attack, probably, they said. He'd been dead for about 3 days. They found him sitting on one of the bunks. I asked if there was anything else, any other incidents. He said rangers had been reporting strange things at that cabin for decades. Doors opening, footsteps, voices. The Forest Service kept it in rotation because technically there was nothing wrong with it. But everyone who could avoid it did. I quit 2 weeks after that conversation. I told them I was moving back east to be closer to family. They seemed surprised, but they didn't push it. I don't really know what I experienced in that cabin. I don't know if it was the ghost of William Mackenzie or something else, or just my mind playing tricks on me after too many days alone in the woods. But it's kind of weird that so many of us would have our minds play tricks on us in the exact same way. All I know is I felt somebody sit on my bunk, and I heard that voice that told me to leave, and I'm never going back to the Bob Marshall wilderness. The Thing About Winter Caretaking by Marcus T. So, I need to tell somebody about this because it's been 3 weeks and I still can't make sense of what happened at the Pemaquid Point property I was watching. I do winter caretaking for summer homes along the Maine coast. It's decent money for what amounts to checking that the pipes haven't burst and clearing snow from driveways. Most of these places sit empty from October through April, which suits me fine. I grew up in Damariscotta, and I'm used to the isolation. The Hutchins place is this massive cedar shake house right on the water in Pemaquid Point. 3 stories, probably built in, the 80s, with those big windows facing the ocean. The family only uses it for 2 weeks in July. My job was to stop by twice a week, make sure everything looked good, run the faucet so the pipes didn't freeze, standard stuff. I'd been doing it for, 2 months or so without anything going weird. And then I showed up on a Tuesday in early January, and the front door was open. The wind off the water in January can hit 30 miles per hour easy. The door was swinging on its hinges and banging against the wall. Snow had blown into the entryway and halfway across the hardwood in the living room. I called the owner, this guy named Richard who lives in Massachusetts. He said nobody should be there. No family members had the code for the new lock I'd installed in November. He told me to check it out but be careful, and to maybe call the sheriff if anything looked off. I went in with my mag light, even though it was 2 in the afternoon. All the curtains were drawn. The house has this central staircase that goes up 3 floors, and you can see all the way to the top from the ground level. I checked the main floor first. Nothing was disturbed. The kitchen looked exactly how I'd left it. Same with the dining room and the sunroom. I was starting to think maybe I'd screwed up and I just hadn't latched the door properly on my last visit. But I'm very careful about this stuff. It's literally my job. I was halfway through trying to figure it out when I heard footsteps upstairs. Actual footsteps, like someone walking across the 2nd floor at a normal pace. I stood at the base of the stairs and called up. I asked if anyone was there. The footsteps stopped. I waited maybe 30 seconds. I didn't hear anything, so I started climbing. I don't know what about footsteps wasn't off enough for me to call the sheriff, but I don't know. I was stupid, I guess. The 2nd floor has 4 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. All the doors were closed except one at the end of the hall. I could see into that room from the top of the stairs. It was the master bedroom, and through the doorway I could see the bed was perfectly made. Nobody in there. I checked the other 3 bedrooms. Empty. Checked the bathrooms, also empty. I checked the closets because at this point I was thinking maybe some kid had broken in looking for a place to get high or whatever. Nothing. I went back downstairs, And that's when I smelled cigarette smoke. Not stale, like someone had been smoking earlier, but fresh cigarette smoke, like they had just lit it. Now, nobody in the Hutchins family smokes. Richard made a point of telling me when he hired me. He said his wife was very allergic and they would never allow it in the house. They don't even allow it on their outside balcony or porch. I followed the smell to the sunroom. It was stronger in there. And sitting on the wicker coffee table was a cigarette butt, still smoking. I watched the thin line of smoke curl up toward the ceiling. I picked it up with a damp tissue and disposed of it. I went back outside and called Richard. I told him what I'd found. He went quiet for a while, and then said something I wasn't expecting. He asked if the cigarette was a Pall Mall. I had to go back and check. It was. Richard told me his father had died in that house 6 years previous. Heart attack in the sunroom while the family was visiting for the 4th of July. His father had smoked Pall Malls for 40 years. Richard said that after the funeral, weird stuff had happened at the house. Doors would open, lights would turn on. His wife always heard footsteps. They stopped using the place for a few years because of it. And then things started to settle down and they started coming back. I asked why he'd never mentioned this before. He said he didn't think it would matter. It had been quiet for 2 years. I told him I'd keep checking on the place, but I wanted to know if there was anything else that I should be aware of. He said no, just his father, and the old man was harmless. Probably just wanted someone to know he was still around. I've been back about 4 times since then. Twice I have found doors open that I know I closed. Once I found every faucet in the house running. And last week I showed up and there were wet footprints leading from the front door to the sunroom. The thing is, at that point it hadn't rained or snowed in 3 days. The footprints were fresh. I touched one, and my finger came away wet. I checked the whole house. Nobody there. No way anybody could have gotten past me. The prints just stopped in the middle of the sunroom floor, like somebody beamed him up. I'm finishing out my contract because I need the money, and I'm not going to abandon a client in the middle of my rotation. But I am not taking this job next winter. I don't care how harmless Richard says his father is. There's something deeply wrong about walking into a house you know is empty and finding evidence that someone was just there. Especially when that someone died 6 years ago. I've got 2 more months of this, and I am counting down the days. The key in the wall. I work in renovation and restoration, mostly old buildings around western Pennsylvania. They're always the kind with uneven floors and hidden rooms and weird wiring. They usually have layers of wallpaper that look like tree rings when you pull them back. You get used to strange finds. Love letters, receipts from the 40s, fake walls, even the occasional firearm somebody forgot about decades ago. But nothing has ever stuck with me like the key did. This happened 4 years ago at a Victorian boarding house outside Meadville. 3 stories, steep roofline, narrow hallways, and that heavy wooden smell that old houses get when the air doesn't circulate right. The owners wanted to turn it into student housing, so our crew was hired to open up walls, reinforce joists, and rework the attic. The key turned up on the 2nd week. We'd started demo on the 3rd floor hallway, a cramped stretch between the attic stairs and a row of tiny bedrooms. I was cutting out a section of plaster near a corner where the wall bowed outward. When the chunk fell away, something metallic clattered onto the floorboards. It was a small brass key, heavy for its size, smooth from age, with a single loop on the top and teeth that didn't match any modern lock. It was the kind of key you might expect for a jewelry box or an old trunk, but certainly not a door. The strange part was where it came from. That section of wall had lathe behind it, solid wooden strips. There was no cavity where the key could have sat, no space between beams. It had been buried inside the plaster itself, like someone had hid it there while the wall was still wet. I should have handed it to the project manager, but instead, I put it in my pocket. Later that afternoon, while everyone else was downstairs hauling out debris, I stayed back to finish sweeping the hall. The floor was clean, the air still. Dust hung in the sunlight coming through a single narrow window. I remember feeling watched, but old houses do that. Too many corners, too many shadows. The key tugged at my attention, and for reasons I still can't explain, I pulled it out and held it up to the light. The brass looked darker, almost warm. I turned it over in my hand, expecting the usual reflective gleam, but the surface felt dull, like it absorbed the light instead of reflecting it. And then something clicked, something behind me. I spun around, but there was nobody there. But halfway down the hall, a door I knew was stuck shut sat slightly open. We had tried opening that room earlier in the week, and the latch hadn't budged. Now it gaped an inch, just enough to reveal darkness inside. I should have called for someone, but I didn't. Instead, I walked toward the door. Every step felt heavier than it should have. It was like the air thickened around me, and when I reached the doorway, I pushed it open with my foot. The room was empty except for old water stains on the ceiling and a broken dresser. The window was painted shut. I turned to leave, and I felt something pass behind me. It felt like a weight shifting through space, brushing the back of my neck without touching it. I froze and listened. The house creaked, like it always did, but this was different. Someone shouted my name from downstairs, and whatever pressure stood behind me vanished. I backed out, shut the door hard, and stuffed the key deep into my pocket. That night, I heard voices. Not at home, but at work. I would come in early the next morning to avoid questions about the key, and when I did, the house was empty except for me. As I climbed the stairs, these faint voices drifted down from the third floor. It wasn't a conversation, and it certainly wasn't English. It was like threading sounds, rising and falling, weaving through each other with no clear pattern. I waited at the second floor landing, listening. The whispers stopped, followed by soft, deliberate footsteps. They moved past the top of the stairs, across the third floor hall, and then faded. I should have left, but instead, I went up. The hallway sat quiet and bright in the morning sun. There were no footprints in the dust that we hadn't swept yet, so no one was hiding in the rooms, and nothing was out of place, except the key. I had left it in my toolbox the night before, but now it sat in the center of the hall, teeth pointed toward me. I didn't touch it at first. Something in me understood that picking it up again meant inviting whatever followed it. But leaving it there felt worse almost, like waiting for something else to make the next move. So I reached down. The metal burned cold. The door beside me, another stuck one, creaked open. Just a sliver. Just enough. Inside the room, shadows gathered in the corner. Not shapes or figures. More like darkness folding into itself, stretching upward as if trying to take form. The air wavered around it, bending the sunlight the same way heat bends pavement. I stepped back, ready to bolt, but the shadow did not advance. It only leaned, heavy and slow, as if smelling the air that I had stirred. I threw the key into the room and ran. We were pulled from the project 3 days later. Not because of me, because tenants, temporary ones staying in the finished rooms downstairs, had started disappearing. A man renting the basement suite didn't show up for work. A student staying in one of the front rooms left her things neatly folded on the bed and vanished. There were no signs of forced entry, no camera footage of anyone entering or leaving. The owners shut the place down. Police did a sweep. When they questioned us, I of course did not mention the key. I didn't mention the door that opened itself, and I definitely didn't mention the shadow that tried to stand on its own legs. The building sits empty now, supposedly waiting for a new investor, but everyone local knows it's dead space. Windows are boarded up and the yard is overgrown and the mail piles out of the box. A few weeks ago, though, I drove past it at dusk. Maybe it was habit or curiosity or just stupidity. There was a light that glowed in the third-floor hallway. Just one. The thing about that, though, is that the place has no power. I didn't stop, or check, or look twice. But as I drove off, I caught a glimpse of movement in the attic window. A figure, barely there, leaning forward against the glass, as if watching the road. Almost like it was waiting for someone to come back with its key. The Visitor in the Mirror. When I was 16, my mom went through a phase where she dragged me to every estate sale within a 30-mile radius of our town in northern Michigan. Most of the places we went were old lake houses or split levels from the 70s, with carpet that smelled like mildew. I usually sat in the car, but one afternoon in late October, she insisted that I come in because the house had old soul energy, whatever that meant. The house sat near the edge of Lake Charlevoix. Big square windows, gray siding, driveway swallowed by wet leaves. Inside, it felt like nobody had lived there for years. Cold kitchen, empty walls, dust instead of furniture. The family running the sale kept saying the owner had been a collector, which seemed like a polite way to say hoarder because the upstairs was packed with boxes and weird antiques. And that's where I found the mirror. It leaned against the wall in a back bedroom, oval frame and tarnished brass, maybe 3 feet tall. The glass wasn't cracked, but it had these dark swirls near the edges, like smoke frozen inside the silvering. I touched it and felt this static prickle run up my hand. I told myself it was the dry air. My mom saw me looking at it and said I could have it if I helped her carry out a set of chairs she didn't need. The mirror cost $20. I had no reason to want it, but it felt like it belonged in my room. It's hard to explain without sounding stupid. We got it home and cleaned it and propped it against the far wall in my bedroom. For the first day or two, it was just a mirror. A pretty one, even with the discoloration, but on the third night, something changed. I was doing homework on my bed and I glanced up. The mirror showed my room, same as always, except the angle looked a little off, like the ceiling was higher or the walls sat farther apart. I thought I was imagining it until I noticed a shape on the floor that wasn't really there. Near the baseboard, in the reflection, something hunched, low to the ground, and moved beside my dresser. The shape was vague, more like a dark patch shifting across the carpet. But when I sat up straight to look at the actual floor, nothing was there. But the mirror still showed the movement. I told myself the mirror was warped. Old glass does weird things. I went back to studying. Later that night, I stood in front of it to get ready for bed. The air in my room felt still. I brushed my hair and watched myself in the glass. For a moment, everything looked normal, and then my reflection fell behind. Not by much, just a fraction of a second. I lifted my hand and my reflection followed, but a beat late. I leaned in. My reflection leaned in, but slower. Sometimes mirrors do that trick where your brain misinterprets the timing, so I stepped back and shook it off. I lifted both hands fast. This time, the reflection didn't move at all. It just stared back at me with this dull, flat focus, like it didn't understand what I expected from it. A cold wave ran through me. I blinked hard. When I opened my eyes, the reflection was back to normal, moving with me, mirroring correctly. I almost convinced myself I'd been tired. The whispering started 3 nights later. It happened after midnight. I was half asleep, drifting, when I heard this faint, breathy sound. Not words exactly, but not tone either. More like a voice trying to practice sound without meaning. I sat up and looked around. The house was quiet, my parents were asleep, the vent was not blowing. The whispering continued, and I traced it to the mirror. It wasn't coming from the glass, not like something inside it was speaking. It was more like the sound filled the air right in front of it. Soft and repetitive and almost curious. I remember sitting there with my back against the headboard, staring at that oval shape in the dark and feeling the same way I'd once felt when I saw a raccoon staring at me through a window. Studied. I slept with the light on after that. Things escalated slowly, which somehow made it worse. I'd walk past the mirror and catch extra movement. Not shadows, but more like another version of my room shifting out of sync. A blanket crumpled differently in the reflection than it did on my bed. The window blinds hung at the wrong angle. The door looked open when mine was closed. But the worst moment came one early morning when I was rushing for school. I was half awake, brushing my hair, not looking closely at much of anything. I reached up to tie my hair back. In the mirror, the reflection didn't lift its arms. It stood perfectly still. I froze. My hand hovered near the back of my head. The reflection kept staring forward, shoulders relaxed, arms down. No movement. And then, its mouth opened. That same whispering poured out, but now there was a shape to it. Not a language that I could recognize, but intent. I didn't think it was trying to scare me. It sounded like it was trying to repeat something, learning and maybe testing me to see what kind of reaction it could pull from me. I backed up until I hit the door frame. The reflection's mouth closed, and then, this is the part I remember the clearest, it tilted its head in a way that I've never done. A slow, stiff little angle, like it was checking a box, completing a step maybe. I threw a blanket over the mirror that morning and told my mom I didn't want it anymore. She asked why, and I made up something about the frame staining my carpet. She sold it at her next yard sale, and I didn't think about it for years. And then, last month, someone in a local Facebook group posted a photo of a beautiful antique mirror that they bought at a garage sale on the east side of town. It was the same frame, with the same dark swirls. In the comments, a woman asked if the mirror had a weird sound at night. The buyer said yes, and she described it as breathing. My navigation system took me somewhere that wasn't on the map, by Brandon C. This happened in August 2 years ago. I was driving from Wichita to Salina for work, a route that I'd done maybe a dozen times before. It was a straight shot up I-35, about an hour and a half. Dead simple. I left around 7 in the evening because I had an early meeting the next morning, and I wanted to get settled into my hotel. About 40 minutes in, just past McPherson, my GPS started acting weird. The screen flickered, and the route changed. Instead of staying on the highway, it was telling me to take the next exit. I figured it was trying to route me around an accident or construction. Sometimes the app does that, so I took the exit. The road that it directed me onto was a county highway. It was 2 lanes with no lights and farmland on both sides. Very normal Kansas landscape. The GPS said that I would save 12 minutes taking this route. I followed the directions. After about 5 miles, it told me to turn onto a smaller road. This one was rougher and less maintained. Still paved, but only barely. I should have turned around then. I knew the general direction to Salina, and this felt wrong. But the GPS was insistent, and I stupidly trusted it and kept going. The road got narrower. The farmland gave way to emptier terrain. There were no houses or lights anywhere except my headlights. The GPS kept giving me turns. Left here, right there. I was completely turned around. I tried to pull up the map view to see where I was, but the screen kept glitching. It just showed my blue dot on a gray background with no roads marked. After maybe 20 minutes of this, I came over a small rise and saw lights ahead. Bright lights, white and steady, arranged in a pattern I couldn't quite make sense of from a distance. My first thought was that I had somehow ended up at an airport or some kind of industrial facility. As I got closer, I realized the lights were not on the ground. They were hovering, maybe 30 feet up, arranged in a perfect triangle. Each point of the triangle had a light. Underneath, there was some kind of structure, but I couldn't see it clearly. It was dark, absorbing light rather than reflecting it. I slowed down. The road that I was on led directly toward the thing. My GPS was silent. The screen had gone black, completely black, and I was pretty much on my own. I stopped the car about 100 yards away. The lights didn't move. Whatever was holding them up there made no sound. I couldn't hear an engine or wind or anything. I sat there with my engine idling, trying to decide what to do. And then, the decision wasn't mine anymore because my car died. The engine shut off, the headlights went out, even the dashboard went dark. I tried to restart it, and nothing happened. The key wouldn't even turn. I checked my phone. Dead. Completely drained, even though it had been at 70% charged about 2 minutes before. I was sitting in a dead car in the middle of nowhere, staring at something that I couldn't explain. And I'm not ashamed to say that I was terrified. The lights from the triangle were bright enough that I could see the road and the empty fields around me. I could see my hands shaking on the steering wheel. I honestly don't know how long I sat there. It could have been 5 minutes, it could have been 5 hours. I completely lost track. But at some point, I realized the lights were changing. They were getting brighter. The whole triangle was descending slowly toward the ground. Finally, my survival instinct kicked in. I got out of the car, and I started walking back the way I'd come, almost at a jog. I didn't run because some part of me thought running would make it worse. I kept my eyes on the road ahead, and I didn't look back. I walked for what felt like forever. My sense of time was completely gone. Eventually, I saw different lights in the distance. Normal ones, street lights, so I kept walking toward them. I came out on a highway. There was a gas station about a quarter mile down the road. I walked to it, and I went inside. The clerk asked if I was okay, and I said my car had broken down. He let me use the station phone to call a tow truck. While I was waiting, I asked him where I was. He said I was just outside of Lindsborg, which made no sense. Lindsborg is west of the I-35. I should have been east of the highway if I'd exited where I thought I had. The tow truck driver found my car on some unnamed dirt road about 6 miles from the gas station. It started up fine for him. He said the battery might have a loose connection, but everything seemed to work fine. My phone turned on once I was back in the car. Still had 70% battery. I drove straight to Salina after that. I was 3 hours late. I made up some excuse about getting lost. I've driven that route several times since, and I always take the highway the whole way. I don't use GPS anymore for trips that I already know by heart, and I've never been able to find that road again on any map. My uncle stopped hunting after what followed him out of the Amazonas, by Rodrigo M. My uncle Tito stopped going into the jungle in 2019. He'd been a hunter his whole life. Grew up in Puerto Ayacucho in Amazonas state. He knew the rainforest better than anyone I've ever met. He could track anything, read signs in the mud and broken vegetation that I couldn't even see. The man was completely at home in places where most people would be lost in 10 minutes or less. When he quit hunting, he sold all his equipment. His rifles, his machetes, his camping gear, everything. He moved to Ciudad Bolivar to live with my aunt, and he won't talk about why. He won't even talk about the jungle anymore. If you bring it up at all, he changes the subject or leaves the room. I only know what happened because I was there for part of it. I was with him on what turned out to be his last trip into the Amazonas interior. This was October 2019. I was 23, working odd jobs, and Tito had invited me to come along on a hunting trip. He had a contract to provide game meat to a few restaurants in Puerto Ayacucho, and he needed help hauling it out. The plan was to go in for 5 days, hunt peccary and maybe some capybara, smoke the meat at a temporary camp, and bring it back out. We went in by boat first, up the Orinoco, and then up a smaller tributary. After about 4 hours, we beached the boat and started hiking inland. Tito knew where he was going. He'd hunted this area for years. The jungle there is dense. Triple canopy, understory so thick you're cutting through it with a machete half the time. Hot, humid, loud with insects and birds. We set up base camp near a small stream on the second day. Tito had used this spot before. There was a clearing where someone had built a basic lean-to years ago, mostly rotted now, but the frame was still good. We strung tarps and hammocks, got our smoking rack set up. That afternoon, Tito went out to scout, and I stayed back to organize our supplies. He came back just before dark, looking thoughtful. He said he'd found peccary sign about 2 kilometers east, but something felt weird about the area. The forest was too quiet. He'd been walking for over an hour, and hadn't seen any monkeys, hadn't heard any howlers, barely saw any birds. In the Amazon, that's strange. The place is normally crawling with life. I asked him if he thought we should move camp. He said no, that we would see how it looked in the morning. We ate, talked for a while about nothing in particular, and went to sleep. The jungle at night is never truly quiet, but you get used to the background noise. The insects, the occasional bird call, something moving through the canopy. It all becomes white noise after a while. I woke up sometime around 3 in the morning because the noise had completely stopped. I lay in my hammock, listening to nothing. Not a single insect or frog or anything. I whispered to Tito, asking if he was awake. He whispered back that he was, that he had been for about 10 minutes. He noticed it too. We stayed really quiet, listening to the nothing. After maybe 5 minutes, we heard something walking near the edge of our camp. Bipedal, steady footsteps in the leaf litter. Tito had his flashlight. He turned it on and swept it across the clearing, but there was nothing there. The footsteps stopped. We waited. After another minute or so, they started up again, moving in kind of a half-moon shape around the camp. It was still just outside the range of our flashlight. This went on for maybe 20 minutes. The thing would walk, Tito would shine the light, and it would stop. We never saw what it was. Eventually, the footsteps moved away, and the jungle sounds gradually came back. The insects, and then some frogs, and then finally a howler monkey in the distance. We didn't sleep the rest of the night. When it got light, Tito went to look at the perimeter of the camp. He found tracks, and so I went with him to see them. They were in a patch of soft mud near where we had heard the footsteps. The tracks were humanoid, but not human. The foot was too long, maybe 16 inches. The toes were elongated and spread wide. The depth of the print suggested something very heavy. Tito stared at them for a long time. I asked him what he thought it was. He said he didn't know, but he'd heard stories from the Piaroa and Yanomami people who lived deeper in the jungle. Stories about something they called different names depending on the tribe. Tall things that walked like men but were not men. Things that followed hunters. He said we were packing up and leaving, and I didn't argue. We broke camp within an hour and started hiking back toward where we'd left the boat. Tito was moving faster than I'd ever seen him move in the jungle. He kept checking behind us. He wasn't saying much, but I could tell he was rattled. We'd been hiking maybe 2 hours when I heard something moving parallel to us through the forest. Something big, keeping pace with us, but staying back in the heavier vegetation. I couldn't see it, just heard the occasional crack of branches, the sound of something pushing through the understory. Tito heard it too. He stopped, and we listened. Whatever it was stopped when we did. We started walking again, and it started moving again, matching our speed exactly. Tito told me to keep walking and not look back. He said it in this tone that made it very clear that he was serious. We walked for another 3 hours straight without stopping. The thing followed us the entire time, sometimes close enough that I could hear it breathing. Deep, rough breaths that didn't sound quite right. When we finally reached the boat, it was late afternoon. We all but threw our gear in and pushed off immediately. Tito started the motor, and we headed downriver. I looked back at the shoreline as we pulled away. There was something standing in the trees at the edge of the water, tall, covered in dark hair. I only saw it for a few seconds, before the river bent, and we lost sight of it. Tito saw it too. I know he did, because his hands were shaking on the motor handle. We didn't talk about it during the ride back. We didn't talk about it when we got there. He paid me for my time and told me to go home. I tried asking him about it a week later. He told me to forget what we'd seen. That was the last conversation we ever had about it. 2 months later, he moved to Ciudad Bolivar. I've done some research since then. The indigenous people in the Amazonas have stories about forest giants, beings that protect certain areas and don't particularly like humans coming too close. The Pieroa call them chirihida. The descriptions vary, but there are common elements. Tall, hair-covered, bipedal. They don't attack directly, but they follow people. They watch. They make their presence known. I don't know if that's what we encountered. Tito clearly believes it was something he didn't want to meet again. He gave up hunting, gave up the jungle, gave up a way of life he'd had for 40 years. That tells me everything I need to know about how seriously he took whatever was out there. I haven't been back to the Amazonas since. I don't plan to go back. Some parts of the jungle belong to things that were there long before us, and I'm content to let them keep it. Rangers Don't Hike Devil's Staircase After Dark by Kevin H. I've been a park ranger at Zion for 3 years, and there's exactly one trail that I will not set foot on after sunset. Not for lost hikers, not for medical emergencies, not for anything. Devil's Staircase can wait until morning. The trail isn't officially called that. On the maps, it's listed as the Upper Emerald Pools Connector, but every ranger who's worked there more than a season calls it Devil's Staircase. There's a section about halfway up where the trail cuts through this narrow slot canyon, and the rock formations create these natural steps that go up maybe 200 feet at a steep angle, hence the name. It's a popular trail during the day. Moderate difficulty, good views, connects to some of the main attractions. We get probably 100 or so hikers on it every day during peak season. At night, it's different. I first heard about it during my training. My supervisor mentioned in passing that if we got a call about someone needing assistance on that trail after dark, we should stage at the trailhead and wait for backup before going in. He didn't explain why, he just said it was policy. I figured it was because of the terrain. The steps are uneven, and there's some exposure. Easy to fall if you're not careful. It made sense to wait for a full team. Then, I met Garrett. He'd been working at Zion for 12 or 13 years, and he told me the real reason. We were doing a routine patrol last spring, checking the backcountry sites, and we passed the Devil's Staircase trailhead around 7 in the evening. Still had good light. Garrett stopped and looked up the trail for a long time. Then he asked if anyone had told me about the girl. I said, "No, what girl?" He said there's a girl who hikes Devil's Staircase at night, alone. Rangers have been seeing her for at least 20 years. It's always the same description. 16 or 17 years old, long dark hair, wearing jeans and a white t-shirt. There's no pack or headlamp or any gear at all. She just walks up the trail at a normal pace. If you call out to her, she doesn't respond. If you try to follow her, she disappears. I asked if he was messing with me. He said no, that he'd seen her himself twice. Once in 2015 and once in 2019. Both times right around dusk. Both times, she was walking up the trail like she was just out for an evening stroll. The first time he had tried to catch up to her. He figured she was a lost hiker who needed help getting back before dark. He had jogged after her, and she had rounded a corner up ahead. When he got to the same corner maybe 10 seconds later, she was gone. The trail was empty in both directions. The second time, he had just watched her go. He didn't see any point in chasing something he couldn't catch. I asked if anybody knew who she was. He said that there were theories. A girl had died on that trail in 1987. fell from the steps during a storm. But she'd been 12, not 16, and the descriptions didn't match. Some rangers thought it might be older than that, maybe someone before the park was established. I didn't think much about it until last October. I was finishing a late shift, and I got a radio call about a possible distressed hiker on Devil's Staircase. A couple coming down had seen somebody heading up alone without any gear, and they were worried. I drove to the trailhead. It was almost 8, nearly full dark. I grabbed my flashlight and started up. I got to the steps, and I heard footsteps above me. Steady rhythm. Someone walking up. I called out, but no response. I climbed faster. The footsteps stayed the same distance ahead. I could hear them clearly. Boots on stone, never speeding up or slowing down. I got to the top of the steps, and the sound stopped. I swept my flashlight across the area, but there was nobody there. The trail continues past the steps, but I could see a good 100 yards in both directions. If anyone had been there, I would have seen them. I radioed back that I had checked the trail and found no one, and hiked back down. When I got back to my truck, Garrett was waiting. He asked me if I didn't remember the policy, and I said, no, I'd kind of forgotten about it. I figured I would just go check. He had heard my radio traffic, and he drove over. He asked if I had heard the footsteps, and I said yeah. He nodded like he expected it. He told me the footsteps are worse than seeing her, because when you hear them, you know she's close. Sometimes right next to you, even though you can't see anything. Wish I'd known that ahead of time. I don't hike Devil's Staircase after dark anymore. The policy makes perfect sense now. Something came down in our wheat field, and the cattle won't go near it. By Jennifer S. I'm writing this because I need to get it down somewhere, and I can't exactly call the cops or the news. My husband thinks I'm crazy, our farmhand won't talk about it at all, but I know what I saw, and I know our animals are acting wrong, and something needs to be said, even if it's just to strangers on the internet. So we run a cattle and wheat operation outside of Arco, Idaho. If you're not sure where that is, I'm not super surprised. It's high desert country in the eastern part of the state, not far from Craters of the Moon National Monument. The population of Arco is maybe 1,000 people. Our nearest neighbor is 4 miles away. When I say middle of nowhere, I mean it. We've got about 1,200 acres, half of it in wheat and the other half grazing land for cattle. It's my husband's family place. We've been running it together for 11 years. This happened 3 weeks ago. September 23rd. I'm being specific about the date because I've been keeping a log since then, and I just want to be clear about the timeline. I woke up around 2 in the morning because the cattle were making noise. We'd got about 200 head, and they're usually quiet at night unless something's bothering them. This wasn't the sound they make when there's a coyote around or when the wind spooks them. This was like real fear, distress. You know, the kind of animal sounds that kind of send a chill up your spine and make you sick to your stomach? I could hear it through the bedroom window, even though the main pasture is a good quarter mile from the house. I got up and looked out. The pasture lights were on, which they shouldn't have been. Those lights are on a timer, and they shut off at midnight. My husband was already awake, pulling on his boots. He told me to stay inside, and he said he would check it out. I didn't argue. I grabbed my phone, and I watched from the window. He took the truck down toward the pasture. I could see his headlights cutting across the field. He was gone maybe 5 minutes before he came back, driving faster than he needed to. When he came inside, his face was all kinds of strange. He told me to look at the west field, the one we had harvested just the previous week. I went out onto the porch. The west field is visible from there about 300 yards away. There was a light in it, a bright white light, circular, sitting right in the middle of the stubble. It was just there, maybe 6 feet off the ground, and I could hear the hum when I went out on the porch. It was low frequency. I felt it in my chest more than I heard it. My husband said the cattle were pressed up against the far fence, as far from that light as they could get. He'd driven toward it to see what it was and got within maybe 50 yards before his truck started acting up. The engine cut out, the headlights dimmed, and his phone went dead. He had to coast backward down the slope before everything came back on. We stood on the porch and watched that light for probably 20 minutes. It didn't change or move. It just sat there humming. Then, at about 2:45, it started rising. Slow at first and then faster. It went straight up and it was gone. There was no sound after the humming stopped. There was no trail. Everything just was gone. We went out there at first light. My husband, our farmhand Luis, and me. The spot where the light had been was obvious. The stubble was flattened in a perfect circle, maybe 30 feet or so across. But it wasn't just flattened. It was bent in this spiral pattern, all the stalks curving the same direction. The ground inside the circle was hard and compressed, like something very heavy had been sitting there. Luis wouldn't get close to it. He stayed back by the truck, and when we asked him what he thought, he just shook his head and said we should leave it alone. He's worked for us for 6 years, and I have never seen him rattled before. The cattle still won't go near that field. We moved them to the east pasture, and they're fine there, but if we try to drive them anywhere near the west side of the property, they bulk and scatter. Cows have long memories, but this is different. They are genuinely afraid. The circle is still there. We haven't touched it. I walked the edge of it a few days after, and I could feel a sort of pressure. My husband felt it too, but won't admit it out loud, but I could see it on his face. Stranger things have happened since. Equipment failures that don't make sense. The tractor battery drained completely overnight, even though it was fine the day before. Our well pump kicked off for no reason, and we had to reset the breaker 3 times before it finally stayed on. The Wi-Fi router keeps disconnecting. Small things, but all of them started after that night, and altogether they are very annoying. I've also been having dreams. I don't usually remember my dreams, but these stick with me when I wake up. I'm standing in the wheat field, and there are figures around me. I can't see them clearly, but I know they're there. They're doing something, working on something, and I'm supposed to understand what it is, but I can't. The dreams always end the same way. One of the figures turns toward me, and I get this overwhelming sense that I'm being evaluated, and then I wake up. My husband hasn't said anything about dreams, but he's been sleeping worse than usual. I can hear him getting up in the night, going to the window and looking out at the fields. Luis quit 2 days ago. Just came up to the house in the morning and said he was done. That he had family in Pocatello, and he was going to work for his cousin. He wouldn't look at either of us when he said it. We paid him what we owed him, and he left that afternoon. He didn't even finish out the week. We haven't planted winter wheat yet. We should have already started. My husband keeps saying we'll get to it, but we haven't. I think we're both avoiding the west field. For some reason, he keeps saying that I'm making too much of this, that I'm just kind of losing my mind about it. I think it's a way of deflecting. I mean, we saw the same thing, we've been experiencing the same things, and he's obviously freaked out. It's kind of annoying that he wants to shut it down. I've been reading about cattle mutilations and UFO sightings in Idaho. There are more than I expected. A lot around Idaho Falls and up near the Montana border. Some down near Twin Falls. I found one report from 1977 about lights in fields near American Falls, which isn't that far from us. The details were vague but familiar. I don't know what to do with any of this. We can't sell the place with the way things are. We can't exactly tell potential buyers that something came down in our field and now the livestock won't go near it and the ground is wrong and the electronics suck. We're stuck here with whatever this is. The circle is still there. I check it every few days and it hasn't changed. The compressed ground and spiral pattern in the stubble, everything is there. I don't know why my husband is trying to shut me out. I don't know why he keeps saying I'm just making a big deal out of nothing, but then won't go plant the wheat. I mean, I know why. But I don't know. Whatever that thing was, it kind of feels like it was the beginning of things falling apart. And I just don't really know what to do next. Anyway, thanks for letting me vent into the ether. Hopefully you at least found this interesting. Something Followed Me Back from the Salton Sea by Derek P. 3 weeks ago, my girlfriend and I drove out to the Salton Sea. I'm a photographer, and I had been wanting to shoot the abandoned areas around there for years. Bombay Beach, the old resorts, all those weird art installations people have put up in the middle of nowhere. Sarah came along because she likes road trips, and we'd been stuck in our apartment in San Diego for too long. We left early on a Saturday morning. Got to the area around 10. The temperature was already pushing 90 degrees. If you've never been to the Salton Sea, it's really hard to explain how desolate it feels. This massive lake has been slowly dying for decades, surrounded by abandoned buildings and empty lots where towns used to be. The whole place smells like dead fish and sulfur. We spent most of the day exploring Bombay Beach. There's this one street where half the houses have been swallowed by the sand, and the other half are covered in graffiti and folk art. I got some good shots. Sarah mostly stayed in the car with the AC running because the heat was very brutal, and she's quite heat sensitive. Around 4 in the afternoon, we drove out to this area east of the lake, where someone had set up an art installation. I'd seen photos of it online. Dozens of mirrors arranged in patterns in the desert, all different sizes and shapes. Some stand upright, some are laid flat on the ground, and some lean at different angles. The whole thing stretches out for maybe a half an acre. We parked on the side of the road, and we walked out to it. There was nobody else around. Just us and the mirrors, and the desert going on forever in every direction. The mirrors were weird up close. Most of them looked like they'd been out there for a while, obviously. Covered in dust and sand, frames rusted or broken. But some of them were pristine, like someone had just cleaned them that morning. Sarah started taking selfies. I walked around looking for interesting compositions. The way the mirrors reflected each other and the landscape created these infinite regression effects that were visually striking, but also kind of disorienting. That's when I noticed the mirror that didn't match. It was standing by itself about 50 yards from the main cluster. A full-length mirror, maybe 6 feet tall, in an ornate wooden frame. Victorian-looking, completely out of place with the other mirrors, which were mostly just cheap frameless ones or broken pieces. I walked over to it. The glass was spotless. not a speck of dust on it, even though everything else out there was covered in grit. I stood in front of it and looked at my reflection. Everything looked normal. Then I noticed the background in the reflection was wrong. Behind me in the mirror, I could see Sarah standing near the car, but when I turned around to look at the actual scene, she wasn't there. She was still over by the main cluster of mirrors at least 100 yards away. I looked back at the mirror, and there she was, clear as day, standing right behind me, close enough that I should be able to hear her breathing. I turned around again. Nothing. Sarah called out asking if I was okay. Her voice came from the direction of the car, right where she actually was, but in the mirror, she was right behind me. And as I watched, the reflection of her raised its hand and waved at me. I stepped back from the mirror and looked at real-life Sarah. She was not waving. She was drinking water and looking at her phone. I walked back to the car pretty quickly. I told Sarah that we should get going. She wanted to stay longer, but I made up something about the light being wrong, and we got in the car and left. We drove back towards San Diego. We stopped for dinner in El Centro, and neither of us talked about the mirrors. I figured I'd just been dehydrated and seeing things, heat exhaustion or whatever. We got home around 10 that night, unloaded the car, went upstairs to our apartment, and got ready for bed. Normal routine. Sarah went to brush her teeth, and I was in the bedroom checking my camera to see how the photos had turned out. That's when I heard her call my name from the bathroom. She didn't sound scared necessarily, just a little urgent, like she really wanted me to come and look at something. I walked in and she was standing in front of the mirror over the sink, staring at her reflection. She asked if I noticed anything strange. I looked at her in the mirror, looked normal to me. I asked what she meant. She pointed at the reflection and said, "Look at my eyes." I looked closer. In the mirror, her eyes were completely black. I mean like Borg Queen black. Solid from edge to edge. I looked at her actual face. Her eyes were normal. Back to the mirror, solid black. She asked if I was seeing it too, and I said yes. We stood there for maybe 30 seconds, just looking at this impossible thing. Then she turned away from the mirror and said she was going to bed because she was too tired to deal with this crap. I couldn't blame her. I stayed in the bathroom after she left, though. I looked at myself in the mirror. I looked normal. I looked at the empty space where Sarah had been standing. Normal. I went to bed, but I couldn't sleep. Around 2 in the morning, I got up to get some water, and I passed by the bathroom. The light was off, but I could see something moving in the mirror. I turned on the light and looked. My reflection was standing in the mirror, but it wasn't copying my movements. It just stood there, looking at me. I raised my hand, but my reflection didn't move. I stepped closer, but my reflection stepped back. I got out of the bathroom and closed the door. The next morning, I told Sarah what I had seen. She said her eyes had been normal when she woke up and looked in the mirror. She said maybe we'd both been more dehydrated than we thought. But that night, I covered the bathroom mirror with a towel. And the next day, I covered every mirror in the apartment. The one in the bedroom, the decorative one in the hall, the full-length one on the back of the closet door. Sarah asked why I was doing it. I made a lame joke and said I needed a break from seeing my own face. She thought I was being weird, but I guess she's used to that because she didn't argue. It's been 3 weeks. The mirrors are still covered, and every few days I lift off one of the towels just to check. Most of the time, everything looks normal, but sometimes my reflection is doing something that I'm not, standing when I'm sitting, facing a different direction. Once I saw it smile, when my face was completely neutral. Sarah's reflection has been normal every time she's checked. She thinks I'm having some kind of mental breakdown. She's probably right. But here's the thing that made me want to write all this down. Last night, I went back through the photos I took at the Salton Sea. I was looking at the shots of the mirror installation, and I found one that I don't remember taking. It's a photo of that Victorian mirror. And in the reflection, you can see me taking the picture. But behind me in the reflection, there are people, maybe a dozen of them, all standing in a group, all facing the mirror. Some of them are wearing modern clothes. Some of them are dressed like they're from different time periods. One woman is wearing what looks like a dress from the 1800s. I zoomed in on their faces. Every single one of them has solid black eyes. And in the very back of the group, barely visible, is Sarah. The Sarah who waved at me in the mirror. I showed the photo to Sarah, and she looked at it for a long time. Then she told me to delete it and said she didn't want that image in our apartment. I told her I would, but I didn't. I backed it up to 3 different drives because I need proof that something happened out there. I've been looking into the history of that area, trying to find information about the installation and who put it there, how long it's been there, stuff like that. But I can't find anything. There are no artist statements or news articles. There's no mention on social media, beyond a few other photographers who shot there. I found one blog post from 2019 or something, where someone described seeing strange reflections in the mirror. They didn't go into detail. They just said the mirrors show you things that aren't there and that you shouldn't look too long. The bathroom mirrors are staying covered. I don't care if Sarah thinks I'm losing it. I know what I saw, and I know what's in that photo. And I know that whatever followed me back from the Salton Sea is still here. Something Lives in the Irrigation Pipes by Angela D. I've been working at the Hendricks farm outside of Ogallala, Nebraska for 2 seasons now. It's a massive operation, over 3,000 acres of corn and soybeans. Most of the work is automated these days, but they still need people to maintain the equipment and monitor the irrigation systems. That's my job. I drive around in a truck, checking the center pivot irrigators, making sure that everything's running properly. It's boring work, but it pays decent and I like being outside. Last summer, one of the pivot systems in the north section kept shutting down. There was no clear reason. The electrical panel would show an error code that basically meant there was a blockage somewhere in the line. I would go out, clear whatever debris had gotten stuck, and restart the system. It would always run fine for a few days, and then shut down again. This happened maybe 6 times in July. My boss, Tom, was getting really frustrated because that section wasn't getting watered properly, and we were heading into the hottest part of summer. He told me to figure out whatever was causing the blockages and fix it permanently. I spent a full day tracing the irrigation line. The pipes run underground for most of their length, but there are access points every 100 yards or so where you can open a valve and check for clogs. I worked my way along the entire system. Most of the access points were fine. Normal water pressure, no debris. But when I got to access point 7, about half a mile from the pivot point, something was wrong. The valve was fully open. Water was pouring out onto the ground, creating a muddy pool around the access box. I know that I had closed all the valves on my last inspection. It's a basic procedure. You open them to check the pressure, then close them when you're done. I'm very careful about that stuff. I closed the valve and checked the surrounding area. The access box was in the middle of the field, and there was nothing around it except rows of corn. The mud around the box had footprints in it. Bare, human-sized footprints. But the heel was almost rectangular, and the toes were about double the length they should have been. I took a photo with my phone, and I looked around to see if there were more prints leading away from the box. But there weren't. There were only the prints right around the valve, like someone had been dropped there, did whatever they did, and then vanished. I radioed Tom and told him what I'd found. He drove out to look. By the time he got there, the mud had dried some and the prints weren't as clear. He said they were probably from a kid messing around. Maybe some teenager from town had walked out there barefoot as a prank. I asked why in the world a kid would walk a half a mile into a cornfield barefoot just to open an irrigation valve. He didn't have an answer for that, but he told me to keep an eye on it, and I said I would. 3 days later, the system shut down again. Same error code. On a hunch, I drove out to access point 7. The valve was all the way open again. More water pooled on the ground, and there were more footprints in the mud. This time, I stayed. I closed the valve and sat in my truck about 50 yards away. I waited to see if anybody would come back. I sat there for 3 hours, but there was nothing. I was about to leave when I heard something metallic. A scraping sound. I looked toward the access box, and the valve was opening. I could see it turning like somebody was standing there with a wrench, but nobody was there. I got out of the truck and I walked over. The valve kept turning. I was watching it happen from 10 feet away. When I got within 5 feet, it stopped. The valve was fully open again, and water was starting to pour out. I reached out to close it, and something pushed my hand away. I jerked my hand back and stumbled. Nobody was there. The corn was shoulder high, and I could see in every direction. I was alone in that field. I got back in my truck and called Tom and said he needed to come out here right now and see this. He thought I was screwing with him at first, but then he must have heard something in my voice and said he'd be there in 15 minutes. While I waited, the valve stayed open. Water kept flowing, and I didn't try to close it again. Tom showed up with one of the other maintenance guys, a younger guy named Kevin. I explained what had happened. Tom looked at me like I'd been out in the sun too long. He walked over to the valve and closed it. Apparently nothing pushed him back, and it closed normally. He asked if I was feeling okay. Maybe I should take the rest of the day off. I showed him the photo of the footprints from 3 days ago. I showed him the fresh prints in the mud. He stared at them for a while. Kevin crouched down to look closer. And then he said, "You know what these remind me of?" We did not. He said that his grandma was Lakota, and she had told him stories about something called a water ghost. He didn't know the proper name in Lakota, but the English translation was something like water ghost, a spirit that lived in water sources and did not like people interfering with natural flow. Tom told him to cut it out with the ghost stories, that we were dealing with a mechanical issue, or maybe somebody vandalizing equipment. But Kevin kept talking. He said the old stories described these things as human-shaped, but not quite. They could touch physical objects, open gates, move rocks, redirect streams, but people usually couldn't see them. Tom waved him off and installed a trail camera pointed at access point 7. He said if someone was coming out here to mess with the valve, we would catch them on video, and then we wouldn't have to worry about, quote, "these damn water ghosts of yours." The system shut down 4 more times over the next 2 weeks. Every time the valve at point 7 was open. Every time there were footprints. But the trail camera never caught a thing. There was never a person, or an animal, or anything. Just footage of the valve opening by itself in the middle of the night. Tom finally gave up and had that section of pipe rerouted. Cost the farm about $15,000, but it did solve the problem. The new line runs a different path, and we haven't had any issues since. Sometimes I still have to go out past the old access point. The valve has been removed and the pipe's been capped, obviously, but there's always water pooled around it, even when it hasn't rained, even in the middle of drought. And sometimes when I drive by at dusk, I think I see a shadow of something standing there, just standing by the capped pipe, like it's waiting for the water to flow again. I just keep driving. Tom doesn't want to talk about what happened. Kevin quit at the end of last season. Said he didn't feel comfortable working that section of the farm. I'm finishing out this contract, and then I'm done too. There are plenty of farms that need irrigation technicians. There are plenty of farms where equipment works normally and valves don't open by themselves. Whatever's out there in the north section, it can have it. The silent woods and a dog's instincts. I'm not in the Sierra Nevada range per se, but I'm not that far north of them. I spend the majority of my free time in the summer months hiking, camping, and fishing. I'm familiar with the area, the wildlife, and the ecosystem in general. I've never posted anything like this before, mostly because I've never had more than the feeling of being watched and the reaction from my dog. Speaking of which, my dog is a very experienced mountain dog and quite large. He's a Great Pyrenees, male, about 130 pounds. Nothing spooks him. I've literally seen him square off with a mountain lion. It was on the smaller side, so I'm assuming it was a juvenile male, but still. A couple of good growls and some posturing on my dog's part sent that cat running. I've had another encounter in the same area, where we could hear the mountain lion crying. It seemed to have come to the tree line around dusk, but my dog quickly scared it off in the same fashion. He's a giant happy idiot 99% of the time, but he can also scare off what he needs to. But there have definitely been a few times when my dog and I were out hiking, and the woods went completely silent. Dead silent. Normally, I would assume a predator, or more likely people in the area. But these couple of odd times, my normally fearless and happy-go-lucky dog would suddenly decide he needs to be glued to my hip, with his mane, if you're familiar with the breed, it's particularly distinct on males, standing on end, and him clearly on edge. I should mention that a dog that size leaning on the hip of a grown man, although he thinks he's being protective, has nearly sent me tumbling down a mountain. That dog being on edge is what really spooks me. I mean, he's faced a predator in the wild and confronted it head-on, but the times when he's clearly spooked, those are the moments that really freak me out, because I just have to wonder, what's out there? My GPS kept sending me back to the same clearing. By Lucas. I was doing this long solo hike and relying on my phone's GPS to track my route. After a while, I realized I had passed the same open clearing like 3 different times. Every single time I checked the map, it would show me heading in a different direction. The clearing itself just felt really, kind of icky. Like it was too quiet. It had a hollow kind of feeling. I tried to ignore the GPS and I started using landmarks instead, but I still ended up back there. On the third pass, I noticed that the grass was flattened where I had already stood for a while looking at the map or the GPS. My phone buzzed with a reroute notification, even though I hadn't changed paths. That's when I shut it off completely. I picked a direction and walked without stopping. Fortunately, it worked. I didn't look at my GPS again until I was back at my car. Still can't tell you what that was all about, but I'm really glad that I got out of there. I followed a trail marker that wasn't on any map. By Jessica. I was hiking with a printed map and GPS, so I wasn't too worried about getting lost. At a fork that I didn't recognize, I saw this wooden trail marker nailed to a tree, which was pointing to my left. The trail that it pointed to looked pretty well maintained, so I figured I would follow it. After about 10 minutes, my GPS said that I was not on any marked trail. I turned around to go back, but that's when I realized that the trail behind me looked narrower and a lot different than it had before. And when I reached the fork again, the marker that had been pointing left was gone. I stood there much longer than I should have, but I was just trying to line everything up with the map. Eventually, I found the main trail by backtracking, but it took a really long time. Later that day, I checked, and there's no record of that fork anywhere. I still think about how confident I felt following that sign, and I'm just really glad I made it out. I found a campfire that was already burning. I was hiking way off the main trails, far enough that I hadn't seen another person all day. As I came over a small rise, I saw a campfire burning in a clearing ahead of me. It wasn't like old embers or something, but actual flames. They were steady, like they were being maintained. I waited for someone to speak up, but the clearing was completely empty. I didn't see any packs or a tent or food. It was just a clean fire ring and stacked wood. The fire popped like it had been burning for a while, so I knew it hadn't been freshly lit. I called out once and immediately regretted it, because something about the way the sound fell was just wrong. After a minute, I kicked dirt over the flames and backed away. I smelled smoke behind me for the whole rest of the hike out, but when I reached the road, my clothes didn't smell like smoke at all. I found a child's toy hanging from a tree. I was doing survey work in a section of the forest that's pretty much untouched. I started to notice something bright hanging from a low branch. At first I thought it was trash, like something that had come out there in a storm with the wind, you know? But it was actually a small plastic toy. It was sun-faded, but pretty clean, like it hadn't been there for very long. Now, I can't stress enough that there are no houses, no campsites, absolutely nothing nearby that would explain this. I took a photo, left it alone, and figured that somehow somebody had lost it. I still couldn't explain why it got all the way out here and how it got up in a tree, but I tried not to think about it too much. When I came back the next day, the toy was gone. The branch it had been hanging from was still bent down, and I didn't see any signs of anybody passing through. I stopped working that area early and moved on. I still can't explain it, and it still gives me the creeps. I found a footprint that wasn't human. By Emily. I was hiking early in the morning after a pretty light rain, so the ground was perfect for seeing tracks. It's something of a hobby of mine. I just like to see all the different tracks of the wildlife that's out on my hikes. I had noticed a couple of birds and a deer, and it was pretty cool. But then I noticed a footprint next to mine that did not match any animal I knew. It was long and narrow, almost like a human foot, but the heel was wrong and the toes were all stretched out. At first I thought maybe it was my boot print and it had smeared, so I stepped next to it to compare. My footprint looked normal, and the other one definitely was not from a shoe. I followed the trail of prints for a few steps until they just stopped in the middle of the path. There was no scuffing or exit or anything like that. It was like they just got picked up from the planet in the middle of the road. I was crouched down to look at it, but then I just got this strong feeling that I should not be crouched down right there. So I stood up and kept walking. I tried not to panic or run or look around too much. I still wish I had taken a photo, but I'm glad I didn't stop for longer at the same time, because I just got this primal feeling like something did not want me there. I found my own footprints around my tent. By Jessie P. I went camping alone in a state forest that I've been to a lot of times. It wasn't really remote or very extreme. The first morning, I noticed footprints that circled around my tent, which wouldn't have been too weird until I realized that they were mine. They were the same boots and the same tread, and it even had the same scuffed toe. I figured I must have gotten up half asleep to pee or something and just forgot. The second morning, the tracks were back, and they were tighter, like whoever made them kept looping closer. I checked my phone health app and it showed 0 steps overnight. That night, I tied a bit of bright cord to my bootlace before going to sleep. In the morning, the cord was gone, and the footprints were there again. I packed up without breakfast. I still don't even remember leaving the tent once.